I, the self-disciplined captain of the Uchiha police force. Chapter 51. The public trial begins, a fool in Baiyi's eyes. 1. Fire Country. Konoha. The clan of the Uchiha clan. Inside Baiyi's mansion. It is 3 poles in the sun. The sun shines in the room, as if trying to expel the mess on the floor. Baiyi stretched his body. The sister-in-law has left. Although Itachi's competent older brother took care of Sasuke last night. But as a member of the guard, Itachi had to go to the guard to check in the morning, so she rushed home even though she was a little unwell. Washed up. Under the strange eyes of Sam Yi and Wooden Golem, after enjoying breakfast, Baiyi put on the cloak of justice and stepped out of the manor. For Konoha, for the guards, it was a big deal. But for Baiyi, it was no different. The sun also rises. The world works the same without everyone. So he naturally started today's training plan. 100 push-ups. 100 crunches. 100 squats. Then there's the 10-kilometer run. But because I got up late. But when he came to the top of the familiar Hokage Yanyan, Guy was not there. Different from Baiyi's indifference. At this moment, at the central square of Konoha, the members of the guard team looked solemn. Deputy Captain Uchiha Sanyo methodically pointed to 950 and waved his subordinates to work. This is also the reason why Baiyi promoted him to be the vice captain. Don't panic, stay calm. Although the strength is average, it can help Baiyi handle those official duties, and it is convenient for Baiyi to fish. The central square has entered a state of martial law. There is a dedicated area for villagers who want to watch the public trial. Other places are not allowed to walk around freely. At this time, the eyes of the villagers were looking into the distance. Several people there are receiving the baptism of sunshine. Hokage assisted Grandpa Shimura Danzo. The village chief Sarutobi Shinosuke. Sarutobi Asuma with the power of homeless plus playboy plus elite chunin. Uchiha Shisui, the naive boy who led the root ninjas against the law enforcement. There was also a heavyweight who had his hands and feet broken and was forcibly picked up again. At this moment, his face was ashen, and he glared at fourth Raikage in front of him. In addition to the villagers, the people watching the ceremony obviously also had a negotiating group that came to Konoha before. But now that Raikage is in the hands of others, they are naturally very honest. And what made Az even more uncomfortable was that his sister and the original head of the negotiation team, Samui, were standing on the side of Konoha at the moment, but they clearly saw him but not with the people from Cloud Shinobi Village. Atsushi didn't know what was going on. But he saw his sister's deep eyes, and he didn't dare to go up to say hello. The form is grim. More and more villagers and ninjas gathered in Konoha Square. In the public trial of the guards, they know this rule. But like today, it is the first time to interrogate a criminal of this level. Curious people naturally want to see what price the captured Raikage will pay to redeem himself. I want to know whether today's public trial will be the follow-up to the confrontation between the guards and the village management team. Besides, what is the final result of the case of Danzo Strong J. Sarutobi Lake Biwa? All in all, today's public trial makes them look forward to it. But unfortunately, until now, the members of the guards are still standing guard in a serious manner, without any movement. The captain of the guard, Uchiha Baiyi, did not appear. Where's Captain Baiyi? Curious villagers asked from the bottom of their hearts. Someone just saw Baiyi-kun squatting over Hokage Yanyan. A kind-hearted ninja responded amicably. Captain Baiyi is still so self-disciplined. The surrounding villagers were all in awe. Some people skip work upright, which is defined as self-discipline. This result is obviously the influence of Baiyi's long-term and impartial law enforcement. Look over there, Hokage-sama is here too. A sharp-eyed villager looked into the distance. Inside the jury over there, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with 2 Hokage advisors, was smoking his cigarette pouch expressionlessly. He is the family of 2 prisoners, a relative and friend of 1 prisoner. Can he not come? A security guard who was maintaining order next to him said angrily. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to come. But combined with Danzo's end, He's still here just in case. Shame. When was the old man treated like this? Even in the middle of the day, people are allowed to hang out here to bask in the sun. But there is no way. The rules of the guard are all set by Uchiha Baiyi. He didn't announce the start, so you have to wait. In the central square at the moment, several areas are clearly divided. In the trial area, Baiyi's Taishi chair has been moved. The left and right guardians Uchiha Satoshi and Uchiha Sanyo stand on either side of the chair. The team members also began to restrain their actions, waiting for the trial to start. And Uchiha Itachi, who was also responsible for maintaining order, looked a little complicated. Relationship these days. He understood. The guards are Uchiha Baiyi's personal soldiers. But this private soldier is a private soldier who safeguards Konoha's interests. No harm was done to the village. Even the guards have separated from the Uchiha clan and belong to Uchiha Baiyi himself. The more you know the need for the existence of the guard, the more awkward he is. Does such a department really need to be undercover? Why does Lord Third Generation have to do this? Captain Baiyi, is it really that hard to trust? With a wry smile, he had been able to think from Hokage's perspective since he was a child, but at this moment he couldn't understand Hokage at all. Itachi, you're putting on that expression again. Naoki seemed a little displeased and put his arms around Itachi's shoulders. I said that you frown every day, and you will be short-lived sooner or later. Being a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Nothing else matters, you must laugh. Naoki, who has experienced life and death once, understands the value of life and is extremely grateful to Baiyi. He also understands that this glamorous village hides the darkness that disgusts him. But isn't what the guards do is to expose the darkness to the public so that everyone can see clearly? Others do not know. But Naoki feels that his life has meaning. Being in the guard and contributing to the village built by the eldest and second grandpas has accomplished Naoki's revenge. Although he is very longing for Hokage, he has self-knowledge, so he has been working hard. What's not to like about this kind of life? I really envy you. Itachi sighed inwardly. If only I could live as free and easy as Mr. Shu. Unfortunately, in Uchiha, it is obvious that there is no way to be so optimistic. Especially when he comes home every day and sees his father's serious appearance, he is always under pressure and can't breathe. But then again, my mother didn't come home all night last night. I heard that she went to a friend's house. Just why go to a friend's house and walk in that posture when you come back? And her face was ruddy, as if she had been rejuvenated with nectar. Ellipsis. What happened? Itachi has a head full of question marks. Itachi, who has never visited a custom shop, is quite puzzled by this. Shaking his head, Itachi didn't think about it. The house is still the same, the atmosphere is depressed. Apart from seeing a green leaf scattered on his father's head today, nothing special happened. Boom. The roaring engine sounds from far to near. The windy first-generation sheriff's motorcycle arrived quickly. After exercising, Uchiha Baiyi, who went home to take a shower, finally came. The speed of the motorcycle is very fast, and the cloak of justice behind him is swaying in the wind, giving people a pleasing feeling. I didn't mean to show off, so I came here on a motorcycle. But this thing will be the standard configuration of the guard team in the future, so it is good for the villagers to adapt to it in advance. But recently, he plans to expand the streets of Konoha, otherwise, driving a motorcycle will always feel a little crowded and it will be easy to bump into people. Chakra and stills. With the humming of the police motorcycle, a blue light appeared from the exhaust vent below, and then the speeding police motorcycle rose directly into the air. With an ups and downs, Baiyi appeared next to the trial seat. Captain, is this thing really going to go to the guards? Looking at Baiyi's car, Uchiha Kong swallowed his saliva and was very envious. Don't worry, a month at most is enough for a team to attend and use. Baiyi sat down on the teacher's chair. Next moment, the entire guard team suddenly became serious, their smiles were all put away, and they looked at the captain above. Start the trial. Looking down, Baiyi waved his hand, announcing the official start of the case. Take prisoner number 1. The trial order naturally starts with the smallest. The number 1 prisoner is Uchiha Shisui, who is good at sacrificing the ego and then sacrificing the big self. When Shisui was pushed down by the 5 flowers and forced to kneel on the ground, he stared ahead with a complex face. Turned out to be a criminal. Yes. Him, Uchiha Shisui. A man whose head is full for the village. Now it's the one being judged. Why did it become like this? Just because he carried out the prisoner's order and did not let the guards go to the route to smash and rob, so he became a criminal. When you stare into the abyss, the 4.5 abyss is also staring at you. Bai Yi looked at Shisui calmly. This is a complicated guy. You say that he is 2 or 5, but not all. Before he died, he entrusted his will to Uchiha Itachi. In the original book, he gave Itachi his eyes before he died, telling Itachi to protect the village and preserve Uchiha's glory. Then Itachi backhanded and wiped out the family. Glory is preserved. But people are G dead. Then you say that he is not a boy of 2 or 5. He also helped the village against the Uchiha clan. Tell 3rd generation and Danzo about the power of distinguished heavenly gods in an attempt to turn a complicated situation around on her own. He shouldn't really think so. Even if Danzo doesn't cut him halfway, he can control Uchiha Fugaku and stop the conflict, right? Even if you take 10,000 steps back, you really control Fugaku. Will the Uchiha family be safe and sound? Doesn't Shisui know that when Fugaku is under control, the Uchiha family is completely out of the cards? It will even start to scramble directly, and eventually it will inevitably lead to extinction. Squinted. Bai Yi leaned back in the chair and slowly spit out a few words to settle Shisui. Stupid man, do you know the guilt? Chapter 52 Danzo. The old man was forced. The old man is innocent, too. Is the first one using Shisui. Konoha. Central Square. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were cloudy. The root and the guards fight. 2 exceptionally talented individuals emerged. Might Guy and Uchiha Shisui. It's hard to imagine that the man who is not good looking, who puts his youth on his lips all day, is so strong when he explodes. Rumors about 8 inner gates Sarutobi is aware of. It took Might a lifetime to open the 8th gate. How young is Guy now? He has already opened the 7th gate. If he was given a little more time, opening the 8th gate would obviously not be a problem. That's an excellent talent. It's a pity that I didn't pay too much attention to it before. It's just that when Guy was a child, he was allowed to enter the ninja school by exception. He had the opportunity to pull Guy, the absolute powerhouse, into his camp. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi gave him a step ahead. In that fight, he shattered Susanoo with just his fist, and it's hard to imagine how hard it was. Having missed one genius, Sarutobi naturally didn't want to miss another. The Uchiha family. Besides Uchiha Satoshi, another person who can turn on Mangekyo appears. Uchiha Shisui. He is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and it is rumored that his philosophy of doing things is based on the village. Such people are not difficult to control. Looking at Shisui, 3rd generation began to make plans. Compared with Uchiha Satoshi, Uchiha Shisui is obviously better to win over. Sometimes it only takes a word and he will die for you. E.g. This is for the village. I'm just following the orders of my superiors, and I chose to do that for the sake of the village's stability. Silence for a long time. Shisui finally spoke up. 29 to this day, he still doesn't think he did anything wrong. Subordinates carry out the orders of their superiors, which is the basic rule of being a ninja. Is this also wrong? Are the guards' ordinances overriding the ninja's beliefs? Do not make jokes. The answer is irrelevant, palm mouth. Bai Yi was too lazy to ink with him. I was on a business trip for 3 days. According to the habit of the captain of the self-discipline guard, today is vacation time. He is very dedicated and takes time off to work overtime, but he doesn't want to waste too much time. As the captain of the guard, he didn't want to talk too much nonsense with others. What do I ask you, what do you answer? This is the rule. Itachi, You go. Uchiha Satoshi waved to Itachi in the distance. The current Itachi is the deputy of the third team. Now that he has subordinates, Uchiha Satoshi will not be too greedy for power. Some things are just left to the younger brother to do. He is trying to learn Bai Yi's way of thinking as much as possible and grow silently behind Bai Yi. Let me. Itachi changed his expression, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked up to Shisui. He really didn't expect Uchiha Satoshi to let himself slap Shisui in the face. This is a friend who is also a teacher and a friend. Uchiha Satoshi didn't think about it that much. Seeing Itachi hesitated, he spoke directly. I'll give you a raise if you play well. Did you mention the money? Itachi gritted his teeth and raised his arms. No way. He is undercover now. Don't say he can't get down. This ruthless man, in order to sharpen his younger brother's growth, let Sasuke follow the path he planned, but even his own younger brother can be beaten to death. And now his identity is the guard. If you can't make a move, I'm afraid someone will grab the handle. On the contrary, it is the act of righteous killing of relatives, which will win the favor of the members of the guard. Beat. In this scene, it is impossible not to fight. Snapped. A slap slapped Shisui's face hard. Shisui covered her face and looked at Itachi in disbelief. But Itachi just took a deep breath and stared at Shisui's opening without any fluctuations in his eyes. Whatever the captain asks you, just answer it, don't say unnecessary words. It was his vague reminder. Even when he was undercover, he still didn't want to take such a violent shot at Shisui. These days he also has some understanding of Bai Yi. Within the rules, he can make some reminders, and he can also do some outrageous things. But if someone tramples on Bai Yi's rules, that man will shoot. I see. Covering his face, Shisui nodded, but his eyes seemed to have lost the light. Are you guilty? Bai Yi asked again. I. Shisui opened his mouth, the sentence stuck in my throat, but I couldn't say it. He understood. If he refused to admit it, he would have been beaten. I am guilty. Shisui nodded. I shouldn't lead the root ninjas to resist the law enforcement by the guards, but please Captain Bai Yi understand that this matter has nothing to do with the other ninjas in the route. Please. Snapped. Sick again. Itachi sighed and quickly slapped Shisui in the face. He knew that if he was asked to go on, Shisui is afraid that he will plead for the ninja at the root and even Danzo. This is not something a person being interrogated should concern you with. What did you hit me for? Shisui's face was filled with embarrassment. The little brother who used to study behind his own buttocks can now be turned into a guard. Why does he look so unfamiliar? I'm here for the village. Itachi struggled for a while and used his trump card. Like third generation, he knows Shisui well. Once the topic is on this topic, your Shisui will not be sleepy. What does hitting me have to do with the sake of the village? Shisui asked in confusion. Because if a criminal pleads for everyone else, the village will be messed up. Also, you are teaching Captain Bai Yi to do things. Itachi said sincerely. If Captain Bai Yi really said, you're telling me to do something, then it wouldn't be a matter of slaps. This is good intentions. But Shisui is clearly not on the road. Ignoring Itachi's sincere reminder, he looked directly at Bai Yi above. I plead guilty, but I don't accept it. Good boy. Bai Yi was amused, he was admiring Itachi's heroic way of hitting Shisui. Even Bai Yi wondered, if Itachi beat Shisui like this, would he be stimulated to open Mangekyo? But this is obviously he thinks too much. I admit that I obstructed the law enforcement of the guards, but I don't believe that the leader of our roots, Lord Danzo, will force others, and the force is still Hokage's wife. Shisui looked excited. In fact, in his heart, he respects Danzo. After all, in his opinion, Lord Danzo has made a lot of contributions to Konoha. If Lord Danzo is wrong, then he is not a criminal. If he is not a criminal, then the guards are unreasonably enforcing the law, and it is a wrong action. It also proves that I am not wrong. Done. Itachi shook his head beside him. He knew that once Shisui's stubborn temper came up, it would be impossible to persuade him. Take number 2. Bai Yi wasn't angry, but thought today's scene was quite interesting. He waved at Uchiha Shanyang, and the vice captain took the lead, and asked Danzo, who was walking with his legs tucked in, to be brought over. Lord Danzo! Shisui shouted excitedly. Although he and Danzo had both stood there as criminals before, the guards did not allow them to communicate with each other. Now that he can finally talk to Lord Danzo properly, why not get excited? Danzo's face was pale, and his wounds were not healed at this time. He looked at Shisui tremblingly and didn't know what to say. Lord Danzo, tell me you're not strong. Bawako snapped. Another slap in the face. But this time it wasn't Uchiha Itachi, but Danzo himself. At this time, his old face turned from white to red, and he stared at Shisui angrily. Can this kind of thing be called out in public? After the fight, he turned red and looked towards the audience. As predicted, arguments erupted one after another. Good guy, really good guy, how did Danzo-sama manage to do it? Although, it turns out that Lord Danzo really committed a crime of strong J. Those rumors before are true. Tisk tisk, is that all you're concerned about? I find that Danzo isn't very good at defending his subordinates. One thing to say, indeed. Danzo doesn't care about fame. After all, he himself has no reputation, especially in the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War. He has been defeated repeatedly, and he has no good reputation for a long time. But even shameless, being exposed in such a public place made him extremely angry and feel ashamed. To know. Now it's a public trial. In addition to the curious villager Ninja 953, almost all the senior management in the village also heard the news. How will he handle himself in the future? Originally, he was still thinking about how to reduce the influence of this matter, such as discussing with Uchiha Bai, since he has been punished, can he secretly announce the result of the trial and so on. Who knew Shisui came up and exposed him? It's over. Danzo gritted his teeth and slapped Shisui again. Will the villagers accept a strong J criminal as Hokage? He does not know, he only knows that the road to seize power will be more difficult in the future. Uchiha Bai, Lake Biwa, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He will definitely get his revenge. But right now, it's not the time to think about it. Now that Shisui has broken through, he can only grit his teeth. He raised his head and let out his own cry. The old man didn't force Lake Biwa. The old man was forced. Oh. The audience below the stage gasped. Awesome, so awesome. Many people even thought about what to talk about tomorrow. Hokage's wife forced the centenarian to do it at night. You fart. With Danzo defending himself. There was a roar in the distance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who ate melons on himself, was furious. God knows how much effort he made and how many Navy soldiers he bought to suppress the influence of the Danzo case some time ago. Make him look like an innocent old man. But if Danzo refutes it now, then his green hat is afraid that he is completely convinced. The old man farts. Danzo looked disdainful. If the old man is farting, you will know if you come and smell it. This man is disgusting. Itachi frowned and took 2 steps back involuntarily. The old man is telling the truth. I'm just helping Sarutobi. Then Bawako also said that I was better than you, and that if it were you, it would have been impossible. Everything is your wife's initiative. Sarutobi glared at Danzo. I have a wishful golden hoop. Use your mother to teach you. At this moment he couldn't bear it any longer, rolled up his sleeves and rushed over to fight Danzo desperately. Chapter 53 Evidence of Uchiha Satoshi, Shisui of Reform Through Labor. Chaos is coming. The scene changed from a trial to a scolding battle between Lord Hokage and Hokage's assistant. Let the old man go there. Sarutobi roared, wanting to go and fight Danzo for 300 rounds. Unfortunately, the job of the guard is to prevent this from happening. Several people directly pulled third generation, making him unable to move. This old man is a family member of the victim. Even if it is a public trial, can this old man go over? Third generation asked with a gloomy old face. Of course the victim's family is fine, but Hokage-sama, you are also the prisoner's family. The members of the guards pointed at Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma diligently. Is this not wanting to let the old man collude? Sarutobi's face changed, and it seemed impossible to force the past. But shouting from the air seems to be okay. Danzo, you should know what to say and what not to say. The tone is ambiguous. Sarutobi's tone is full of threats. The meaning of this is obvious. On the one hand, Danzo was threatened and made him confess his crime of R. On the other hand, warn him that some things cannot be mentioned. Such as those dark sides done at the roots. Hee, you'd better expect the old man to say more. However, Danzo indifferently chose to counter threats. He knew too well what his old partner valued most. I am afraid that if Sarutobi and what he has done in private are exposed, Sarutobi will be the most affected. Before, the two were collaborators who stand on the same display. But now, because of a strong J case, has become the opposite. Those things have become handles in Danzo's hands. But Danzo isn't that stupid. If those things were exposed, it would be much more shocking than this strong case. Even ruining his dream of becoming a Hokage. But it's a matter of fact. It is impossible for him to recognize the crime of this strong J. The old man is innocent. The old man was forced. The old man asks the guards to compensate the old man for his tools. Danzo shouted in front of Sarutobi. Crime tool. People's eyes changed. What is the tool of the so-called strong J case? Both men and women know. Could it be that Danzo has? Many people looked at Danzo's figure with shock, but they didn't know what to do with their big mouths. Captain Baiyi is really cruel. To punish the strong J criminals in this way. People couldn't help shivering, and some people with ulterior motives lost their minds when they heard this punishment. Joke. But you can't destroy yourself for a single coercion. Medical ninjutsu is indeed amazing, but I have never heard that the tools for committing crimes can be continued. It's impossible, your tools have been destroyed. Don't wait for Baiyi to say anything. Uchiha Itachi, who knew the truth next to him, frowned, directly causing Danzo to fall into despair. Destroyed. Danzo was furious. You guys didn't even spare those 2 centimeters. Brute. Oh. The scale is amazing. People exclaimed again. But at the same time, their gazes towards Sarutobi Hiruzen also changed subtly. Danzo says he is better than Sarutobi. So what level is Lord Hokage? Sin-ah. It has not been easy for Lake Biwa these years. Many women showed surprise. No wonder. If my husband is at the same level as Hokage-sama, I am afraid that he will make the same choice as Bawako. Danzo also knew that his voice just seemed to reveal something. But the words have already been said, and there is no way to take them back. Originally, he wanted to clear up his grievances today, and then find Orochimaru with the tools for committing the crime, and let him connect it for him. Medical ninjutsu is not good, but it does not mean that Orochimaru's black technology is not good. So even if his tools were confiscated, he did not give up. But now it's over. You can't use someone else's tools to commit crimes, right? If you use someone else's, is it your own behavior or someone else's? Do you count yourself as green? These questions follow. Danzo, you said you didn't force Lake Biwa, do you have proof? Captain Baiyi won't listen to your side words. Above. When the chaos is over, Uchiha Sanyo said righteously. I don't have it, but I can choose to confront Lake Biwa face to face. Danzo said confidently. Taking the castle of Lake Biwa, although he forcibly framed himself that day, as long as he was given a chance, he would be able to defraud the other party and restore his innocence. Bring witnesses. Sarutobi Lake Biwa. Uchiha Shanyang said in a deep voice. At the time of the public trial, although the Uchiha guard led the way, the apparent fairness had to be maintained. Now that prisoner number 1 and prisoner number 2 have raised doubts, so many people are watching, and it must continue. Wait a minute. And right now, something unexpected happened. Uchiha Satoshi suddenly stood up. He was witty and wisely chose not to let Lake Biwa appear. The reason is simple. In the final analysis, this strong J case was triggered by something he bought at a high price. At that time, if Lake Biwa wanted to throw the problem on himself, it would make Captain Baiyi embarrassed. What's wrong? Shan Yang was stunned and asked quickly. Brother Kong is a celebrity in front of Captain Bai Yi. Although he is the deputy captain, the guards also speak with strength. As the first eye-opener in the guards, Brother Kong has a high status in the guards. I have evidence that Danzo forced Lake Biwa. Brother Kong said in a deep voice. Did you code? Bai Yi suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Fight, Captain, please rest assured. Brother Kong nodded and stood up. Everyone knows that Danzo was caught by me. And I'm also an eyewitness to this incident, but in order to avoid the suspicion of false accusations, sometimes the words of eyewitnesses can't be trusted. So I prepared evidence in advance. Yes. Danzo was indeed arrested by Uchiha Satoshi. Moreover, he was brought out by Brother Kong from Hokage's house in a condition of disheveled clothes. As an eyewitness, the evidence is reasonable. After finishing speaking, Brother Kong was in the shocked eyes of Danzo and Sarutobi, and even everyone. Took out a photo. Then, he put the photo on the white cloth prepared next to him. The ninja world is so magical. The tech tree has already pointed to the projector stage, but it doesn't even have a car. My grass, this is. Is it that crazy? I didn't expect that it was really forced by Danzo-sama. Senior Bawako is so miserable. There is a lot of discussion below. Danzo's face was ashen, and his loyal lackey Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened in disbelief. In the photo, Danzo pressed Bawako with a hard angle, and Bawako was full of rejection, with pain. In the corner of the photo, third Hokage's figure was also put into it. This is the Catch J scene. Sure enough, Danzo forced it. I have to say, sometimes the angle of the photo is so magical. A photo serves as evidence and completely confirms the identity of Danzo's strong criminal. The evidence is solid, the trial begins. Bai Yi was hooked, and there was no such scene in the original book. Today he was completely open. In the distance, third generation was obviously relieved. Shimura Danzo committed the crime of Strong J, and the evidence is conclusive. Violation of Konoha's public security management regulations, the circumstances are bad, and it is now punished. Diaresis ordered Shimura Danzo to confiscate the property, use it to expand Konoha Street, confiscate the tools for committing the crime, and sentenced to 2 years in prison. Because of his resistance to arrest and refusal to cooperate during interrogation, the tools for committing the crime have been confiscated and destroyed in advance, which increases his sentence and adds 1 year to fixed-term imprisonment. Sentenced. Confiscated the tools for committing the crime, ransacked the house, and confiscated all the things before the root. The money was used to expand Konoha Street, which made the villagers extremely satisfied. Really. The rumored word is true. The captain of the guard is here, Konoha is peaceful, the captain of the guard is here, and the sky is there. Captain Bai Yi is selfless. The guards are great. Countless compliments came one after another. Men, women and children are also full of admiration for Bai Yi. After all, they are all ordinary people, and they are very afraid of this kind of ninja's strong behavior. Now Bai Yi enforces the law fairly, which makes them quite admire. Quiet. Uchiha Sanyo is meticulous. Obviously, it did not float to the sky because of the praise of the villagers. Uchiha Shisui. He took the lead in obstructing law enforcement and acted badly. The evidence is conclusive. Violation of Konoha's public security management regulations, first punished. Uchiha Shisui is now ordered to join the Konoha road repair work and undergo labor reform for 1 year. Other root ninjas are punished as above. Labor reform. This is good. Not squatting in the prison to eat and wait to die, and let these people make some contributions to the village, it is obviously not bad. Shisui was also relieved. If he was asked to pay the fine, he didn't. 1 year of reform through labor is acceptable. Bai Nuo Li Jiao Yi naturally knew that Shisui had no money, and neither did the ninjas at the root. After all, he gave him strong light for his roots, and Danzo's home was also copied by him. No money is inevitable. Therefore, if the waste is used directly, the province will have to spend money to support them. After all, Orochimaru will continue to send police motorcycles over, and the streets of Konoha will not be able to accommodate it. To avoid overcrowding, street renovation is necessary. What's more, ninjas can work much faster than ordinary people. Didn't see the Fourth Ninja World War, did the ninja allied forces quickly make so much cement to trap 10 tails? Save time and effort, and save money. Why not do it? Shisui agreed. But Danzo was clearly not convinced. But now he has no choice. The routes he relies on have also become free labor. What greeted him was 3 years in prison. Whether he agrees or not, the end is doomed. With a wave of his hand, Baiyi let Shisui and Danzo be pressed down. Itachi looked at Shisui's back and sighed slightly. Maybe this is a good thing for Shisui brother. Really joining the production team is much better than helping Danzo do things that harm the village one by one for the village. The trial continues. And this time, 2 people were brought up again. Chapter 54 Baiyi. Okay, punish him, and then expel Konoha. Central Square. The main event is here. The villagers and ninjas looked solemn. If Danzo and Uchiha Shisui were interrogated at first, it was an uncomplicated case. After all, although things like Strong J basically don't appear in Konoha, everyone just sees it as something new. At the moment, Baiyi was interrogating the 2 Hokage sons. Especially now that Hokage is in a bad mood with a green hat because his wife is suspected of cheating, and it explodes like a dynamite barrel. At this juncture, will their beloved Captain Baiyi still keep his heart and enforce the law impartially? The main thing is, this is the confrontation between the guards and the village management brigade. In other words, now Uchiha Baiyi is hitting Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face. If Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma accept the results of the public trial today, it means that Hokage's authority has been trampled again. It means a complete defeat for the Hokage side. It also means that the so-called village management brigade is just a joke in front of the guards. This is the real confrontation between Hokage and the guard. Who will win? Or is it that Baiyi is afraid of Hokage's power and chooses officials to protect each other? They are concerned about the outcome of the trial. Law enforcement, in our guards' regulations, is a special existence. Looking at the 2 people with different expressions below, Baiyi opened his mouth. Knowing the law and breaking the law is intolerable in this situation. In other words, the results of your trial will be harsh, even if the crimes you committed are not very influential, but as long as regulations are involved, it's not a trivial matter. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma looked confused. They had absolutely no idea what Uchiha Baiyi was talking about. Looking back at 957's own father, the beloved 3rd Hokage. They seemed to want to find an answer from 3rd generation. That's Hokage. Saving them from this interrogation should be a simple answer, right? Even if they make mistakes. But 3rd generation looked at its 2 sons with a complicated expression at this moment. For the reason, as this Shinosuke and Asuma. Why do I feel like they look so different from Hokage-sama? Yes, look at Asuma's beard, he is so mature at such a young age, his genes are obviously unusual. Shish, stop talking, this is a secret in the family of Lord Hokage, didn't you see that Sarutobi Shinosuke's hair color is different from that of Lord Hokage? Could it be that besides Danzo, Lord Bawako is with others? It's not possible, and the more I look at it, the more I feel that Asuma and Hokage advisor Mitokado Homura look like. I'm grass, don't say it, it really looks like it. Like, I miss it so much. Green, so green. There is so much talk around. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time, looking at Sarutobi Asuma, something is not right. Yes. He didn't pay attention to what others didn't say. Looking at it now, it really does look right. And the weirdest thing is that Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Asuma have the same beard. Know that Sarutobi is a goatee. Is it gene upgraded? Sarutobi's eyes struggled, as if trying to refute. But could not find any reason to refute. What people say is justified and well-founded, these 2 sons are indeed not like themselves. Sarutobi Asuma. Many times disturbed Konoha's order, defiant, caused trouble with the name of the son of Hokage, CJEF, and often harassed women and made rude remarks. Violating the Konoha Public Security Management Regulations, several crimes will be punished. First, order him to pay a fine and join the labor reform team for a period of 1 year. Sarutobi Shinosuke. As a law enforcer, knowing the law and breaking the law, trying to shield criminals and oppressing people with power, as the Konoha Village Management Team forcibly collect protection fees, so that the villagers have quite a lot of complaints. Violation of Konoha's Public Security Management Regulations, heavy fines will be given. I ordered him to step down as the captain of the Konoha Village Management Brigade, dismiss the Konoha Village Management Brigade, and pay a fine. All the members of the original Village Management Brigade under his command were all incorporated into the Reform Through Labor Team for a period of 3 years. Order Sarutobi Shinosuke to 5 years in prison. This sentence is the same as that of Danzo. Don't think that fixed-term imprisonment is better than reform through labor. In Konoha prison, anything can happen, and there is no chance to come out and see the sun. After 5 years, even a ninja can't stand it. Uchiha Sanyo announced the completion with a firm attitude, and then turned his eyes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, do you have any objections? This is what he took the initiative to ask. Sarutobi frowned. He understood what Uchiha Sanyo meant. Just because this is his own son. And he is Hokage. If he speaks to cover up, then his Hokage will probably be condemned by everyone. Sometimes gossip can kill. Sarutobi knew exactly what kind of person his son Sarutobi Asuma was. He has a stubborn temper and needs to be polished if he wants to become a talent. It is not impossible to reform through labor. Only, if he agrees with Uchiha Baiyi's sentence, I am afraid that his status will still be affected. Even in the future, everyone will go to the guards if they have any problems, and there will be nothing to do with him, Hokage. So he had to say something. Tell those onlookers that this Hokage is not so easy to handle. But language is an art. He must speak more euphemistically, otherwise he will be suspected of covering up criminals. Look where the last person who sheltered criminals was. Isn't it his unfortunate eldest son who has to cover up his second son? Sarutobi thinks from the perspective of a victim conspiracy theory. He even thinks that Uchiha Baiyi is waiting for him to speak for his 2 sons and then arrest himself. The son does not teach the father's fault, they made a mistake, and it should be punished. Sarutobi first affirmed the behavior of the guards. But he then changed the conversation. But Captain Baiyi, and the villagers. The old man's children are still young and have the ability to contribute to Konoha. Especially now that Konoha is in a period of brain drain, the old man thinks it is more appropriate for them to take guilt and make meritorious deeds. After all, there are not many people in the village who can use it now. For the sake of the village, they are still quite good in combat. So the old man suggested that Captain Baiyi could change the punishment method. Talk and do things without leaking. The so-called guilt and meritorious deeds are nothing but a manifestation of innocence. As long as he doesn't get triggered, he can maintain his Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Even with this excuse, he could save his 2 sons. After all, he won this trick. Sarutobi smiled and looked at Baiyi with a twinkle in his eyes. He calculated this step. As an old father, it's not too much to say this. Not even covering up criminals. Just a suggestion. But what surprised him was that Uchiha Baiyi, who seemed to have been commanded by him, just gave him a playful look, and then spoke out loudly. Lord Hokage said it well. It's okay to change the penalty. It's not like a script. Sarutobi frowned and stared at Baiyi with some doubts. Is this a compromise? No, how is it possible to compromise? Baiyi didn't even take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. Even from the beginning he knew what this guy wanted to do. My captain also thinks that Hokage-sama's proposal is very constructive. With a wave of his hand, Baiyi pointed to Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma below. Bring the punishment, engrave the words of sin. From now on, Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma are expelled from Konoha. Exiled to the border of the Fire Nation. When will kill 1,000 hostile ninja village ninjas, and when will they be eligible to return to Konoha? With a gentle smile on his face, Baiyi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with sincerity. Master Hokage's mentality for the sake of the village is worth learning from everyone. Dealing with merit, your two sons must be professional. Hey, are you still satisfied with the result of this captain's penalty? Change it. Keep going. Can't you talk? Talk more if you can. The original fixed-term imprisonment and reform through labor have directly turned into expulsion from Konoha and exile in the border. If you don't kill 1,000 hostile ninjas in the ninja village, you are not allowed to step into Konoha. This is Baiyi's response. No one can fault it. Aren't you going to keep them to contribute to Konoha? What better place to reflect your own value than on the battlefield? Apparently not. But it is estimated that with the strength of the two of them, it is obviously not so easy to gather enough heads of 1,000 hostile ninja villages. Oh, forgot to mention. If you count the heads of common people, I will let you know what cruelty is. How many ordinary people you kill, how many Sarutobi clan I kill. What I said, you are all witnesses. In front of everyone, Baiyi said his request expressionlessly. How many civilians have you killed to make up for it? How many people of the Sarutobi clan have I killed? No one can do what Uchiha Baiyi said. This is a face-to-face threat. But he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dared not object at all. And right now, Uchiha Satoshi had come to Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma with a red-hot soldering iron on his face. The big men in the guards next to them directly held them down. Punishment. When the hot soldering iron was engraved on the faces of the two. The blood-red sin character represents their identity. Starting today, they are the criminals of Konoha exile. Even if they have all the heads in the end, they still can't wash away this identity. To kill, but also to punish. Baiyi said. Since he chose to provoke him, he had to pay the price. It is true that adults will not be serious with children, because if they are serious, they will die. Take it away, only give the basic ninja tools, and throw the Konoha. With a wave of his hand, Baiyi announced the fate of the two. The trial has reached this stage. Has completely entered the climax. People looked at Baiyi with admiration. Not everyone has the courage to fight against the high-ranking Hokage. Chapter 55 Hyuga Hiyashi. If you rebel, be sure to bring the Hyuga clan. Fire Country. Konoha. It is still the familiar central square. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled as his two sons were escorted away. Now he no longer thinks about whether these two sons are his own. It was his face, which had been slapped over and over again by Uchiha Baiyi and the guards. Take a look around. Whether it's the villagers or the ninjas of Konoha. The eyes they look at themselves have undergone subtle changes. Maybe before. Although they will express dissatisfaction with this Hokage, and then jointly impeach it. It even allowed him to forcibly leave Hokage's position after the Third Ninja War and hand over the authority to Namikaze Minato. But after Minato's death, Konoha, who experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, has reached the age of inexorability as Sarutobi said. They can only choose to let the third generation come out again. So I will tolerate some of his behavior. But now, things are different. It is not the first time that the guards openly slapped Hokage in the face of Konoha. The previous detention of Hokage consultants can only be said to be petty. But now Uchiha Baiyi expelled third Hokage's son in front of everyone. Look again at Tsunade of the guard. It seems that Konoha doesn't just need you Sarutobi Hiruzen to be Hokage. Sarutobi, who is good at playing tricks, was beaten beyond recognition by Baiyi's fist. Conspiracy theories cannot save Konoha. Only such a resolute captain of the guard seems to be able to take on a great responsibility. People's gazes towards Uchiha Baiyi also began to change. Who said the Uchiha family can never become Hokage? Now, they are as excited as they have discovered the new world. Especially Hyuga Hiyashi. Standing in the crowd, Hyuga swallowed his saliva. He is thinking about a problem. Instead of swallowing up Genin at Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's better to support Baiyi the FK. At the scene, there are many people who have the same thoughts as him. It seems that Baiyi only needs to wave his arms high to determine who will be the next Hokage. Even if it wasn't for Baiyi, it would be much better for Tsunade to take over than Sarutobi. But, the only problem is, either Tsunade or Uchiha Baiyi. Do they have the intention to take over the mess of Konoha? However, these are all temporary thoughts. There was only one public trial, but there was not much to see. They need to be watching. The situation is not good. Sarutobi's face was gloomy, and the kindness that was disguised on weekdays disappeared. Danzo was sent to prison. The two Hokage consultants have bad reviews, and it's even possible that Mitokado Homura has given himself a green hat. His subordinates seem to have no one available. It's as if it's been emptied. The people of this village recognized the status of the Uchiha guard, but left his Hokage aside. It shouldn't be like this. We must find a way to turn the situation around. How to do? Right now, Sarutobi can be sure. If he questions Uchiha Baiyi's sentence, he, the Hokage, will be impeached immediately. After all, he himself proposed to make Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma guilty and meritorious. As long as he objected, he would slap himself in the face, and the remaining prestige would no longer exist. Standing in the square, Sarutobi glanced at the tall fourth Raikage over there. Shaking his head, Sarutobi gave up making a fuss with Raikage. This is not realistic. Raikage is a prisoner of the guards, and the final purpose of this interrogation session may turn into negotiations with Cloud Shinobi Village. Whatever price Raikage paid, it would become Uchiha Baiyi's achievement. Therefore, it is completely impossible to use Raikage to attack. In the end, how should it be good? Sarutobi was thinking about his chance to make a comeback. At this moment, he even felt the chair under his buttocks shaking, trying to shake him out. Baiyi is still sitting in the chair of the master, as handsome as him, and has announced the intermission. Crack down on Hokage's prestige. Want to pull Sarutobi Hiruzen from Hokage's position and support your own person? What are you kidding? Did he Uchiha Baiyi do something? Fighting for something for yourself. Heaven and earth conscience, he did nothing. Just tried a few criminals. If Baiyi knew about the ninjas present, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner drama, he would probably laugh out loud. Do not misunderstand. He really didn't have a hard time thinking about it. Is it because the captain of the guard is so unhappy that he has to make himself uncomfortable? Say something. He never took the initiative to target anyone. It's just that he is conscientiously being his own captain of the guard. Even if those people didn't cause trouble, he would probably choose to fish in comfort every day, and would not bother to open a public trial. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many prisoners and too much influence, there would be no need for this public trial to go on. As for dealing with Hokage, it's even more hilarious. If Uchiha Baiyi one day suddenly had the idea of wanting to play as Hokage, or wanted to play Hokage, he would definitely kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, kill the entire Sarutobi clan, and then kill him again anyone who dares to rebel against themselves. Then according to your own thoughts, the choice is to support a Tsunade as a Hokage, or choose yourself as a Hokage. Playing with Hokage is not the same as playing with Hokage, those are two concepts. Lord Baiyi, Raikage just asked me if I could chat with you alone. And just as Baiyi was smoking the cigarette handed over by his younger brother and basking in the sun calmly, a member of the security team came over respectfully. Not interested in. Baiyi yawned. Baiyi knew exactly what Raikage was thinking. It was nothing more than seeing Baiyi's public trial, what the process was, and felt that it would be embarrassing to be tried. As the shadow of a village, he obviously didn't want to lose such a big person. So I want to turn the public trial into a private interrogation, and then give him a little favor to get rid of the matter. It's a pity that Baiyi didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. If it weren't for the fact that several criminals had just been tried, the members of the guard team had to arrange for the results of the trial to be executed, and he would not have been able to get a halftime break. No way. Who made these criminals have a background? In order to effectively execute the trial, there must be a proper process. For example, reinforce the cell where Danzo is being held to prevent him from breaking out. Another example is the implementation of the reform through labor team. The guard force is limited, and whoever is assigned to supervise it at that time will be the workload. Someone has to send Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma to the border. You still have to recruit people. Baiyi sighed slightly. He was really competent as the captain of the guard. Whose police station? The M***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************hast to think about building roads for Konoha. Captain, Hyuga Hiyashi is here, saying he wants to chat with you. The messenger brother just left, and another messenger brother came. Lao Su has become a sweet pastry. Bai Yi looked strange. Back then, when he first became the captain of the guard, the villagers quickly ran away when they saw the guard patrolling. Those ninjas didn't bother to deal with him either. You look now. So what did the captain do? The corners of Bai Yi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Hyuga Hiyashi, who came over respectfully and asked his question. What's the matter, little brother? Didn't you see me in the office? And you look back, Sarutobi looks at you like a grudge. Is that so? Hyuga Hiyashi turned his head suspiciously, just in time to meet Third Hokage's twisted face. Does this count as an ex-husband? Hyuga Hiyashi looked weird, but he didn't take it seriously. It's nice to enjoy the shade under the big tree. He is now an ally of the guards. If he had some scruples before, but now he is not afraid at all. Since you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, have long wanted to treat the Hyuga clan as abandoned sons, how should I treat you with respect? What a reason. Don't worry about him. Hyuga Hiyashi said quickly, then looked at Bai Yi with admiration on his face. Bai Yi-kun, I take back what I said earlier. If you want to rebel this time, be sure to bring the Hyuga clan. Hey. G talk about the rebellion in front of the captain of the guard, is that okay? Bai Yi's mouth twitched. It was true that he didn't know what to say. G talk about the rebellion in front of the captain of the guard, is that okay? Bai Yi's mouth twitched. It was true that he didn't know what to say. I think you and Uchiha Fugaku must have a common language. Bai Yi said sincerely. There is absolutely no need for him to do something like rebellion. Again, it's not the time. He has to be the captain of the guard for the time being. And for such a thing as playing Hokage, it is not as good as playing Hokage. When Tsunade is supported, he has to experience it. Forget it. Since Bai Yi-kun doesn't want to discuss this, let's talk about another thing. Hyuga Hiyashi also understood that it was not the right time to discuss this matter and changed the subject. Last time I asked Bai Yi-kun if he needed talents in reconnaissance. How is Bai Yi-kun thinking? Hiyashi looked sincere, and now he really wants to get closer to Bai Yi. I heard that Bai Yi-kun is a good woman, but unfortunately, the Hyuga family of this generation does not have two beautiful women, otherwise they can get married at that time. But that didn't stop him from continuing to show affection. I just watched the guards go about their business, and I felt a little uncomfortable. Everyone works for Konoha. If you can help, you must help. Hyuga has nothing else, you can rest assured 100% in terms of reconnaissance. If the Hyuga clan joins, the efficiency of Bai Yi-kun's guard team's mission will be greatly improved. That's not bad. Bai Yi nodded in appreciation. Just said that the guards are understaffed, so someone sent it. He understands Hyuga Hiyashi's friendship and doesn't mind selling him a favor. The guard is short, but it is no longer appropriate to continue recruiting from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, his authority is probably greater than that of the patriarch. And Bai Yi didn't want to recalibrate those arrogant wastes. In this way, you can bring people to the guards later, and then discuss the next step. So good. Hyuga Hiyashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Abandoned by Hokage, but he embraces stronger thighs. He believed that his choice was right. Intermission is over. The final trial of today's public trial is about to begin. With a wave of Bai Yi's hand, Fourth Raikage was pushed over. And Uchiha Satoshi stepped forward suddenly and let out his roar. Adhering to the purpose just said by the captain and himself. He decided to give the other party a kick first. Who is in the hall? Chapter 56 Bai Yi. You know I'm strong. No, You don't know. 6. Fire Country. The central square of Konoha. With a loud shout, people looked at the person who spoke in shock. Uchiha Satoshi is indeed Uchiha Satoshi. Baiyi just told him to give him a sense of oppression and psychological pressure during the interrogation. Therefore, it is very important to grasp the psychological defense line of others. But obviously Uchiha Satoshi's method of tearing up other people's psychological defenses is quite different. Just like now. His first sentence almost let Raikage break the defense. I'm Raikage. Raikage. He had said this before. Back in the interrogation room, it was this man who came up and slapped himself, and then asked himself if he was a spy from Konoha sent by another village. I'm F*************G Raikage. Is this person forgetful or intentional? There is a lot of discussion below. And Uchiha Satoshi spoke proudly. Of course I know you are Raikage. One thing to say, at this moment Uchiha Satoshi is excited. He never expected that the boss would give him the task of firing the first shot. This is a recognition and an experience. Are you sick? Do you know and ask? Raikage's eyes widened and asked in confusion. I know, it doesn't mean I can't ask, and if I don't ask, how will other people know your identity? Brother Kong said. 960, as a matter of course. No one understands the brain circuits of psychosis. Apart from the normal time when Brother Kong was talking to Baiyi, it was like the late stage of secondary school illness, and it was difficult for anyone to understand what he was saying. If you use Uchiha Itachi's words, it's like listening to Kun and shitting for 10 years. To understand what the third squad leader is saying, you have to be savvy in guesswork. It was as if Brother Kong was crying about the pain that day. It was too painful, and he asked himself why he was avoiding him. That means you have to go and give him medicine. Interrogate Raikage. The villagers were talking. That's the highlight of today. The previous interrogation belongs to the internal affairs of dealing with Konoha. And now, it's a battle between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village. In other words, interrogate Raikage, it is in Konoha's interest. But one thing is clear to everyone. No matter what the result was, it was what Uchiha Baiyi tried to strive for. After all, Raikage arrived arrogantly and was arrested by the guards himself. Is this an interrogation, or is it a continuation of the negotiations between Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha? Everyone is watching the changes on the field. And at this moment, Baiyi suddenly hooked his finger to the audience. The view below is not good, come here. The sound is not too small, but it can be conveyed easily. Who is this talking to? The villagers and ninjas looked over suspiciously. Soon, they were shocked. That's 2 female ninjas. One of them still looks familiar. Isn't that the negotiator of Cloud Shinobi Village? Yeah, I heard that when I first came to Konoha, Captain Baiyi was arrested for violating the regulations. What is she doing? Did she support Raikage in the past? My god, the other one is even bigger. Isn't that the 2 Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village by Wooden Golem? Whispering on the field. But what shocked them even more was that after the 2 female ninjas passed Raikage, they just glanced at Raikage, and then naturally came to Baiyi's side, standing behind him. So nice. Is this still the arrogant Cloud Shinobi Village negotiator who just came to Konoha? There is also the rumored High Cold Queen by Wooden Golem. Why is it so good? Sister, what happened? Az, the deputy representative of the Cloud Shinobi Village negotiating team, widened his eyes with disbelief written all over his face. What a joke. That's definitely not my sister. As Samui's younger brother, he knows his sister's character too well. If she hadn't been completely conquered, no one could make her appear as she was. During the time my sister was arrested. In the end, what happened? You are the ninjas of my Cloud Shinobi Village. Raikage spoke in a low voice. As a ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village, even if he is captured, he must show a thunderous will. But they're mine now. Baiyi let out a laugh, opened his arms carelessly, and then arrogantly smashed the 2 female ninjas into his arms, swearing his sovereignty in front of everyone. He never minds exposing his scumbag essence to others. Never cared about other people's eyes. He lives for himself. What does others think of him and what does he have to do with Uchiha Baiyi? But obviously, his behavior of direct grabbing has won the praise of Konoha's cattle and horses. Ha ha ha, Captain Baiyi did a great job. That's right, the one named Sam Yi was very arrogant at the beginning, so Captain Baiyi has to teach him a lesson. HMPH, our team has encountered 2 attacks by wooden golem before, which caused the mission to fail. I didn't expect that it was Captain Baiyi who was angry for us. Haha, take the oath of sovereignty in front of Hokage, Captain Baiyi is doing well. Ordinary people just feel comfortable at the moment. But some people see another dimension. Set aside Samui's identity as a negotiator. The other one is 2 by wooden golem. What is this? Uchiha Baiyi, who single-handedly grabbed the 2-tailed Jinchuriki for Konoha. Even though Baiyi's actions are proclaiming that Nyu wooden golem is only his private property, such actions have greatly weakened the strength of Cloud Shinobi Village. Hero. Absolute hero. Whether in a strategic sense or in other perspectives, Baiyi is a well-deserved hero. Young man, I know you are very strong. Konoha has a number 1 like you, and it is not difficult to return to the peak. But you should know that I would never agree to it. Baiyi's actions naturally shattered Raikage's bottom line. He looked at Baiyi with a sullen face, and then glanced at wooden golem and Samui. The value of Samui is just an ordinary jonin, and it is nothing to be caught by Baiyi as his private property, which is acceptable. But the 2 of you can't do it by wooden golem. That's Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki who can control the tailed beast is regarded as a strategic weapon. You know I'm strong. Baiyi still maintained a gesture of hugging from side to side, with playfulness and contempt on his face. Do you really know? If you really know, how can you say that you won't agree with this sentence? This sentence represents Raikage's bottom line. War reparations, and even ransom payments. But the 2 by wooden golem must not be left to Konoha. Well, for you, threatening your life is impossible to achieve. Even if you are killed, you will not yield. You learned that from your father very well. Baiyi stood up and moved his muscles. Then, holding wooden golem and Samui from left to right, he walked to Raikage. What are you going to do? Looking at Baiyi up close, Raikage felt a strong sense of oppression. But as Baiyi said, Raikage, who believes in lightning breaking the darkness, will not succumb to this threat. Sometimes even killing him won't make him succumb. So to deal with this kind of person, you have to change the way. Just punch the space next to it. Baiyi just kicked Raikage and kicked him in. Then he took wooden golem and Samui in his arms and walked in. Konoha Central Square. After everyone saw Baiyi's actions, they were all dumbfounded. What's the meaning? Is the trial person gone? Quiet. Uchiha Satoshi growled while taking advantage of his neck. Captain is exiling Raikage to the world of darkness. When the light comes again, the trial continues. Are you putting it on hold? Uchiha Itachi had a black line on his face, and looked at Uchiha Sanyo in confusion, as if he wanted to hear how the vice captain translated this sentence. Unfortunately, Uchiha Shanyang didn't understand this time, and his intuition was horrified. Captain Baiyi actually shattered the space with 1 punch. What kind of strength this is? Far away. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemn. Time and space ninjutsu. But looking at the effect, it is better than Flying Thunder God. At present, the transmission distance is unknown, and the transmission effect is unknown. But predictably, if you want people to shoot Uchiha Baiyi, they must also have the ability to space. Otherwise, there is absolutely nothing to do with him. Frowning, Sarutobi naturally hasn't given up the chance to come back. He called one of Anbu's men and handed them 2 letters. Give one to Shinosuke, and the other to Yamada Taro, who is in charge of the border defense of the Fire Country. The Anbu ninja took the lead, and then disappeared in place in a few seconds. The 2 sons were exiled. Is there no way? Obviously not. As Hokage, it is not difficult to change the situation. Leaving Konoha has the benefit of leaving Konoha. This move. It was to give credit to his 2 sons and then to re-enhance his prestige as a Hokage. He was still calculating. Sarutobi, who didn't see the absolute gap clearly at 4.5, still felt that his own calculations could salvage the decline, and even turn the tide against the wind. Take advantage of Hokage's rights. Promoted the exiled eldest son to the acting captain of the Frontier Brigade. In the promotion of the youngest son to the vice captain. As long as they seize the opportunity and want to return to Konoha, it is not a problem at all. So what Sarutobi is worried about at the moment is not Shinosuke and Asuma. It was Baiyi and Reikage. Where did they go? At the same time, this question appeared in the hearts of all ninjas and villagers in Konoha Square. They seemed to be looking forward to it. There are also some concerns. But they all waited silently. Where did you say he took Reikage? In the distance, Kushina and Tsunade are sitting together. They have an excellent view here. Not only can they see the public trial over there, they can even drink tea and chat. It was Kushina who spoke, and she seemed curious as she put down the teacup. I don't know where to go. Tsunade shook his head. She wasn't an immortal, how could she know where Baiyi was going? But one thing is certain. Eyes flicker. She seemed to think of the miserable Orochimaru that had been cleaned up. That is, when I come back, Reikage will be very cooperative. Chapter 57 Is that your village? Once the knife goes down, it's gone. 7. Ninja World. The world is not big or small, but also complete. And the world is never short of places with beautiful scenery. The towering mountain peaks are filled with clouds and mist. The deafening roar of thunder echoed in his ears from time to time. Standing on the top of the mountain, it gives a wonderful experience of straying into a fairyland. This is the unique scenery of the Land of Thunder. In terms of artistic conception, Cloud Shinobi Village is the first of the 5 ninja villages. Nice view. A voice with some different emotions came to my ears. Hear the sound and look. It was Baiyi and others who disappeared in Konoha. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing on the top of the mountain, ignoring Reikage next to him and the complicated expressions of Wooden Golem and Samui, just admiring the scenery alone. Even before I became captain of the guards, I had already thought about my life after retirement. Look for a place with beautiful scenery that can relax your body and mind, and bring a few sweet wives and concubines. There was yearning in Baiyi's eyes. It seems that he has already felt the carefreeness of the unrestrained world. No intrigue, but the whole world would tremble because of him. There are no complicated and trivial matters, but every little thing will affect one side of the Pure Land. That was the life he longed for. How do you feel about here? Baiyi suddenly turned his head and looked at Wooden Golem and Sam Yi. As maids and cat ears, they will naturally join the retirement life in the future. Baiyi was convinced of this. It's beautiful. Samui answered honestly. But this belongs to the Land of Thunder, to Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage, who was not far away, had a gloomy expression on his face. If it wasn't for his astonishing physique, he might have died when he was pushed into the time-space channel. The effect is somewhat similar to that of Cloud Shinobi Village's magic. But it was caused by a casual blow from this 29-man. That's scary enough. Lord Reikage, I wish you could say a few words less. Complicated by Wooden Golem. The words came to his lips, but he did not speak. Maybe Samui and Reikage didn't guess what Baiyi was doing next. But she had a vague hunch. Look into the distance. This is a place that overlooks the entire Cloud Shinobi Village. Why don't you think about it? This man doesn't go anywhere else, he has to come here. Please, don't. Wooden Golem gritted his teeth, looked at Baiyi in a pleading voice, and said in a low voice. This is where she was born and raised. It's also where she struggles to gain recognition. Here are all her memories. There are some things that are not appropriate to say here. Baiyi reached out and squeezed Wooden Golem's chin. But I want to tell you that as a maid, you must have your own consciousness. What you need to do in the future is to gain the owner's approval and create memories with the owner, not nostalgia. There is a fundamental difference between a maid and a girlfriend. Some people can pet, some people should be in moderation. What Baiyi has to do now? It is to appreciate how a man with a will of steel goes to collapse. Know why I'm so dismissive of Uchiha Satoshi, and Uchiha Shisui Susanoo. Suddenly. Bai Yi suddenly said something confusing. Because. A chuckle. As if he hadn't moved his body for a long time and relaxed, Bai Yi shook his neck. When his eyes opened, the scarlet Mangekyo flashed a gleam of blood and gold. Boom. The earth started to eat and tremble. Golden rays of light kept bursting out of Bai Yi's body. Skeleton. Context. Armor. When the golden light wrapped around Bai Yi, and Samui and Wooden Golem, vacated with the dull rakeage. The scene in their eyes began to shrink rapidly. Take off. Rakeage looked down with horror in his eyes. No, not take off. The golden armor began to expand. The unstable chakra gave a throbbing, uneasy feeling as if it was about to explode. A long time. When the chakra area is stable. They looked down at Cloud Shinobi Village, as small as countless ants. A cloud-like armored warrior, exuding golden light, is as daunting as the dazzling sun. Full-body Susanoo. Bai Yi doesn't know who is bigger between his Susanoo and Uchiha Madara's. However, he exerted his full strength, deliberately showed off, and motivated his pupil power 100%. For the first time, he made a full effort to bless everything after Susanoo. His golden Tengu has reached the sky. Although it was possible to make chakra more solid and reduce Susanoo's size a bit, he didn't do that. Man, it must be big. And with the Susanoo he exerted with all his strength, no one in the ninja world can break through his defense. This is Kensu Susanoo's life, known for its absolute destruction. The real Susanoo. Even Cloud Shinobi Village has a special terrain. The clouds weren't that high, so getting through them was a breeze. But Bai Yi is sure. Even if Uchiha Madara was in the same position as him to open Susanoo, he wouldn't be able to do it. Someday, he'd like to compare himself to the Madara guy. Golden light shines in the sky. The unstable chakra is completely congealed. Bai Yi shook Susanoo's huge golden wings with satisfaction. Then look at Samui and the others again. Because Uchiha Satoshi and Uchiha Shisui opened Susanoo on a scale that I could crush with one foot. Overlooking Cloud Shinobi Village below, Bai Yi let out a chuckle. Then Susanoo's chakra blade pointed away. You just said that it was your village, and you also said that the mountain under my feet belongs to the land of thunder and Cloud Shinobi Village. Rakeage shivered. Immediately afterwards, he understood something in an instant, and the blemishes began to tremble. No matter who, whatever exists, resist him, only to be terminated. No one can break his rules. When the golden chakra lightsaber was raised, it drove the surrounding air to form hurricanes. It was like a blade rushing into the sky, turning into a rational golden wheel and slashing from top to bottom to Cloud Shinobi Village. This sword is enough to open the sky. Countless clouds were cut in half, and the violent airflow was scattered with rakeage and golden light. Full-body Susanoo. This pronoun of destruction is vividly displayed. It's just a flat A, but you can understand the terrifying prestige that seems like a taboo big move. Although the golden light is huge, the speed is obviously not slow. Accompanied by the man's low voice. A strong sense of oppression hit the ground. Is that your village? I'm sorry. I'm not happy, that's not it. Below. The villagers and ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have already discovered the golden light in the sky. It's ridiculous that they thought it was a god sent by God to Cloud Shinobi Village at first. When what they thought was a divine gift suddenly turned into a divine punishment, the feeling of powerlessness made them even forget to escape. The golden lightsaber is getting closer. That sense of oppression has caused countless ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village to crawl to the ground. Resist. Run away. See the coverage of that golden lightsaber. They have no desire to escape. Waiting to die is the only thing they can do. Disaster comes. They don't even know who they are talking about and who is doing all this. In a world where strength is paramount, weakness is a kind of sadness. The chaotic order has long ago caused the 5 major ninja villages to be hostile to each other. Maybe one day, Bai Yi's self-disciplined guard captain's mission will be promoted to the ninja guard team, but he has the intention to completely rebuild the order. Now, he just wanted to be a carefree, unremarkable Konoha guard captain. Done. Do you just watch Cloud Shinobi Village destroy? What is this feeling of powerlessness? What kind of existence is this man in front of him? What does he want? Do not. Not what he wants. But what do I have? Yes, he said that he wanted the scenic land just now, and that ethereal mountain. At the end of the day, Cloud Shinobi Village and Uchiha Baiyi don't have any deep hatred. To this point today, it is all brought about by his arrogance and unyielding. So, I am a sinner. When the golden lightsaber approached Cloud Shinobi Village, Raikage finally understood. He is the sinner. The culprit that caused everything in front of me. Inside the Tengu diamond armor. I lowered his arrogant head, bent down, and knelt down. I was wrong. Cloud Shinobi Village unconditionally accepts all punishments from the Konoha Guard captain. Do you understand the 960? Baiyi looked calm and glanced at I. Once people are fettered, they become vulnerable, and Raikage, the iron-willed, will succumb when faced with the destruction of the village. A life mentor once said that lonely souls do not need a place of fetters. Baiyi felt that there was nothing wrong with this. But he still can't cut off all the fetters, that's sick. But once people have fetters, they will become vulnerable, and it is not impossible to change. That is to become strong enough. Become your fetters, will affect the whole world. Susanoo's body trembled slightly. The golden chakra lightsaber that went straight to Cloud Shinobi Village, when it was about to hit Cloud Shinobi Village, moved laterally and changed the direction of the sword. Boom. The earth trembled. The whole world seemed to be shaking. In the distance, the mountain and the ground slashed by the golden lightsaber were all impacted by the devastating chakra. The golden energy poured out, and the strange chakra storm directly converged into a thunder and lightning tornado in that area. It's just a flat A. The cutting direction of the knife changes. But Cloud Shinobi Village's disaster still struck. The destruction of that knife though chakra cut to other places. Blank. 6 to 98_92.58 approximately 50 the devastating airflow and impact that can be brought from the sky high into the clouds and the downward impact directly act on Cloud Shinobi Village. The house collapsed and collapsed. Countless buildings followed the airflow and swept away in all directions. It was a devastating blow. But it was better than facing the terrifying golden power of destruction. Just by looking at the thunder and lightning tornado in the distance, I knew that if this knife hit Cloud Shinobi Village, the village would definitely be completely destroyed. Although it has been impacted now, it is still much better than being completely wiped out. Especially when he saw that his righteous brother was turning into a tail beast, and he was struggling to resist the impact, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. Next to him, Wooden Golem gratefully and obediently posted to Baiyi's side. She didn't know how to please the man, but she just rubbed it obediently. Obsession is broken. Starting today, Uchiha Baiyi is her true and only master. Chapter 58 The Return of Baiyi, the Compensation Conditions for the Shocking People, 8. Fire Country. Konoha. Central Square. The guards were still standing by. It didn't become chaotic because Baiyi broke the space and left the scene. They silently maintained order and meticulously completed what they should do. This is the change in the guard. From being despised, to being hated. To be respected again. It took all of their efforts. Under the leadership of Baiyi, they finally understood what the existence of the guards meant. In their hearts, these Uchiha people who joined the guard team are full of gratitude to Baiyi. Change is good. When they no longer have their nostrils turned upside down, you will find that this is just a group of funny youths. Although he likes to pretend to be forceful, he rarely pretends to be forceful to the villagers. According to Baiyi's words, they put a limited amount on the person who should pretend. Some pretending is meaningless, while others are very meaningful. This is the guard now. Baiyi is really amazing. A corner of the auditorium. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a while and let out a sigh. He never thought that after the guards were handed over to Baiyi, those clansmen would change so much. Now, pick a random member of the guard team and put it together with the Uchiha people in those tribes. If it wasn't for the uniform clothes, you would be surprised to find that the guard team didn't seem to be from Uchiha. It's a unique aura. Bai Yi was inadvertently affecting his subordinates. It's time to have a good chat with him. Fugaku thought to himself. He asked Makoto to tell Bai Yi about the invitation before, but he also knew that Bai Yi was a little busy, so he would have to wait until he had time to find him. Uchiha needs to change. The change in the status of the guards has also caused some changes in the mentality of many clansmen. Fugaku had a headache when he thought that every time the clan meeting was opened, Uchiha Bai Yi's daily absence would arouse the dissatisfaction of the clan elders. Before Bai Yi didn't come to participate, no one would say anything. But once Bai Yi's influence in Konoha expanded, those clansmen wanted to use Bai Yi to do something. This is unavoidable. After all, in the eyes of those people, Bai Yi, as a member of the Uchiha clan, should do things for the clan. It's not the clansman's fault. Even his patriarch had some thoughts. But, frowned. Uchiha Fugaku was a little puzzled. Why hasn't Bai Yi come back yet? Suddenly, it seems to be affected. Fugaku and all the ninjas looked up. Boom. Just when everyone was thinking about where Bai Yi was going, the space crack appeared again. Several figures slowly walked out. Bai Yi still maintains the posture of hugging from left to right. Reikage, on the other hand, knelt on the ground and lost the light in his eyes. Go home and wait for me. With a smile, he said something to Wooden Golem and Sam Yi, and Bai Yi returned to his teacher's chair. The two women were blushing and left the scene in a hurry. Different from when it came. This time, they didn't even look at Reikage. As if after some things, it is already a stranger. In fact it is. Just when completely surrendered by Wooden Golem. Bai Yi's heart suddenly moved, and then he kicked Reikage out of Susano, wanting to try to open Susano, and then try Susano's, shock, feeling inside the diamond armor. But time is limited. Above the clouds, although the scenery is beautiful, there is only one way to make the two girls have a full meal. It's not fun. So Bai Yi plans to quickly deal with the issue of the public trial, and then go home and rest well. After all, he is working overtime now. Finally home. Involuntarily, the villagers and ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried about what happened to Bai Yi. The captain of the guard is now the sweet pastry of the whole Konoha, and everyone admires it. Especially Hyuga Hiyashi. He was afraid of Bai Yi's problems. Otherwise, the thigh he just hugged would be gone. People who were relieved, looked back at Bai Yi, but instead looked at Reikage. Wrong. At this time, Reikage's eyes were dull. As if being played with, there is no arrogance. This is completely different from the attitude that just wanted to argue with Bai Yi. In the end, what happened? Could it be that the captain had someone suck up Reikage? No one knew what Bai Yi did with Reikage. But he didn't care either. After all, in the Land of Thunder, what happened will soon spread throughout the entire ninja world. This kind of thing cannot be hidden. You can't really call that thing God's punishment. As for whether it will expose his Uchiha Bai Yi's strength. What a joke. He never hides that he is strong at all. Not an absolute powerhouse. How to suppress the guard at the beginning, really use the same mouth as Naruto. He couldn't force people to die, but it was more realistic to use his fists. Announce the results of the public trial. Throwing a contract to Uchiha Kong, Bai Yi leaned back on the Taishi chair with a calm expression. An agreement has been reached. Or rather, this is the price that Reikage paid for everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village. Uchiha is smart. He looked down at what Bai Yi threw over. But in the next moment, his pupils contracted, and the whole person was not calm. Looking at Bai Yi in shock, and then at Reikage, who lost his highlights below, he swallowed his saliva and was sluggish for a moment. Are you about to start? The villagers and ninjas were already waiting anxiously. They are curious and at the same time looking forward to it. This is the real sense, watching the guards of this village go to trial ninjas from other ninja villages. Use the rules of the village to restrain outsiders. This kind of thing is unheard of. But the situation in front of them told them that this kind of thing really happened. And the person being judged was Reikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Violate. Do not. Judging from Captain Bai Yi's consistent performance, this seems reasonable. Are you coming? Raikage looked up at Bai Yi decadently. The fear and regret flashed in his eyes. This is the world of power. There is nothing to say about the strong eating the weak. What he regretted was not knowing the existence of the variable Uchiha Bai Yi in advance. He thinks he has a plan. But now it seems to be completely clown behavior. Cloud Shinobi Village, why dare to provoke such an existence? While remorse. As a criminal, he was a little aggrieved. You say you are so powerful. Why not make a name for yourself on the battlefield, or kill third Hokage and become Konoha's ruler? If everyone knew your power, who would use intrigue against you? Yes. He was extremely regretful. Especially the decision to let Wooden Golem lead the team to assassinate the opponent is simply too cerebral palsy. What a joke. Not to mention Erwei Jinchuriki, he believed that even if his father was resurrected, he would not be Uchiha Bai Yi's opponent. That godlike means, I am afraid that only the god of ninjas can compare. By now, he deserved it. Cloud Shinobi Village has become like this, and he is to blame. Having said that, but when Raikage saw third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. He has seen the future. The end of this old fox is definitely not very good. Raikage understood that the third Hokage at this time must be thinking about how to get revenge on Uchiha Bai Yi. But unfortunately, no matter what kind of conspiracy, what kind of calculation, in front of that terrifying man, he was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. All things in this world. Only Uchiha Bai Yi can't do it if he wants it or not. Sadly, that Hokage got into such an enemy without knowing it. What do you see the old man doing? Sarutobi frowned suddenly, with a bad premonition. He was a little puzzled. What did Raikage go through to become what he is now? However, the eyes of the other party were somewhat incomprehensible. Does Raikage also think that his two sons are not biological? Sarutobi's expression changed, and he looked at Mitokado Homura next to him with flickering eyes. Diaresis, what do you think of the old man's suggestion? When did you shave your beard? Third generation's face was gloomy and uncertain. The more he looked at Mitokado Homura's beard now, the more unhappy he was. Even in the god Mitokado Homura, the shadow of Asuma is always seen. So similar. Go back and do some research. Mitokado Homura frowned in dissatisfaction and stroked his beard. He finds this beard very manly. And his underground lover Utatane Kaharu likes it, so he doesn't want to shave. Okay, whatever you want. Sarutobi secretly hated. He can't tell each other that you are like my son, right? After Bai Yi took Raikage, the villagers of 8 trigrams started a direct discussion, basically talking about their son and father-in-law Danzo. The more he listened, the more he wanted to throw up, and he couldn't help but want to do it to Mitokado Homura. Sarutobi, what should be considered now is how to deal with Uchiha Bai Yi, you figure out the point. Mitokado Homura said seriously. You don't need to remind me, the old man has his own ideas. Sarutobi snorted and didn't speak again. A mere captain of the guard, although he had great influence, it was nothing special. More influential than Hitaki Tsukumo. Even White Fang, who has led Konoha to victory many times on the battlefield, can honestly commit suicide at home, not to mention Uchiha Bai Yi. Uchiha Satoshi, who had recovered from his stunned state, stepped forward and let out his own roar. He applied for excitement. It seemed that something extraordinary had been discovered. I even wanted to shout such a sentence on the spot. The captain is the only true god in the ninja world. Now announcing the relevant penalty for the 4th Raikage. Cleared his throat. Uchiha Satoshi took a deep breath. This time. Apparently there are no complicated options for those gods to violate the relevant regulations. But the punishment content is even more exciting. Because 4th Raikage violated the will of the guard, assassinated the captain of the guard, and blatantly destroyed the public property of Konoha. Now he voluntarily pays compensation. Compensation 1. The Cloud World Mountains around Cloud Shinobi Village, the Land of Thunder, belong to the Konoha Guard from today. Compensation 2. Crash. Countless village ninjas stood up in shock. Before the words were finished, the audience was in an uproar. Chapter 59 Reikage. This is the result of a unanimous decision, and only you are against it. 9. Fire Country. Konoha Central Square. When Uchiha Satoshi said the first compensation payment in front of everyone, everyone was in shock. What did they hear? Reikage, the Yunjie mountain around Cloud Shinobi Village, was used as a condition of compensation. And from the terms, it is said that people are voluntary. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Reikage. I want to see something from his expression. But Reikage, who had regained his composure, just stood there motionless. Compared with the names of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village, what is the land of Yunjishin? And although the place was ceded, it was not ceded to Konoha, but to Uchiha Baiyi. He did voluntarily. In other words, involuntary. The man made it clear that he had taken a fancy to the scenery of that area. Although, whether it is Cloud World Mountain, or around Cloud Shinobi Village, or even within the entire Cloud Shinobi Village, all because of Uchiha Baiyi's utter change. But after everything subsided, a road cut by the sword energy also appeared in front of Reikage. Even Reikage was a little skeptical. This man did this mainly because he wanted to prepare for the future. Cut down with a knife. It is also to open the way and carry out decoration work for his future home. As for whether the knife that looked at Cloud Shinobi Village would really fall, Reikage didn't dare to gamble. There was a lot of noise around. Konoha's ninjas exclaimed. The villagers even widened their eyes, looking at Baiyi full of admiration. Without him, since Sengoku, the 5 nations have their own ninja villages. They had never heard of the fact that even a defeated side would give compensation like ceding territory. Whether it is ninja village and ninja village, or country and country. This has never happened. Set a precedent for everything. 970 made a great contribution. In the eyes of the villagers, they automatically ignored the argument that Reikage was paying the guards for the place. Because the guards were originally from Konoha. They also didn't care what Uchiha Baiyi did with that land. They just know. The captain of the guard, Uchiha Baiyi, brought great benefits to Konoha. Expand the territory. That's something first Hokage Senju Hashirama has never done. At this moment, that man is shining brightly. Countless people have compared him to Senju Hashirama. Look at what first generation has done, and look at what Baiyi has done. This feeling is understandable. The first generation sheltered one side, established Konoha with Uchiha, and maintained one side's peace. But he sold his tailed beasts to other ninja villages. Throughout the ages, Jinchuriki's terrifying fighting power has brought great losses to Konoha in times of war. And now, Uchiha Baiyi even snatched Futoshi Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village. It's not over yet. First Hokage sticks to one side and settles for the status quo after making a small peace. Even Uchiha Madara's suggestion to strike down the 5 great ninja villages while the iron is hot has subsided under the influence of first generation. He only saw one side of peace, and he never made such a move as to lead Konoha's ninja to fight Konoha. Uchiha Baiyi did it. Reikage, who was full of arrogance before, was like a lost dog at this time, and offered the land of the Kingdom of Thunder as compensation. What did Baiyi do to that Reikage? How can that be? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned pale. He looked at this scene in shock, desperately wanting to get an answer from Reikage's face. He was still thinking that even if Baiyi's influence increased, he would still have a way to deal with it. But what does he see now? The man took Reikage out for a trip, and when he came back, he was transformed and became a great hero who made unforgettable achievements for the village. Even accomplished a great feat that first Hokage didn't do. What is this concept? With such a feat, he is now the first person in Konoha. Is this exaggeration? No exaggeration at all. Because now, everyone knows what time it is. The Third Ninja War is over. The rebellion of the 9 Tails resulted in the death of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Cloud Shinobi Village even took the opportunity to create friction on the border of the Country of Fire, and then came to force Konoha to pay the price. Such a sensitive time. Konoha needed a good news to cheer people up. This public trial seems to be focused on Sarutobi Hiruzen's two sons, but in fact it is to see what the outcome of Raikage will be. This is a different kind of negotiation. Lord Raikage. An unbelievable roar pulled everyone's eyes back from Bai Yi. At this moment, the person who can't believe the compensation clause the most is your deputy representative of Cloud Shinobi Village, Samui's younger brother Azi. He was so emotional that even if he was punched twice by the guards, he would rush to Raikage's side despite his injuries. Lord Raikage. Why? A mere Konoha, a mere guard captain, are you afraid? Azu pleads, as if to get the answer he wants from Raikage's face, asking Raikage to tell him that this is not the real decision of Cloud Shinobi Village. He, who didn't know what happened to Cloud Shinobi Village, was obviously extremely angry at the compensation. Is the old man afraid? Raikage smiled bitterly and wanted to reach out and pat the junior on the shoulder, but after raising it, he sighed and put it down again. Is he now worthy of encouraging his younger generation? You should be afraid of the old man. Are you afraid of being an old man? This is Lord Raikage, is that your answer? Azi looked desperate, his body trembling as he stared at Raikage. At this moment, he only felt that his belief had collapsed. Stronger than Raikage. He is the belief of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village. The ninja village of the martial arts faction is so simple: if you are strong, you are the boss, and we will obey your orders and recognize you as a shadow. He couldn't imagine why Raikage had suddenly agreed to such an exaggerated compensation now. Even on his own initiative. I don't admit it. Grinning his teeth and roaring, Azi glared at Lei Cjef Shadow, and then glared at Bai Yi. I don't think it's my Cloud Shinobi Village decision to admit it. From him, people seem to see the epitome of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village. Then the villagers suddenly realized. Yes. Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village agreed to pay, but would those ninjas agree? Agreed on the surface, then actually sabotaged. After all, there is the country of thunder, what if this is their calculation? This kind of thing, just a verbal agreement, is useless. The villagers and ninjas of Konoha suddenly became worried. It's useless for you to disagree, Atsi. Raikage shook his head painfully, then looked around. Everyone, as Raikage, the old man assures that this is a common decision of everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village, and they have agreed. The old man also promises that Cloud Shinobi Village will be a detour for dozens of miles from Yunjie Mountain, and will never step in, let alone make trouble in the dark. The inappropriate behavior of the old man is too bad. This is what the captain of the guard deserves. Glancing at Azi numbly, Raikage spoke again. Atsi, the only one who opposes is you. Is it just me who opposes it? Azi was stunned, and then sat down on the ground as if he had lost his strength. He couldn't imagine. This kind of thing happens in Cloud Shinobi Village, and he doesn't think it's true. But there is no need for Raikage to lie about such a thing. After all, everyone in the village will know about this, so there is absolutely no need to lie. Give it up, everything will be understood when you return to the village. Raikage did not continue to console Atsi. No matter what he said, it was impossible to change his decision. And what he said about discussing this with the people of Cloud Shinobi Village has indeed been completed. While Bai Yi was driving Susanoo and playing with his two maids, he went to Cloud Shinobi Village. After the storm raged, Cloud Shinobi Village was in a semi-ruined state. There are no statistics on casualties for the time being, but they are definitely not small. And this was just a random blow from that man. When the lucky survivors of Cloud Shinobi Village knew that the sword was not a divine punishment, and that it was done by one person, everyone fell silent. Like a godlike man, how do they fight? Compromise is the only way out. Hard to imagine. Cloud Shinobi Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, lost to a guard captain. And the current result seems to be that they deserved what they deserved. Taking the initiative to provoke Uchiha Bai Yi, put pressure on Konoha, and other measures were all approved by the senior management of Cloud Shinobi Village. This is retribution. And about the so-called indemnity conditions. Cloud Shinobi Village up and down has been clarified. That is, no matter what the other party puts forward, as long as Cloud Shinobi Village survives, they will all agree. Reikage didn't lie, that's what everyone decided. Compared with the life of the whole village, what is the mere Yunjie Mountain? This turned out to be true. And its compensation recognized by everyone at Cloud Shinobi Village. Got an affirmative answer from Reikage. The villagers were excited again, and looked at Bai Yi like gods. At this moment, their gods just yawned lazily, which caused countless commotions. I'm an idol too. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows, shook his head and stretched out his hand lazily. Uchiha Shanyang knew it, handed Hua Zi to the boss, then ordered it respectfully, and quickly prepared the chewing gum. After all, a person like the big brother might find his confidants to kiss after a while, and it is his duty as a younger brother to ensure that the big brother has a fresh breath. Quiet. Be quiet. Uchiha Satoshi waved his hand in dissatisfaction as the scene became noisy. The guards jumped up and took control of the situation in an instant. He hasn't finished talking about the terms of compensation. What's the matter with these people? One by one even made a fuss, and it is true that they have never seen the world. The double standard is like Brother Kong, it is natural to put yourself outside the ranks of those who have never seen the world. He has seen the world. Although he was stunned for several seconds when he first saw the terms. But only for a few seconds. That's his boss. Just severing the land. What's the surprise? Even if one day, his boss will soar to become a true god. He was not surprised to see the ancestors of Chakra and slaughtered sage of 6 paths. Chapter 60 Konoha's first person. No, I'm just an unremarkable captain of the guard. 10. Konoha. Central Square. Today, the shock that the guards brought to Konoha is too great. First, the trial of the strong J criminal Danzo, and then the expulsion of the 2 sons of the 3rd generation Hokage. Now, Bai Yi even made a great contribution to the expansion of the land for Konoha. But he himself doesn't seem to care. Compensation too. From now on, Cloud Shinobi Village will be responsible for the daily expenses of the Konoha Guard, and will deliver police equipment regularly every quarter. Other than that, the funds for the guard's expansion of Konoha Street will be provided by Cloud Shinobi Village. Also, Cloud Shinobi Village Jonin Samui, Erwei Jinchuriki, and 2 of them were volunteered by Wooden Golem to become Uchiha Bai Yi's maids, serving left and right. Compensation 3. Konoha Guard Captain Uchiha Bai Yi, who will enjoy the same treatment as Reikage in Cloud Shinobi Village, and he will be recognized by everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village. Compensation 4. Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas, without permission, do not step into the land of fire. Compensation 5. The scene quieted down. In addition to the compensation payment in Article 1, Satoshi Uchiha also read out other compensation options. But no matter what the compensation will be, it has been far from being able to surpass the influence of the first article. You must know that after the establishment of the 5 major countries, there has never been any act of ceding land and paying compensation. Bai Yi has made a good start for the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages. The same is true. The first ninja war, until the 3rd ninja war. Everyone chooses the battlefield and fights in a specific area, and it has not affected the situation in the country. There has never even been a situation where a hostile ninja took his subordinates and killed other ninja villages. If you look at the process in the original book, this was only possible after Orochimaru joined forces with Sand Shinobi Village. But at that time, Konoha was really green and yellow, and it has long ceased to be the name of the first ninja village, so it is normal for Orochimaru to do this. A Konoha collapsed plan, killed Hokage and hurt Konoha. The above is the compensation condition for Cloud Shinobi Village, do you accept it? I accept. After Uchiha finished reading, he met Reikage's eyes and asked his own question. It seems to be asking, but it is just walking through the process. Reikage's name was already printed on the contract. Obviously, before Bai Yi came back, he had already agreed to these compensation conditions. In addition, I want to add one more. After a moment of silence, Reikage suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Uchiha Bai Yi. If one day, Captain Bai Yi wants to compete, and Cloud Shinobi Village is willing to play. After speaking, he lowered his arrogant head and walked towards the Cloud Shinobi Village negotiating group that followed Az. This time it happened. He is already free. But the price to pay is heavy enough. And his sacrifices fulfilled a man named Uchiha Bai. This moment, Raikage's back was full of bleakness. Konoha, he doesn't want to stay any longer. With everyone watching, he led the negotiating team to the entrance of the village. When you come, like a raptor crossing the river, you have to be as presumptuous as possible. When I went, it was like a lost dog, which caused people to sigh and sigh. This is the current portrayal of the Cloud Shinobi Village messengers. Died a squad, caught up with two tails Jinchuriki and a proud headlight Jonin. What you get is that Cloud Shinobi Village is full of desolation. No one will sympathize with him. The world of ninjas is full of intrigue, and Bai told them with his fists that no one could stop him what he wanted. The fate of Cloud Shinobi Village is that they deserve it. People stopped looking at Raikage, and ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen, who swung his hand away with a ghastly face. They stared at the man who dropped the cigarette butts, got on his beloved little motorcycle, and was about to leave. Their eyes were full of frenzy. Many people even had the idea of raising their arms and shouting to ask Bai to become the king. Konoha is the first person to expand the territory. Uchiha Bai accomplished a feat that first Hokage never accomplished. Today, he is destined to be the most dazzling one. With his strength and courage, it is natural to surpass the eldest grandfather and the second grandfather, right? Far away. Tsunade didn't know how he was feeling about this. It stands to reason that she should be pleased. The appearance of such talents in Konoha is the luck of the whole village. But she also knew what the nature of this man was. Seems self-disciplined. Actually lazy. But once you get serious, there is a charm that you can't refuse. A bit unbearable. Tsunade put his hands on his chest, feeling his heart beating desperately, his face flushed slightly. And Kushina next to him gave Tsunade a disdainful look. If you want to be active, don't you think? Only after letting go of restraint can you experience that kind of beauty. Since she followed Bai, she herself has been arrogant a lot, but that arrogance is obviously only towards Bai. Predictably. A good man will always have the opposite S**x to get to know each other. Kushina reluctantly counted Tsunade's competitors. Anbu's Mauyuexian is very cold outside, proud and obedient to Bai, and terrifyingly well behaved. Yuri Hong, who had just been promoted to Chunin, was Bai's real girlfriend. She looked like a little home Jasper, but sometimes she was more open than she was. Speaking of the two maids at home, it is estimated that there will be a lot of misfortune tonight. In addition to these routines, there is also her own good friend, Miss Makoto. I don't know why, when Bai faced Miss Makoto, he always showed an unusually excited look. This made Kushina suspect that the guy seemed to have some strange habit. But it doesn't matter, she's just counting how many people have thoughts about that guy. Konoha Village, an unprecedented hero. What a resounding name. A captain of the guard who did what Hokage could do, but couldn't. Just looking at those villagers and ninjas, the excited eyes showed when they looked at Bai. You can see how terrible Bai's prestige is now. The first-generation police motorcycle roared. Bai's figure walked away. Konoha's first person. The creator of the credit ceiling. The hero who made the enemy ninja village cede land and pay indemnity. Sorry. He really didn't mean it. The Cloud Shinobi village was indeed eyed very early, and this time it was also an opportunity that Raikage offered him. One thing to say, in Bai's eyes, he was just an ordinary captain of the guard. Enjoy a comfortable life. If you have nothing to do, train your subordinates, patrol the streets, and conscientiously complete what a captain should do. It's not that he is arrogant. It is this village that is poisonous. How can there be so many bad things in another place? Other villages do have shady places too. But far from being as disgusting as Konoha. What kind of bad thoughts could the captain of the guard have? He just wanted to be a competent policeman. The first-generation police motorcycle is not slow. But in the streets of Konoha, Bing does not allow him to advance at full speed. As a self-disciplined strong man, he adheres to the traffic safety rules, and will not drive down pedestrians with a single accelerator. If there are pedestrians blocking the way when he is on a mission, he doesn't mind sending the other party to the hospital. Uchiha Tribe. Baiyi just wanted to go back to his mansion and comfort the injured kitten. But he was blocked by two Uchiha clansmen. Lord Baiyi, the patriarch asked you to wait for him at his house. The patriarch will come back after the clan meeting. It's hard to take a break. After finally taking a vacation, I have to complete all kinds of entertainment. Baiyi sighed, but did not refuse. This is the second invitation. Although he felt that the patriarch Uchiha Fugaku was useless, he was still the patriarch, and Baiyi was too lazy to get involved with the rest of Uchiha. But Uchiha Fugaku still has to give some face. After all, he, the captain of the guard, was pushed up by Fugaku. Baiyi swore that he never agreed because Fugaku was not at home, so he wanted to chat with his sister-in-law. Leaving a sentence, Baiyi twisted the accelerator and rushed straight to Fugaku's house. Just like what the Uchiha people said. Fugaku really wasn't home. At that time, Uchiha Makoto was holding Sasuke, and his face showed the brilliance of motherhood. It's almost the end of the year. Sasuke will be 4 years old after New Year's and looks very cute. Why are you here? Seeing Baiyi, Makoto blushed with a guilty conscience, and gave up the idea of nursing a child. In fact, he just thought about it. Sasuke's age is not suitable, but his righteous brother. She didn't know why, but when she came back from Baiyi in the daytime, a strange phenomenon appeared, and she regained the functions that a new mother only had. Baiyi didn't say anything, just posted it and hugged Makoto. He was excited by Makoto's words last night, so he chose Ding. She told Baiyi. She hasn't banged Fugaku since that time. Come on, Sasuke is still here. Makoto blushed slightly. The relationship between the two has changed from a misunderstanding to a taboo at the moment, which was completely unexpected to her. But it is also because of this that she understands what a real woman is. It's fine, Sasuke is solid. Baiyi smiled and took Makoto to the next room, leaving Sasuke blankly watching his mother and the beautiful big brother go further and further away. It will be open when Uchiha Fugaku comes back. It's almost night. He picked the green leaves that fell on his head and sighed helplessly. The clan's commotion is getting worse and worse. He has a faint tendency to be unstoppable. Especially when they saw Baiyi's influence, their ambitions expanded rapidly. So today, he wanted to talk about this with his good brother. But as soon as you enter, Fugaku glanced at his wife suspiciously, and then sat down in front of Baiyi. Are you treating yourself as an outsider? Open the window when it's hot. Look at your sister-in-law, her face is flushed. Chapter 61 Brother, I think you have Hokage. 11. Konoha. The clan of the Uchiha clan. The patriarch's home. Baiyi and Fugaku sat cross-legged. On the other hand, Makoto's hand trembled slightly because he was overworked. Brother, have a drink. Raising the teacup, Uchiha Fugaku made his own invitation. I'm not drinking anymore, I just got full with other things. Baiyi smiled slightly. Then it was obvious that Makoto's delicate body trembled over there. Brother Shion, I have to say a few words to you. Fugaku feigned displeasure. You said that you came to my house, and what did you do with other things? You said that you shouldn't drink messy drinks, it's not good for your health. Not healthy. When the word got out, I thought his Uchiha Fugaku's tea was not good, what a shame. Don't worry, brother. Baiyi is very calm, the thing I drink is absolutely natural and pollution-free, and it is very nutritious. So what are you drinking? Fugaku looked at Baiyi suspiciously. Baiyi also cooperated and hiccuped, and suddenly the smell of calcium milk came. I see. Fugaku smiled slightly, thinking too. On the other hand, Baiyi was a little embarrassed. Makoto over there was a little embarrassed. In order to divert his attention, he quickly pulled Sasuke, who was crawling on the ground next to him. 973. I haven't seen you for a few days, so call my godfather. Bai Yi's face was full of kindness. Sasuke, the unlucky boy. It fits the word bad luck. He was unlucky from top to bottom. Sasuke was very innocent as a child, and even looked cute with baby fat. In a word, Uchiha Itachi's actions were a disaster for Sasuke. He was implicated by the clan, was exterminated by the elder brother, and watched the elder brother slash his parents to death with 2 swords. At a young age, he was blinded by revenge. The first time you read the original book, you may be infected by Sasuke's cerebral palsy, and feel a little disgusted with this character. But think in your own shoes. A child of a few years old has gone through that. What would it be like to be someone else? In light of collapse, in serious case of death. That's the real picture of life. When you watch the original book more often, you will find out what Sasuke is carrying, and find that he is so real. Pretending is a tradition of the Uchiha family. It is a genetic disease. Can this be blamed on him? Staying with those people who have a happy family, he, who was killed by his own brother, has to be included in it if he doesn't seem out of place. Obviously not. Besides, Bai Yi thought that Naruto kept shouting to Sasuke, saying that he understood Sasuke. This is inherently ridiculous. Naruto has been without a parent since he was a child. He doesn't know what a father's love is and what a mother's love is, so he doesn't understand how it feels when his parents die tragically in front of him. Sasuke is different. He first experienced what it was like to have a stern but kind father and a loving mother before he went. Do not persuade others to be kind without suffering others. In the final analysis, Naruto is the protagonist, otherwise his mouth escape will not have any effect on the real ninja world. Humph. Only 3 years old. Sasuke has initially possessed the temperament of words such as arrogant. He glanced at Bai Yi, and then pouted as if a little unhappy. This guy seemed to bully his mother just now, and the mother was bullied and cried. But because of Bai Yi's twinkling eyes, he glanced at his buttocks with some fear. Finally, he gave in. Reluctantly called out a father. It's godfather. Makoto cautiously emphasized a sentence. This can't be confused. How to teach children what they like to call them. Bai Yi slapped Sasuke's butt with a kind face. Go and play. So you called me here just to spank me? Sasuke glared at Bai Yi angrily, covered his butt and hurriedly ran away. I'll go see him. Makoto gave Bai Yi an angry look and walked over. As a sensible woman, she knew that Bai Yi was going to talk about business affairs with Uchiha Fuyu, and she was not qualified to participate in those things. Took a sip of tea. Fugaku looked at Bai Yi. There was a bit of hesitation on his face, as well as complicated shock. As the patriarch, he never expected Uchiha Bai Yi to be so promising. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing for the family. Who would have thought that, with the idea of making the best use of everything, after seeing the powerful Bai Yi on the battlefield, he would have the mind to cherish talents, so he took Bai Yi to the guards. To prevent him from continuing to fish. But now the guards have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even in the village, the Uchiha family, whose reputation is not very good, can make people treat them differently. Certainly. The Uchiha family here refers only to the people wearing the justice cape of the guards, not the Uchiha people who still have their nostrils turned upside down. This change is complex and can be experienced personally. Just like today's clan. Bai Yi was still absent. And the opinions of those clan elders are getting bigger and bigger. They wanted Bai Yi to stand up and fight for the benefit of the Uchiha family. In other words, he wanted Bai Yi to give his life to help the family out of the predicament. The most vocal is to want the family's clan to relocate to the central area of Konoha. Beyond that, there are even some bold ideas. The current Fugaku is still unsure of Bai Yi's mind, so the purpose of calling Bai Yi today is a test. After all, his knowledge of Bai Yi is actually very limited. Except when I saw him shoot once during the Third Ninja World War, I took him out of the encirclement by the way. The two actually have nothing to do with each other. Even the so-called virtuous brother appellation was also a way for Fugaku to get closer to Bai Yi at that time in order to reflect his idea of being a patriarch of both kindness and power. Cup after cup of tea. It wasn't until Fugaku felt the urge to pee that he suddenly woke up. Then he put down the teacup in a daze, and then opened his mouth solemnly. My dear brother, I think you have Hokage. With your influence, not being a Hokage would end up like that. Fugaku smiled wryly. This was his inner monologue. Bai Yi didn't speak, just looked at his titular big brother with a half-smile. Brother, you should also know the situation of the family. With a sigh, Fugaku's face was bitter. His role as the patriarch is really useless. I couldn't hold back those radicals inside, and I couldn't ask for more for Uchiha outside. But who knows how much he has paid to maintain this apparent balance. Bai Yi's evaluation of him is very pertinent. Competent father, incompetent patriarch. Because Bai Yi knew that under certain preconditions, he would fulfill his son and choose to sacrifice his family. This behavior is undoubtedly selfish. But from the original point of view, even if the Uchiha clan resisted in an all-round way, the winning rate was very small. This win rate does not refer to the winning rate of the clan against Sarutobi's Anbu, Uchiha Itachi or even Uchiha Obito. Instead, the rebellion succeeded, and the odds of becoming Hokage were minimal. The reason is simple. The Uchiha family is not that level. Even if they kill Sarutobi, Danzo, Itachi and Obito, all these miracles are done. In the whole village, there will not be a few ethnic groups who recognize their status and let them be Hokage. There is a high probability that Tsunade was invited back in advance and sat in that position. After all, Konoha said that it was a village. To put it bluntly, it is just an organization of several ethnic groups. The patriarchs of each ethnic group are the leaders, and the members of those prominent families are the basic fighting power of Konoha. So killing Sarutobi is useless, rebelling is fine. But you Uchiha, after the rebellion, you no longer have the energy to suppress those who are dissatisfied with you. Fugaku understands this too. So he chose to bear everything and fulfill his son. To its cause. Still lacking in strength. As for this old man saying that he has Hokage capital, Bai Yi's response was only 2 words. Rumors stop at the wise, chat stops at hehe. Obviously. He didn't even bother to discuss it. Actually, they just want you to do something for the family. After knowing Bai Yi's thoughts, Fugaku smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. It depends on my mood. Bai Yi stretched his legs casually, and then lit a cigarette for himself. No one can force me to do things I don't like. You should know that, brother. Can you not be clear? Danzo, Hokage's 2 sons, plus Raikage. These people are so obedient that you clean up. How could he find himself uncomfortable? As for taking back the authority of the captain of the guard, do not make jokes. Even if he was the patriarch, if he dared to ask the guards for trouble, he would be beaten 100%. As for the family issue, Bai Yi's cigarette passed his lungs, and he looked very arrogant. I advise the elder brother to take care of his son. In this case, there is still a chance for the family. He was too lazy to discipline Uchiha Itachi. That kid is very honest in the guards now. 4.5 As for the Uchiha family, remind that here, he has done his best. Even the genocide of Uchiha Itachi. Ha ha. Don't copy him to rest, and don't violate the guards' regulations, or he won't give face to his big brother. If you Uchiha Itachi can do it without anyone noticing, that's what you are capable of, and you can kill anyone except Makoto. If you can't do it, just wait for the guards to judge. Other things have nothing to do with him. That's all. Bai Yi is also considered to have contributed to the family he was born into. It's good to be worthy of his conscience. Bai Yi has his own purpose, and others are not qualified to teach him to do things. But, Bai Yi stood up slowly and looked at Fugaku calmly. There should be a clan meeting tomorrow, right? I'll be there. When the time comes I will also tell those people what my decision is. In order to prevent the family's mental illness and do something in his own name, he really had to attend a family meeting. Turning around, Leaving only Fugaku's back, Bai Yi took his own steps. But the patriarch, if some people are courting death at that time. Don't blame me for not being sympathetic. In an instant. Murder, soaring into the sky. Chapter 62. The third generation, who was delivered to the door and vomited blood. 1. Night falls. Bai Yi, who was on vacation, was very Buddhist. Like a child who needs to be pampered. Lying lazily in the courtyard of the mansion, on the real lounge chair. He ate the imported sugar sent by Wooden Golem and lamented the beauty of life. Say something. After completely letting go of Cloud Shinobi Village's shackles, Samui and Wooden Golem let go a lot. The first time to call Bai Yi's mansion home, there will be a new feeling. Work hard all day. The overtime work of the captain of the guard has officially ended. Ding. Congratulations to host for fulfilling the duties of the captain of the guard and maintaining the stability and peace of the village. Congratulations, Master Host, your Susanoo strength has been slightly increased. Congratulations to Master Host for acquiring the new ability, controllable color version with no dead ends and high purity white eyes. Ding. Congratulations, Master Host, your bloodline has been further strengthened. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 rewards in total. Bai Yi blinked, which was somewhat unexpected. When working overtime in the past, there is a high probability that chakra will be enhanced, or a little pupil power will be improved. Unlocked a new ability today. The controllable color version has no dead ends and high purity white eyes. A lot of abilities are introduced. Simply put, under normal circumstances, he is too lazy to read all the introductions. Because after reading it, it is better to use it once to experience more. So naturally, he rolled his eyes at Tsunade, who was drinking a lot in the distance. I see. Bai Yi swallowed his saliva, not concealing his satyr nature at all, and 29 began to appreciate the unique beauty in front of him. I worked so hard to contribute my own strength to the village, what's wrong with being a little bit more sexy? According to his understanding, this is probably the case. But one thing to say, he seems to have an understanding of this new ability. First, after this white eye is opened, he decides whether to convert the pupil into a white eye according to his thoughts. If he doesn't want to, it will overlap with his Sharingan power, and both powers have both. Second, after opening it, it will not cause the blood vessels around the temple to swell, but stimulate his eyes in the way of chakra enhancement, avoiding the hideous performance after opening the white eyes. Third, everyone who understands the color version understands. After all, Baiyan has many functions, but the basic ability is perspective and clairvoyance. The high purity white eyes bring a very clear sense of picture quality. In other words, he can appreciate a high definition fight from a distance, and analyze the flow of chakra on both sides of the fight. But obviously the value of these eyes in Bai Yi's body is that they can observe their shapes well. Such as Tsunade's water droplets. What do you see me doing? Unconsciously, he tightened his clothes and came to Bai Yi in doubt. I'm the captain of the guard, and I like to see who sees who. Bai Yi is very arrogant. No way, he was very relaxed when he was off work, and if he was too relaxed, he had to be coaxed. Like a child. Tsunade was helpless. It's hard to imagine that this is the ruthless man who brought Raikage to his knees. Konoha's first person, is this? Okay, do you really think of yourself as a child? Do you need to find a nurse for you? Tsunade rolled his eyes and sat next to Bai Yi. That's not necessary, I drank it today. Bai Yi answered honestly. He was also pleasantly surprised by Makoto's sudden change. Master, the water is boiled. Was bragging with Tsunade. The atmosphere was suddenly broken. From Wooden Golem came blushing. She already knew what she was going to face tonight. It was a whole new feeling to listen to Samui. Bai Yi was not polite either. Directly under Tsunade's sour eyes and the exclamation of Wooden Golem, he carried the cat straight to the mansion. It's bound to be a sleepless night. The smell of cat ears is obviously something only Bai Yi can experience in this world. In short, very moist. Night falls. What happened during the day was too shocking. The public trial presided over by Uchiha Baiyi made Konoha villagers and ninjas talk about it. The first person to expand the territory. What kind of achievement is this? The influence of the captain of the guards is unwittingly, and it is already beyond imagination. However, they obviously didn't know that their beloved captain had already fallen in the gentle village and couldn't extricate himself. The next day, Konoha. Hokage Yanyan. Baiyi has already lit a cigarette in a refreshing mood. This is an important process for him to get up every morning, work out, and then have one in style. Guy is still watching his back. A self-disciplined man is admirable, even though his status is now very important in Konoha, it still doesn't affect Baiyi's mentality. For this, Guy had to give his thumbs up. It's a good day to take a shower and go to work. Throwing down the cigarette butt, Baiyi stretched out. Even if I traveled for 3 days, I only rested for a day and a half after returning. Baiyi was even moved by his dedicated behavior. And just when Konoha was business as usual. At the entrance of the village, a ninja approached. He has long hair and a strange purple belt around his waist. The forehead protector of Konoha is also worn on the forehead. Can be different from other Konoha shinobi. His forehead protector has been deeply scratched by kunai. Today, he did not choose to wear the traditional clothes known by the MLM organization. Instead, wearing a cloak and a sun hat behind him, he walked towards Konoha village step by step. It's been a long time since I came back. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and he looked towards the village ahead with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. That man's mission has finally been completed. Heaven and earth conscience. When Orochimaru is facing life-threatening, what kind of huge potential is bursting out? No one underestimates the speed at which ninjas work. Not enough people. Shadow Clone find out. Although it is impossible to besiege others with hundreds or thousands of Shadow Clone like Naruto, but a brief overview of multiple Shadow Clone, transform it and weaken the cost of ninjutsu. This is not difficult for the genius of Orochimaru. Therefore, under the overtime work, he has successfully built 30 police motorcycles. Had the first experience, plus work together with Shadow Clone. And the basic police motorcycle, and Baiyi's special mount for the sheriff are two different things, and it is more convenient to build. So in just 2 days, he completed the task order this time, and rushed to Konoha in a hurry. He didn't dare to let Uchiha Baiyi rush the delivery. If he wants to live a few more days and study the mysteries of life more, he has to please Baiyi. The reason is simple. Before leaving that day, Baiyi personally demonstrated the composition of his blood, and after releasing the huge vitality, Orochimaru realized immortality, as if it were just a regular attribute in that man. To please each other. Then delve into the secrets of immortality other than living corpse reincarnation. That's what Orochimaru thinks. Come on. What the hell? Orochimaru. Shocked. When Konoha's door god Izumo Kote saw the man suddenly appearing in front of him, he involuntarily touched his ninja backpack. This is Orochimaru. Konoha's rank betrayal and forbearance, the means are so cruel that even children are not spared, there is an unpardonable existence. Haven't seen you for a long time. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and with that gloomy face, he tried to look as peaceful as possible, but it didn't seem to be working well, and his expression became more and more hideous. Even the legs of Konoha Gate god Izumo began to tremble. This is a true reflection. Nothing else. The name of the shadow tree of people. Leng-kun Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, is the existence that truly regards life as grass. They are not afraid to face Raikage, because they know that even if Raikage wants to kill Konoha shinobi in public, that must be considered. Kan Orochimaru. He doesn't care. Kun is missing. In the original book, Kakashi met Orochimaru when he sealed the curse of the sky for Sasuke. Even Kakashi would break out in a cold sweat when facing Orochimaru, let alone Izumoko Tetsu. Do not be nervous. I'm not here to make trouble. Orochimaru tried to soften his voice, but his natural voice couldn't do it at all. Please inform Captain Baiyi that Orochimaru is here to deliver. When did Orochimaru switch to courier delivery? Izumo was silent for a while, and they were very cautious. Didn't you directly attack 973 hits without asking indiscriminately? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, but looked at Yunziti more. In fact, as a traitor, he came to the door of the village to hang out. This is completely an act of courting death, but he is Orochimaru. Even if there are many Anbu, under the leadership of the third generation, they can still escape unharmed. And even if his teacher did not release the water at the time, he was confident that he could leave safely. In terms of life-saving, no one is his opponent. An old exclamation came. Orochimaru looked up and looked over. It seems like a coincidence, and it seems to be fate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was passing by the entrance of the village, rushed over, looking like he was about to shoot. Orochimaru's expression was calm, but he didn't take it seriously, he just said a word indifferently. Teacher, if you touch me, Captain Baiyi will probably be unhappy. Uchiha Baiyi. He became Orochimaru's patron. People looked at Orochimaru in shock, their heads full of question marks. The captain of the guard died violently. Orochimaru, do you know what you're going to say? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi's eyes suddenly lit up and he stopped attacking. He seems to have discovered a stain on someone's performance. It's not covering up, it's not cooperating, it's doing business. Orochimaru smiled sullenly. The Konoha Public Security Management Regulations have never said that it is forbidden to do business with Renren, teacher. After being pushed back, Sarutobi's mouth twitched, and the anger flashed on his face. But it's not over. Orochimaru seems to have the idea of playing with Sarutobi. Very indifferently, he stepped 1 foot into the range of Konoha village. Look, teacher, I'm a rebel but I came in. Then the naughty Mr. Snake backed out. Look, teacher, I'm out again. You hit me, teacher tilde try hitting me. Will Baiyi-kun be angry? Furious, Sarutobi, who had been irritated all night, spit out a mouthful of blood. Orochimaru, Uchiha Baiyi. You are deceiving too much. Chapter 63 Orochimaru. Please be careful with your son. 2. Fire Country. Konoha Village Entrance. People looked at this pair of masters and apprentices who were gracious and righteous, with complicated expressions. They do not know the purpose of Orochimaru. But what can be seen is that as a rebel, he can't have any respect for Hokage. However, Orochimaru also knew the proportions. Except for the skin, he just stood outside the Konoha village and waited calmly. Without him. This is for Baiyi's face. As a traitor, returning to the village is already taboo. If there is further conflict, it will definitely not sit idly by according to the rules of the guard. Even in business dealings, he did not dare to provoke Baiyi's authority. At least not for the time being. Orochimaru is an ambitious man. If you want to honestly let him do things for you, you must suppress him in all directions. Now he is afraid of Baiyi's power, and he is very obedient. But if you really thought that he would be willing to be subservient, you would be wrong. For him, it just takes a moment. Then the position of the dominant and the submissive will change. But that has nothing to do with the current deal. At least now he has no intention of resisting. Boom. The iconic motorcycle hums from far to near. Baiyi unhurriedly twisted the accelerator to drive forward, while behind him, the members of the guard team ran and followed closely. Come to the Konoha village entrance. Baiyi first glanced at Sarutobi who arrived before him in surprise. Then he looked back, not even thinking of communicating with Hokage, and turned to look at Orochimaru. Have you brought anything? He already knew the other party's intention. In fact, starting from today, the whole Konoha has become lively, and the streets have been repaired in batches. It is estimated that it will not be long before you can see the guards patrolling with police motorcycles full of Konoha, so it is also necessary to train the guards' driving skills in advance. The training ground over there at the headquarters is a good place. Fortunately not humiliated. Orochimaru nodded and took out a huge scroll directly from his arms and handed it to Baiyi. Good job. Baiyi threw a stack of banknotes to the other party with satisfaction. As he said, it was a simple transaction. Does not contain any conspiracy theories. But there will always be people who will think about the problem from the perspective of the victim. For example, third generation. At this moment, he stared at the scroll that Orochimaru handed over, and even thought it was some kind of terrible forbidden technique. And the transaction between the two is full of filth. Lord Hokage is also interested in the police motorcycles of our guard unit. Do you want me to send you one? Bai Yi knew it in his heart. His words were full of sarcasm, but after he finished speaking, he looked up and down with great pity. Sarutobi sighed. I'm sorry, I forgot that you can't handle this thing because of your height and the length of your 3 legs. Ride a motorcycle. The standard configuration of the guard is the pedals and other parts designed according to the height of a normal person. While adjustments can be made, Sarutobi is clearly not among those being adjusted. Bai Yi-kun is right. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, and he cooperated with a smile. If the teacher rides this thing, I'm afraid it won't be able to reach the brakes. Somewhat exaggerated. But he just said it to mock his teacher. Is Sarutobi short? That's just a bit hunky compared to Bai Yi's 1.8 meter figure. The elderly third generation is also 1.6 meters tall, and the brakes are definitely within reach. So in this scroll, is there something called a motorcycle or something? Third generation's face was gloomy, and it seemed that Bai Yi's actions brought losses to Konoha. But if you think about it, Orochimaru did not damage Konoha, and even got credit for designing the motorcycle. It's hard to imagine that now at the Konoha village entrance, the captain of the guard, Hokage, can chat with a betrayal. Sarutobi wanted to attack and hit Bai Yi with the power of Hokage. But he had no chance at all. Judging from the previous confrontations, it must be himself who was beaten in the face if he had an attack. Just be patient. He still has a chance. Sarutobi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. But Orochimaru apparently wanted his teacher to spit blood again. With a playful smile on his face, Leng-kun spoke quietly. I heard that the teacher's 2 sons were expelled from Konoha. What do you want to say? Sarutobi Hiruzen has a gloomy face, which is well known, and the most humiliating thing about him is a Hokage. But the teacher is really amazing. Even if the son is expelled, he can still help improve his status. Tisk, the Fire Nation border guard. Do you really think Shinosuke can hold that position? Orochimaru looked strange and seemed to have thought of something interesting. Don't underestimate his intelligence system, it's not difficult for him to know such things. Are you threatening the old man? Believe it or not, the old man called the police. Sarutobi glanced at Bai Yi with a cold face. The meaning is obvious. You are Konoha's guard captain, and now Hokage is threatened by a betrayal. Don't you say something as the guard captain. Sadly, Bai Yi didn't even bother to watch this pair of master and apprentice fall in love and kill each other, waved to the brothers in the guard team, and began to leave the scene as a whole. The police motorcycle is in place, and he has to go back and distribute it. Not everyone can use power for personal gain like him and directly use the unit's car as their own. The standing police motorcycles are enough for attendance, and it is enough to keep up with a small team. I will send you the follow-up improvement plan, as well as the drawings of the second-generation guard motorcycle. Leaving only one sentence, Bai Yi led people away. Bai Yi-kun is really a genius. Orochimaru thought with some admiration. God knows what is in this person's head, and he can come up with such complex things and design them into drawings. But, teacher, I'm not threatening you. Orochimaru's expression was still very strange. He leaned into Sarutobi's ear and continued in a low voice. I heard that your 2 sons are frantically collecting information on hostile ninjas. Even the rebellious ninjas who have been rewarded are listed as targets to kill. Hee, teacher, I can guarantee that if your 2 sons really did this, some people will be very angry. Done. Under Sarutobi's extremely incomprehensible gaze, Orochimaru left gracefully. And in his mind, the appearance of the money fan of the MLM organization already appeared. List all the betrayal information and go to the underground exchange to collect the list. The actions of Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma are not small. It will definitely attract the attention of the guy who thinks he has eternal life, but in fact his form of existence has changed. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing one's parents. Once that guy gets angry, the consequences are very serious. And once the MLM organization makes less money because of that guy, I'm afraid it will alarm the leader. What did he mean? Watching Orochimaru's back go away. Sarutobi Hiruzen struggled. He wanted to stop his former disciple and ask for the detailed information. But his old face would not agree. Humph. Bluffing. With a cold snort, third generation walked into the village, ignoring Orochimaru's reminder. The farce is over. Konoha Gate God Azumotai heaved a sigh of relief. The oppression Orochimaru gave them was too strong. But they never expected that such a person would be so honest in front of Captain Baiyi. He also took the initiative to send things to the guards. It's really admirable. As for the impact of betrayal and tolerance to Konoha. Please, they didn't even enter Konoha's door. Just kidding, does half a foot count in? Obviously not. Boom. Konoha. Guard headquarters. The time has come to the afternoon, when it is about to get off work. Baiyi yawned, leaning lazily in Tsunade's arms, admiring the excited members of the guards riding motorcycles in the distance, and occasionally flicking their tails. As for Tsunade, Baiyi glanced back. Sometimes it is necessary to say that habit becomes natural. Now that the two of them are leaning against each other, there is no longer any awkwardness. What's wrong? Tsunade glanced suspiciously at Baiyi, who was looking at him in his arms, and asked curiously. I feel like I forgot something. Baiyi frowned and rubbed in Tsunade's arms. What could be wrong? Tsunade glanced at Baiyi angrily. Now that the guards are on track, Shizune is in charge of training new medical ninjas to provide medical care to the guards, while Uchiha Sanyo leads the team to guard the prisoners who are building roads for Konoha. As for her and Baiyi, in addition to catching fish, how dashing and dashing should be. No, I did forget something. But forget something. Could it be that you forgot to seal Erway's feeling when you went to work last night? No, last night, both Wooden Golem and Samui were very satisfied, they cried when they were satisfied. Shouldn't be the case. Baiyi touched his chin and fell into contemplation. Master Baiyi. At this moment, a member of the Uchiha family rushed over. Staring at the eager look on his face, Baiyi finally remembered what he forgot. Nuos. Yes. He is going to attend the Uchiha clan's clan meeting today. No need to say more, go back. I'll be there in a minute. Without waiting for the stunned clan to finish speaking, Baiyi directly issued an order to evict the guests. Feeling, are you and the patriarch teasing me? That clan is stupid. Is this behavior walking the dog? Are you walking the dog? Are you really serious? Tsunade looked at Baiyi suspiciously. Baiyi didn't quarrel with her, he calmly took her hand and got on the sheriff's motorcycle, and then he skipped work. The captain works so hard, what's wrong with leaving get off work a few hours early? Baiyi didn't feel any guilt about this. As a self-disciplined strong man, he could leave things like clocking in after get off work to others for help. His work for the day is over. The police motorcycle sped away, and even arrogantly surpassed the Uchiha clan who came to spread the word. And now that clan is really sure. He's just walking the dog. Feeling sad and angry, but a little funny inside. Without him. He came from the ancestral hall. You must know that the clan elders are quite dissatisfied that Baiyi has not appeared at the clan meeting until now. There is a good change for you. The people of that clan looked at Baiyi's back and ate ashes angrily. Predictably, today's clan will be. It will never be calm. Chapter 64 The Uchiha Clan. Sorry, the family is dead. 3. Fire Country. Konoha. Uchiha Tribe. Outside the ancestral hall dedicated to the ancestors, several members of the Uchiha clan were standing by. Generally, this family will have a confidential nature. Therefore, in order to ensure that the content of the negotiation is not leaked, this kind of confidentiality must be in place. And now, inside the ancestral hall, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the front with a dignified expression but a little helpless. Baiyi hadn't come yet. The clansmen on both sides had already quarreled into a pot of porridge. Many people are expressing their dissatisfaction with Uchiha Baiyi. This kind of opening clan will be late. But they forgot that when Bai Yi was unknown, he never participated in such related meetings, and at that time no one cared whether he came or not. In the end, they still value Bai Yi's influence in Konoha. The tribes are divided into two factions. One side is headed by the clan elder Uchiha, who wants to win more interests for Uchiha. On the other side, the stable conservatives headed by Uchiha Yatsushiro. Every time the two sides open a clan meeting, a fierce quarrel will break out. The patriarch himself was speechless. As patriarchs, they rarely seek their own opinions. This is a long-standing problem of the Uchiha family, and I don't know who they learned from. One person, one idea, you are never worth what this family will do next. No reason. With a pat on the table, Uchiha's face was instantly displeased. After looking around and still not finding Bai Yi, his dissatisfaction was beyond words. As a representative of the Hawks who have been active in the Uchiha clan since the second Hokage period, he holds a pivotal position in the clan. But he questioned a junior and felt that he was being ignored. He claims to have inherited Madara's will, and always wants to gain more voice from the top, but it has always had little effect. What does Uchiha Bai Yi mean? How many times is this? Blatantly ignoring the rules of the 990 family, what does he want to do? Treat the guards as his own private soldiers, and don't care about the thoughts of the family at all. Uchiha's words were very deceptive. In one sentence, Bai Yi was placed on the pillar of shame for not thinking about his family. In such a large family, it must be a huge hat to be engraved with this kind of label. It doesn't matter except him. Do you see what he did? Uchiha Fire Core spoke slowly. Also a Hawk clan elder, Uchiha Huonu stood up to speak for his allies. I don't know if you found it or not. Since he joined the guard and became the captain of the guard, the clansmen of the guard have never participated in the clan meeting, not even the clan chief, your son Uchiha Itachi. This is not ignoring the rules. I am afraid that I want to split my Uchiha clan and establish myself as the second clan leader. Suddenly, people looked up to Fugaku in front of them. There is no doubt that Bai Yi's actions are dividing Uchiha's rights. To say that the one with the greatest opinion is definitely the patriarch. But until now the patriarch has not commented. Don't look at me, Bai Yi said that he would come over today to give an explanation to the family. Fugaku felt aggrieved. You are arguing with you, why do you have to take me? The weasel boy. He always had his own ideas. Since he joined the guard, he naturally had to abide by the rules of the guard. In addition, the off-duty time of the guards is usually after the clan meeting is over, so isn't it reasonable not to participate in the clan meeting? Bai Yi can skip work, but the guard's regulations are there, how can his son skip work? Today, Bai Yi said that he was able to come to the clan meeting, which has already given him a lot of face. Hope it won't be too stiff for a while. Fugaku thought to himself, when Bai Yi left his house yesterday, the murderous aura made him tremble. CJEF. Patriarch, what this old man means is that Uchiha Bai Yi has blatantly violated the rules of the clan. As the patriarch, you need to stand up and give a warning. Even let him pay the price. Otherwise, how should he discipline people like him in the future? If he dares to split within the clan, his behavior has violated the interests of the clan. Uchiha began to preach righteous words in an instant. With a very high status in the clan, he naturally has the right to preach to the clan leader. If he hadn't been too old to withstand the tossing, the position of the patriarch would probably belong to him now. That is, Uchiha Bai Yi has no clan in his eyes, that's a traitor. Compared with Uchiha's words, Uchiha's Fire Core's attitude is tougher. They had passed it before they came today, and they must put pressure on the patriarch. Then take this opportunity to suppress Uchiha Bai Yi and let him know what his surname is and why he exists. Even so, if possible, remaster the Uchiha Guard in your own hands. They admitted that they had previously ignored the existence of the Guard and now regretted the detachment of the Guard. But regret doesn't mean it's accepted. Let Uchiha Bai Yi take the initiative to hand over power, and then use the guards to break into the top of Konoha to gain more power. This is their true thoughts. Yo, let me see, who is farting blatantly? A leisurely and clear voice came. Wearing the cloak of justice, Bai Yi walked from far to near, step by step to the door of the ancestral hall. He stood still. But instead of stepping in directly, he looked at the Uchiha people inside with interest. Uchiha moment. Uchiha Fire Corps. They are really the people who appeared in the original work. Bai Yi thought it was limited to the adaptation, but when they really traveled through, they realized that some people really existed. Such as that Uchiha moment with a face full of adultery. He claimed to have inherited Madara's will, and was extremely dissatisfied with the high-level performance, and wanted to fight for power. And Uchiha Huonuo is older, and Uchiha are both nobles as clan elders. Uchiha Bai Yi, how dare you speak out? Uchiha did his part in an instant, and directly confronted Bai Yi. As a member of a clan, I don't think about the clan, but violate the rules of the clan everywhere, and lead the guards to act without authorization many times. Do you still have a clan in your eyes? Is there a clan leader? People always enjoy being on the moral high ground and criticizing others. It's as if he's got righteousness and you have to surrender. Just like Uchiha Itachi, the man who was able to destroy his parents from the perspective of righteousness, but was called the Itachi God in praise of his virtues. Weasel God. It's funny, that thing can be slapped to death. Bai Yi had a sarcastic expression on his face, ignoring Uchiha's righteous words in front of him, and instead put his hand into Kabuto, took out a cigarette and lit it. The cigarette passed his lungs, and Bai Yi disrespectfully sprayed the thick smoke on Uchiha's face. A chuckle came, and he opened his mouth softly. Sarah, I have always made rules to constrain others. I didn't expect to be constrained by the so-called rules today, which is really rare. Yes. As the captain of the guard, the rules he made can be said to permeate the entire Konoha. In addition to the Konoha Public Security Management Regulations, the guard's law enforcement regulations, etc., his rules maintain the operation of the entire Konoha. The funny thing is that now some people say yes to the rules of the family. Is this family law? Bai Yi's face was full of contempt. Since that's the case, I don't admit that you are the Uchiha family, right? Uchiha clan. Sorry. When Uchiha Madara invited the tribesmen to leave with him, the tigers who lost their teeth chose to refuse. The Uchiha family is dead. The representatives of the Hawks claim to have inherited the will of Uchiha Madara, but they have never followed Uchiha Madara himself. Are you sure this isn't funny? One family betrayed Uchiha Madara, and naturally they betrayed others. Now this tattered Uchiha, he is really interested in cleaning it up. It's good to let Fugaku get rid of the headache. After all, when Fugaku is busy, his sister-in-law has time, right? What do you mean? What do you mean by not admitting that we are from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha's expression changed suddenly, and he spoke angrily. You still need to ask. Bai Yi flicked the ash, then put the cigarette into his mouth again, and then squeezed Uchiha's shoulder with one hand, and grabbed the other hand at his eyes. Swish. Howling came. Bai Yi's hands grabbed two hideous eyeballs. And Uchiha's eyes were empty for a moment, blood was flowing. Ha! The eyeball was dropped on the ground, and Bai Yi stepped on it with one foot and instantly crushed it. Laugh out loud. Bai Yi wiped his blood-stained hand on Uchiha's pear, then took the cigarette from his lips and spoke again. Now, you are not. Wave, turn around. Bai Yi ignored the shocked crowd. The cloak of justice behind him rippled slightly. Don't call yourself a family, no one can represent a family. Uchiha. Hee. When that clan chose to join Konoha and choose to reconcile with Senju, it was already dead. Uchiha Madara killed it himself. The real family has never been afraid of anyone. Since it is a war, it will end until death. If you are strong, you will be king by yourself. If you are weak, you will die in history. Uchiha now. Just a bunch of soft-footed prawns. Lord Patriarch. With his back to the crowd, Bai Yi took a deep breath of the cigarette and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. I don't care what you decide, and I don't care. But don't get involved with me. You are you, I am me. No one can bind me with rules, no one can order me to do anything. Stepping on the cigarette butt with one foot and twisting it, Bai Yi tilted his head, leaving everyone with a side face. Hey, this is my attitude, what you want to explain? 3 Tomo turned slightly, and what was shocking was that when 3 Tomo disappeared, the brand new Mangekyo emitted blood red and golden interlaced light, and the dignified pressure swept the entire ancestral hall. Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku narrowed his eyes and secretly compared his Mangekyo with Bai Yi. However, he found that his pupil's strength in front of the other party was like a boat in a night, and it would collapse at any time as weak. The last time. Turning back, Bai Yi took a step. Don't break the law. Otherwise, the prison of the guards welcomes everyone. As always. I do my own way. Uchiha Bai Yi never changed from beginning to end. The one who can represent him will always be himself. Forgotten. He has done his best for those who are incurable. He is not the patriarch, so he is too lazy to worry about others, and disturbing his peaceful life is a sin. Chapter 65 The Arrested Hero Jiraiya. 4. Moon stars are rare. Inside the mansion of Uchiha Bai Yi. Today, he did not lead the maid back to the room early to play. Instead, lie in the yard and look at the bright moon. He is thinking about a problem. But also got an answer. Not in his place and not in his own affairs. Bai Yi does this very well. The problem of the Uchiha family is a problem left over from history. But Bai Yi didn't think about changing Uchiha. Too bad it's not yet time. It takes a huge blow to make the Uchiha clan understand that times have changed and this is no longer the Sengoku period. He knew these things. What he thought was, if it wasn't for Uchiha that he came through, where would he be now? However, the system has clearly told him that the traversal identity is random, but the system function will not change. Therefore, it doesn't matter to him that he is grateful for the existence of the family. Without Uchiha, he would also appear in other capacities. It's a wonderful feeling. Bai Yi rarely does this, lying in the yard and thinking about life. I think about my body 3 times a day, and there is no such thing as a strong self-discipline. For him, who is satisfied with the status quo, anyone who will affect his peaceful daily life is unforgivable. He likes life now. Exercise, go to work, fish, get off work. During the rest, when I travel around the mountains and waters with my confidant, the people around me will always change, and I am as carefree as him, and I never feel that shopping with different women is a hassle. What do you think? Tsunade, who came back from the casino, carried the wine gourd and lay curiously beside Bai Yi. Think about life. Bai Yi answered honestly. Hee, you are thinking about how to create life. Tsunade sneered, she knew the man's nature too well. Don't talk about this, how is the investigation about your brother? Bai Yi rolled over and squeezed beside Tsunade. The end of the year is approaching. That's why someone with an amazing physique like him would choose to watch the moon leisurely in the yard. Although there is information from Orochimaru, the speed of the investigation is still very slow, but it has already become clear. Evidence is missing. The age is farther away. So Tsunade's investigation of the Senju clan is very slow, and strangely, except for the so-called Senju clan who are integrated into Konoha on the bright side. She didn't find any other Senju clan members. Where did that huge Senju go? She had never seen anyone she knew. You should know that if you ask me for help, I will not refuse. Bai Yi reminded kindly. This is a matter of the Senju clan, and only the Senju clan can participate. So, young man, the moonlight is beautiful. Shining on Tsunade's face, she seemed to be drinking a little too much tonight, and she was extra bold. The throbbing in my heart could no longer be suppressed. There is a desire to talk. Do you want to join Senju? Eyes blazing, Tsunade found himself bold in this for the first time, too. Perhaps it was the shock brought by seeing this man for the first time, that he could control his life by turning his hands. Or it is to accompany the left and right to be tired and crooked together every day, and it has become natural to get used to it. Or maybe they rode the car together and checked the tools for committing the crime. All in all, this time she didn't want to let go, and she didn't want to regret it. It's obviously you who married into Uchiha. Bai Yi smiled. He smiled arrogantly, but the tenderness between his eyebrows betrayed his heart. This is Tsunade. No one would refuse to give her a warm embrace, right? Her experience is equally sympathetic. Reach up. Take her in a princess hug. And Tsunade wrapped his arms around Bai Yi's neck in a very tacit understanding. This is a scene rehearsed countless times in a dream. Tsunade's eyes are full of energy. That's it. Tonight. At least tonight. This man belongs to her. Konoha. On the bustling streets. A tall man with white hair was looking at the ninjas who were working hard on the street with a dazed face. When did ninjas change their paths? But it's a road repair. It would be better to say that it is regarded as a coolie. Next to him is a saucy man wearing a guard uniform and a justice cloak to oversee the work. What shocked him even more was that he saw a familiar figure among the group of workers in plaid shirts who were digging with hoes. Isn't that Uchiha Shisui? The third ninja war. Ao of Cloud Shinobi Village was easily controlled by Shisui's illusion, and it was only a microcosm in a war. No one knows about Konoha's instant body Shisui. But now, that famous man is digging the ground meticulously. Can't read. The white-haired man defiantly bypassed the construction team and walked towards the female soup spring not far away. This is his habitual action. People in the ninja world are strange. When he's serious, that tall figure feels incredibly reliable. And when he is full of pride, people can't help but stick out their thumbs in admiration. But when such a person wants to be wretched, it is more wretched than anyone else. E.g. Jiraiya now. With a red light on his face, his eyes curved into crescents, he found a hidden place outside the female soup with the iconic smile of a lunatic. Then, he put his hands on the low fence. Just flip through the first step, and there are still 3 defenses left. Jiraiya was excited. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. He wants to check the development of the Konoha girls, and then use this as inspiration to find ideas for his own creation. Say something. This hobby is rather strange. To find inspiration, a custom shop is obviously more suitable. But he just likes to peep at female soup. Even enjoy it. Hero Jiraiya, one of Konoha's gambling drug, he is back. Then, boom. The sound of the engine rang out. How dare you peep at the female soup in broad daylight? How long has this been going on? Since Lord Bai Yi arrested Shimura Danzo, a strong criminal, many people with the same mind as you dare not approach this place. You are so brave. Then just when Zila also wanted to turn over. A group of men wearing justice cloaks surrounded him with a grim look. The one who spoke first was Uchiha Satoshi. Although this person looked familiar, there was no one else except Bai Yi in his eyes, and forgetfulness was normal. So he didn't recognize Jiraiya's identity at all. He took a step forward and pulled out the guard's new handcuffs. This thing was developed by Orochimaru. I heard that it can inhibit the flow of chakra. As long as you wear it, don't think about it. It is a weapon against ninjas and criminals. I, Uchiha Satoshi, announce as the captain of the Konoha Guard Unit 3. You are under arrest. Click. It wasn't until her hands were locked in handcuffs that Jiraiya recovered. He looked at Uchiha Kong in confusion and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to make a quibble. But Uchiha Kong didn't give him this chance at all. With a wave of his hand, the prisoner was escorted into a special large police motorcycle and walked away. The captain specifically explained it. Such wretched criminals must be strictly guarded and interrogated to death. It is extremely necessary to correct his mistakes. Just after Jiraiya was arrested, Uchiha Satoshi began his arraignment routine. This kid really doesn't know me. I haven't been back in a few years. Jiraiya's face was full of grief. He didn't expect Konoha's atmosphere to change so quickly. When will the peeping girl soup attract the guards? Also, that kid just said that Shimura Danzo is a strong criminal. What happened? The impact of Konoha's public trial is naturally not small. The propagation speed is also extremely fast. But unfortunately, a few days ago, Mr. Jiraiya was holding back his new work, so it didn't matter those problems. Now that the new work has come to an end, under the exhaustion of inspiration, I have heard other news. For example, Orochimaru reappeared in Konoha. After thinking about it, he came back. 0. I just didn't expect that. Just after returning to Konoha, I was taken directly into the interrogation room. Crunch. At this moment, the door of the interrogation room was opened. Bai Yi, who had heard the news, walked in with Tsunade's soft little hand. Team leader. Brother Kong wisely stood up and saluted, and then gave up his seat to the boss. Bai Yi was not polite either. After sitting on it, he pulled Tsunade into his arms and let her sit on his lap. Then, he looked at Jiraiya, who was stunned with some kind of strong sourness. This is misunderstood. I'm not here to take the oath of sovereignty. The generous self-disciplined man naturally put his hand on Tsunade's waist, and even took a mois at Tsunade's pretty face. Careful man. Tsunade's face flushed, he forcibly calmed down, and glanced awkwardly at his old friend who was tied to the chair. Cough. With a cough, Tsunade didn't struggle, nor did he resist Bai Yi's behavior. These days, she has been completely tamed. Also know why Kushina asks Samui and Wooden Golem for support from time to time. He even did not show dissatisfaction with Yuhi Hiroshi's coming to live there from time to time. Not alone. Can't beat it. Just surrender. Therefore, the two people who have officially established their relationship naturally spread dog food in the guards at the beginning. The members of the guards didn't care, after all, they were used to it. Even when Tsunade joined the guard, he was mentally prepared. The little princess of the Senju family is also worthy of their captain. You haven't changed at all. After calming down for a moment, Tsunade let go, leaned directly into Bai Yi's arms, and said to Jiraiya with emotion. Jiraiya blushed. Naturally he knew what Tsunade meant by that. Peeping on female soup was his habit, and old friends knew it. However, he did not respond to Tsunade's words. Instead, he looked at Bai Yi with burning eyes. Konoha has changed today. Is it because of him? What does this guy have the ability to make the irritable Tsunade little bird fall in love? The people of the Uchiha clan actually found the little princess of the Senju family. This is indeed a bit appalling. Where do you lose? Chapter 66, a new series of hero stories, The Extremely Angry Kakuzu. 5. Konoha. Bustling business district. Although the streets are being rectified, this has not hindered the daily life of the villagers. And the bathing center next to Konoha's largest custom shop is also an asset of Bai Yi. As a traveler, in order to make his life more comfortable and enjoy the bathing business from the north of the Celestial Dynasty, he also opened this not-so-serious bathing center. At this time, in the spacious bath, Bai Yi was soaking in it. The female master number 17 next to him is rubbing his shoulders. This is Bai Yi's exclusive VIP room. He doesn't usually come here, and only comes to enjoy it when he and his brothers visit the custom shop. The masseuse is professional and he enjoys it. On the other hand, Jiraiya, who was not far away, covered her body with a bath towel, struggling to hide beside her. He finally knew where he was losing. After paying the relevant fines from the interrogation room and signing that he would never get close to the sphere of influence of Envytang, he finally came out of it. But if you make a mistake, you will be detained. He came out because he licked his face and pledged in the name of third generation. The meaning is obvious. If he gets close to the female soup again while he is in Konoha, not only he but also his teacher will be arrested. And now, from Tsunade's mouth, he had already told 990 what the captain of the guard had done. Detect the Danzo Strong J case. Strongly capture the root ninja and put them into the ranks of labor reform. Then he expelled the sons of his two teachers and left Konoha. It even forced fourth Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village to subdue the guards by ceding land and paying indemnity. One by one, it sounds so appalling. It's hard to imagine that the man who occasionally stretches out a gentleman's hand and talks with the masseuse is actually the captain of the guard with a famous reputation. Certainly. If that's all, he didn't lose completely. And just now, when he and Bai Yi were showering, he leaned over deliberately to show off. Then, he was silent. Is he really human? Jiraiya falls into autism. He didn't lose wrongly. It is foreseeable that the partners of Uchiha Baiyi will be very happy. Baiyi doesn't care about these things. In a man's world, take a bath together and go to a club together. These are all familiar with each other and used to enhance feelings. Baiyi naturally has no ill feelings towards Jiraiya. After he promised that he would not continue to peep at Konoha's female soup, he didn't bother to care. According to the relevant regulations, Jiraiya did not make a big mistake, and his attitude was very cooperative. This situation can be appropriately dealt with leniently. And this kid is very rich. After draining his wallet, Baiyi will go to him. Hero Jiraiya. Maybe until now, when Baiyi saw himself. There is still some emotion inside. Before we met, I was also shocked by the body that sank into the sea. I want to write more content for the hero's life again. There is no doubt that Jiraiya is a very respectable person if lustful and unscrupulous in order to obtain material. But how many normal men can control themselves not to be lecherous? Baiyi couldn't do it. So he has no right to speak to others. But in front of the man who was sitting next to him cautiously and started taking a bath, Baiyi also saw a different place. He is just an ordinary person. The epitome of a ninja in the ninja world. He also makes mistakes. Conan is captured by Hanzo, and Yahiko and Nagato beg for a hand from the sky, but in the end they are on their own. In the Nine Tails Rebellion, he did not appear in the village and brought no help to his disciples, resulting in the sacrifice of Namikaze Minato. As for the original Konoha collapse plan, he did appear, but he still did not do anything for Konoha, but only taught Naruto's summoning technique, which remains to be disputed. After all, no one knows whether Jiraiya has seen through the essence of the village, and will leave Konoha on the pretext of looking for Orochimaru. And in Baiyi's eyes, pros and cons are normal people, such as Baiyi himself. Baiyi is crazy. He has a capitalist mania. He is arrogant because his strength is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Jiraiya is also just a man with flesh and blood and a will of steel. A guy worth being a friend. Among Baiyi's few friends, a guy has become his subordinate, so it is inevitable that he speaks with the feeling of a superior and a subordinate. Only when he was off work would Guy talk to him again as a friend. Baiyi naturally appreciates Jiraiya. Although he didn't choose to take the initiative to make friends, after all, he has always been very casual in making friends. He thinks that you are worthy of being his friend, and that's it from the beginning. If it is not worth it, then no matter what the other party does, he will not treat the other party as a friend or his own. Konoha has changed a lot. The guards are shining brightly in your hands. It's really amazing. Leaning on the front of the bath, Jiraiya suddenly said with emotion. Completely different from Sarutobi's idea of guarding the guards. Jiraiya bluntly recognized the significance of the existence of the guard. I just do what I'm supposed to do. Baiyi stretched out in relief, then stretched out his hand. The masseuse next to him was very sensible and gave him cigarettes and lit him on fire. I thought that you and Orochimaru can work together, so you should be an unreliable guy. Looks like I was wrong. Jiraiya is as straightforward as ever. With you in Konoha, I don't have to worry too much about the Uchiha family. Who said he couldn't see the situation clearly? Baiyi knew it in his heart and couldn't help but glance at Jiraiya. With the help of the news that Orochimaru came to Konoha, he found out whether the guards were false or not. Knowing yourself and wanting to see the ambition of the captain of the guard is true. Tailili is just the appearance of Jiraiya. His heart is still very delicate. Not always. But Baiyi smiled strangely. What if I want to be a Hokage someday? Confuse. Understand. Finally, Jiraiya smiled and nodded in relief. That's Konoha's blessing. As expected of Jiraiya. Baiyi laughed, picked up the wine gourd next to it and threw it to Jiraiya. He took out another in the storage space and touched him. Drink wine. The world of men is so simple. Go to the club together, take a bath together, and hang your shoulders when you come out. Watching Baiyi and Jiraiya enter the custom shop, Tsunade in the corner looked at Jiraiya with murderous eyes. That B**************** D ruined his own man again. Night falls. There is one more sad person in this world. On this day, Jiraiya learned 2 words. Those 2 words are called let go. If you can't give her what she wants, choose blessing. Hero Jiraiya as always, Hero's story has just begun, but this time, he wants to change the protagonist. What greeted him was a new life. And just as Jiraiya opened a new chapter, the second day after Baiyi stayed up all night. The border between the land of rain and the land of fire. A man in a Weiwo cloud suit, with a hood and a mask, looked at the headless corpse on the ground and fell into contemplation. How many is this? It's over, isn't it? The investigation is clear, a total of 2 people, with a team. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma, they are the sons of Konoha's 3rd Hokage. I don't know what's going on. Beside him, Kakuzu's companion, the ferocious man who was about to die under Kakuzu's hands, was relieved. He is different from people like Kakuzu who regard money as their fate and want to kill more rebels to complete their business. He would rather not eat and wait to die. This is also the true portrayal of most rebellion. But Kakuzu thought differently. Generally speaking, even if it is a full-time bounty hunter, it will not be continuous hunting. Basically kill one, get a bounty, and eat, drink, play, and enjoy a limited life with the money. After all, in the days of licking blood with a knife, maybe the next time you hunt someone else, you will die yourself. So, Kakuzu has been doing very well for a long time. It also brought a lot of assets to the Shao organization. But recently he is not in a good mood. Several times. When I got the news and rushed over and wanted to hunt down the bounty target, there was only a headless corpse left here. For the bounty target, get the head or send the whole body, and then check and give him the bounty. Only one headless corpse is naturally useless, and even if it is useful, it is very troublesome to check. So, he got angry. Someone is taking his business. He scoffs at this behavior. Bounty hunter. No, the whole hunting market is so big, that kid is unruly and wants to kill them all in one go. This behavior is simply destroying the market. You killed everyone, what about the other bounty hunters? What should I do if the business communicated by the organization does not meet the standards? This behavior must be stopped. He looked ruthless. The angry Kakuzu checked the traces under his feet, then put down a 4.5 and said, "No need, Kakuzu." The hideous man frowned, as if trying to persuade Kakuzu to give up. The heads of Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma are very valuable. Kakuzu explained casually, not paying attention to his companion and moving forward quickly. Companion. What it is. He Kakuzu only believes in money. If this guy gets in the way for a while, he doesn't recommend taking him to see Hades. The ferocious man gritted his teeth, but followed. No way. What Kakuzu said is true. The underground exchange has a clear price tag for the heads of Asuma and Shinosuke. Even the bounty was posted by bounty hunters whose business had been disrupted. The long-established Asuma bounty in the original book is as high as 35 million. Although it is not that much now, it is absolutely worthwhile with his brother. And the hideous man knows. Once Kakuzu decides something, he has no room for objection at all. Deep in the dense jungle, 2 teams of Konoha shinobi players are waiting. In the guarded central area, Shinosuke and Asuma were sitting together and studying something. Obviously, they didn't know that their actions had led to murder. Chapter 67. 2 people surround a team, Akatsuki's killing intent. 6. Border zone. The eyes of the members of the 2 Konoha teams were full of worry. Day and night raids. They were too tired to go on. But there is no way. Sarutobi Shinosuke is the captain of the border guard, and they can only obey orders unconditionally. At this time, next to the fire, Sarutobi Shinosuke held the information in his hand, and the guilt on his face was quite clear. His face was solemn, and excitement flashed in his eyes from time to time. If the information is accurate this time, we will be able to return to the village smoothly. Asuma next to him also nodded. Being expelled from Konoha by the guards is a stain on his and his brother's life. But countermeasures are not without it. Even the next time they return to the village, they are very confident that they will be the great heroes of Konoha. The reason is simple. They searched for days and obtained a very remarkable piece of information. That's news from Orochimaru. Since the last time Orochimaru blatantly returned to Konoha, it has attracted a lot of attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen has ordered his two sons to be careful. But Sarutobi Shinosuke intends to go further. Take Orochimaru directly back to Konoha. Not as a businessman traded by the guards, but the captured Konoha rebellion. And recently, they got another piece of information. Orochimaru is suspected of joining an organization. At this moment, they are tracking the existence of that organization. According to the news over the past few days, they have identified that organization as Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. It was also detected that Orochimaru seems to often act with a person named Sasori in the Akatsuki organization. The sources are reliable. This is the information from the people who are good at interrogating 29 in their border defense team, and they knocked out the news from a person who was also wearing a fire cloud suit. Combined with all the information, they have analyzed what to do next. That is to follow the man named Sasori, who will be able to find Orochimaru. The arrest of Orochimaru was also out of their cautious consideration. Without him. As the sons of Sarutobi, they knew that their father released water when he first caught Orochimaru, so their perception of Orochimaru's strength stayed at the stage of Sannin. But even Sannin, with two elite teams, is confident in their actions. Would you like to report to your father? Asuma hesitated and asked. Even if he is a playboy at home, Asuma is still young after all, and he didn't realize how wonderful his life was until he left Konoha. Now Fungfen is sleeping in the rough, and he has to risk the danger to kill the rebellion, and his life is very miserable. I want to surprise my father. Sarutobi Shinosuke's face was full of confidence, and then he patted his brother's shoulder with emotion. You also know that because of that D Uchiha Bai, my father's life in Konoha was not easy, and he was often excluded by the guards. Uchiha Bai is good at using power to oppress people and bullying our elderly father. The simple father is probably not his opponent and chooses to tolerate. The filial Shinosuke said with grief. And what we have to do is to relieve father's pressure even when we are outside. Orochimaru relied on the guards dignifiedly, and dared to go to Konoha to anger our father, then we will fight back. Capture Orochimaru with our own hands and send him to Konoha. Let my father judge him. This move will break his Uchiha Bai's face even more. Didn't you rely on the guards to protect a rebel? Isn't it a blatant violation of the law to oppress people with power? This time, you must tear your disguise in front of everyone. Let the villagers understand that his father is the most respectable existence. As long as they capture the S-rank rebellion, they are equivalent to making great contributions to Konoha, and they also have enough confidence to face the guards. Use regulations to oppress people. Then they will kill you with credit. Capture Orochimaru, and even destroy the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization in Konoha. Capture the man named Sasori, Orochimaru's comrade, and return home. They have even seen the sight of themselves being loved by the villagers after returning to the village. Credit, power, all his Sarutobi Shinosuke. It's just that they don't know it. At this moment, in front of and behind the two Konoha elite squads, the two men in Huion suits stopped at the same time, and then found a hidden place to touch the ring in their hands. Know the general contact information of the organization. The ring, dubbed Shaoling Tong by Bai Yi, was affected. That's the contact information that Akatsuki's leader, Nagato, used Rinnegan to research. Slide body technique. Apparitions appeared on Geto statue's fingers while inside the dark cave. The weird BGM started to sound. It was the sound effect of Akatsuki's organization. Count the number of people. The dedicated Conan looked calm and put down the speaker coldly. Then signaled to Pain to start. Someone is after you, Sasori. Pain's speech has always been neat and tidy. Combining the information in his hand, he naturally discovered the movements of the two Konoha teams. Accurately, they're targeting Orochimaru, you're just passing by. After explaining another sentence, Pain looked at the man who seemed to be distracted. I heard that you have returned to Konoha. Really can't hide it. Orochimaru smiled sullenly. Maybe people don't recognize Pain and Konan, but he knows it too well. The three children in the Land of Rain have grown up. He had met Rinnegan in Nagato as a child. Orochimaru didn't have the time to think about what Jiraiya's disciples had done or experienced over the years. If given the chance, he just wanted to study the usefulness of Rinnegan. I'm just doing business. Orochimaru's voice was still hoarse. Baiyi's trade ended that day, and the watermelon cream lozenges given him didn't help. It's not an example. Pain glanced at Orochimaru indifferently, and then at Sasori of Akasha. He knew that Sasori of Akashi would never be with Orochimaru without a mission. These two people are not born to deal with each other and look down on each other. So now the one in danger is Sasori of Akasha. Kakuzu, you are the closest to Sasori's location, join forces with Sasori to destroy them. Shao organized a meeting, and the theme of the meeting was very clear. Especially in this case of being hunted down, he just reminded the members of the Shao organization. I didn't think it was you who were chased by those two, Sasori. Kakuzu tilted his head and glanced at Sasori Akasha, and said in a muffled voice. I don't need your help. Sasori, who was hiding in the golem, spoke indifferently. He already knew the identities of the two who were chasing him. Two Hokage sons, actually dare to lead a team to hunt down Konoha elite. What he killed by Sasori of Red Sand was the elite. He is not used to Fengyin, let alone others. For those two things, he didn't even need to use Third Cage's puppet, and they were enough to drink a pot. How you do it is up to you. But do it cleanly. Akatsuki is not suitable for being overemphasized. Pain didn't care about other things. Today's emergency meeting is just to tell these two people not to expose too much about Shao's organization. As for the private contact between Orochimaru and Konoha's people, Madara will investigate, he just needs to wait for the result. End of the meeting. Kakuzu looked in one direction with murderous intent on his face. Confirmed. He and Sasori of Akasha have become a double team, surrounding Konoha's elite troops. The meaning of the leader is obvious. Do it cleanly, that is, kill more and try not to leave alive. He understood this very well. Ninja world is like that. Kill all the witnesses and there will be no witnesses. Looking in the direction, Kakuzu led his late companion who couldn't keep up with his speed and killed him. At the same time, in front of the Konoha elite team, Sasori of Akshasa had already escaped from Hyrule Amber. Without him, the leader spoke up. To ensure the quality of the task. Fei Liuhu is very powerful in small-scale battles, but in this case, it is better to use other moves. Red secret skill. 100 machines exercise. Subvert the tradition of puppet masters and control hundreds of puppets with regenerative cores. Break through the upper limit of only 10 puppets, and use the regeneration core to make these puppets as flexible as his hands and feet. This is his group attack killer move. According to rumors, Sasori of Akasha once used this trick to destroy a small country. Of course, that 000 is just for ordinary people. But a mere Konoha ninja troop is by no means his opponent. Lord Shinosuke. An abnormality was found ahead. Chakra energy fluctuations. There are hundreds of targets ahead. Sir Shinosuke, there is a surprise attack in the rear. The enemy can instantly release AB level fire style, ask for support. Sir Shinosuke, we are surrounded. The moment before. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma are still chatting, looking forward to what it will be like after returning to Konoha. And now, the brothers are all stupid. What's the situation? Hundreds of enemies attack. And the powerhouse of instant B rank ninjutsu blocked the way back. What a joke. Wind style. Crush. Before they could regain their senses, a violent chakra wave hit behind them, and the two brothers reacted quickly and hurriedly avoided. And when they looked over, there was only horror in their eyes. No need to kill everyone with Sasori of Akasha. Kakuzu has decided to kill these two people who took his own head as quickly as possible. Not for money, but also for your own dignity. Cutting off people's fortunes is like killing parents. Kakuzu had run out of patience, so even when the battle started, he was full of firepower. Even at this moment, he has already opened the secret technique to resent it. After a failed attack on first Hokage, Kakuzu gets a real undead body, but turns into an alien. He lived by taking the hearts of others, and he became an undead warrior on the battlefield. Countless black threads under the control of chakra wantonly plunder the lives of Konoha shinobi. Elite. He Kakuzu and Akasha no Sasori fight as the elite. Besides the ordinary Jonin and elite Shunin, how could he be the opponent of Sasori of Akasha? There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Kakuzu, who was spitting out black lines with a grim face, walked step by step to the two unfortunate children. It's you, who stole the old man's business. Destroyed the bounty market. You, damn it. Chapter 68 My request. Then please abdicate the third generation Sama. 7. Fire Country. Konoha. The Hokage building is a bit lively today. Wearing a mask, Kakashi cautiously instructed the team members to pay attention to security work. But both Kakashi himself and Anbu's team members felt it was unnecessary. Kakashi-senpai, there's no need to be too serious, right? Yamato asked in a low voice, then stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. There. Rows of members of the Konoha Guard were waiting in full force. With them here, we don't have to worry about it at all. Obviously. At this moment, the energy of the guard has penetrated into the hearts of the people. In maintaining the stability of the village, the guards are much more professional than them. They are protecting Uchiha Baiyi, not Hokage. Kakashi explained calmly. Keeping Hokage safe is Anbu's job. In fact, Anbu and the guards have a clear division of labor. Anbu is more about dealing with issues related to Shinobi Village. If the security of the village is too responsible, the duties will conflict with the guards. Here to you, I'll go up first. After giving orders, Kakashi walked into the Hokage building and went straight to the conference room. Today, there will be a high-level meeting. As the end of the year is approaching, as usual, this high-level meeting will summarize the work of this year. Then arrange the next step of Konoha's development. Certainly. It is more about rewarding merit and deeds, when major families and high-level officials compete for power. So, when Kakashi looked up, he saw the man sitting casually in the chair, flirting with Tsunade, ignoring everyone's eyes. Yes. Uchiha Baiyi also came. He, the captain of the guard, naturally had to attend the annual summary meeting. And if it was just an ordinary high-level meeting, this existence would be too lazy to come over, but just sent the vice-captain Uchiha Shanyang to come over for a while. You pay attention. Tsunade sat next to Baiyi, and took Baiyi's hand away, her face flushed. She really didn't know why Baiyi was so daring. Although she and Baiyi were sitting in a corner, so no one would notice anything unusual, but she couldn't bear this sense of immorality. She also came to the high-level meeting. As Tsunade is naturally eligible. In addition to Tsunade, Jiraiya, who returned to the village, also attended the scene and is now greeting others. Jiraiya's prestige is not low, and her status in the village is also very high. It is normal to have this kind of treatment. People gradually increased. Baiyi naturally didn't want his woman's shy appearance to be seen by other men. So he stopped moving, stretched and leaned back on the chair. Annual summary of the year. Although he didn't want to come, the guards were originally one of Konoha's top leaders. Coupled with a lot of things that have happened this year, he, the captain of the guard, will receive a lot of recognition and honors at high-level meetings, so even for the glory of the guard, he has to come. But compared to last year, the corner of Baiyi's mouth showed a smile. Danzo was in Konoha prison, so naturally he couldn't participate. In addition to that, two of Hokage's sons are missing. Inexplicably, Baiyi felt that today's high-level meeting participants were a lot more pleasing to the eye. Finally, the huge conference room fell silent. Sarutobi tried to make a kind face, but the repressed unwillingness and helplessness in his eyes betrayed his mood. To be frank, neither him nor the two Hokage advisors beside him. The attitude towards the annual summary meeting to be held today is very awkward. Nothing else. In front of the whole village high level, let them praise Uchiha Baiyi, no matter how you think about this kind of thing, how to respond. But no way. The guard, and even the contribution the guard has made to the village throughout the year, can be seen by everyone. Not even his Sarutobi Hiruzen could reduce the impact. If such a guard is not praised at the high-level annual summary meeting, then, whether it is the villagers or the patriarchs of various ethnic groups, they will feel that his Hokage name is not worthy of the name, and it will only have the opposite effect. So, in order to show the ability to tolerate people, Sarutobi must praise Baiyi, even to death. Without compliment, that is his Sarutobi is not overbearing. All in all, disgusting. Let's go out for the New Year's Eve tilde. Only the protagonist of today's meeting was not impressed by this. Did he Baiyi do things to be praised? Take credit and gain approval from villagers and ninjas? Stop it. His existence, Uchiha Baiyi, does not require the approval of others, and he does those things only because someone has trampled on the rules of the guard. Otherwise, with his true temperament, he would be too lazy to participate in the high-level affairs. Didn't you see that now, even in a meeting, someone's mind has drifted elsewhere? At this time, Baiyi was thinking about the New Year's ceremony, so he took his confidants to the ninja world for a walk to relax. Isn't the life of enjoying the scenery and hugging from left to right? In comparison, Hokage's compliments, what's the value? Where? Tsunade blinked and asked curiously. The guards have worked hard for a year. During the Huxia New Year, I plan to give everyone in the guards a holiday. Travel expenses are borne at public expense. As for where to go, it's Yunjie Mountain. Baiyi has already thought about this. The mountain around Cloud Shinobi Village was developed by Raikage before the New Year festival. At the speed of a ninja, there will definitely be a good reason there. Hot springs are readily available. By the time. After swallowing, Baiyi looked at Tsunade with burning eyes. At that time, Tsunade will be able to compete with Samui in an open and fair manner. It's not very convenient to bring the guards. Tsunade blushed slightly. She knew exactly what the man next to her was, and she already knew what this trip meant. She didn't object. But this kind of intimate thing, it is always not good to bring outsiders. There are too many mountains in Yunjie Mountain. They have a place to play and won't disturb us. Baiyi rolled his eyes. After a year, everyone in the guard team has really worked hard. He is not scolding his superiors. It is necessary to let everyone relax. His men, he knew, will not do those things that displease him, and will never disturb him. Even letting the guards follow, there is a function of escorting them out without being disturbed. And with his perception, if someone really does something, he will sense it immediately. But that probability is slim. What about the defense of the village when you travel? Tsunade also knew how much respect the guards had for their captain, and would not bother Baiyi and the others. It's just that the guards are gone, what about the village? Now everyone relies on the existence of the guards, and lives very peacefully. It is conceivable that when the guards suddenly traveled together, the villagers would not be able to sleep soundly. Hey, isn't your teacher always looking for opportunities to show off? Leave it to him. Free labor, not for nothing. As for Sarutobi taking the opportunity to scramble for power, it was simply overthinking. If he had the ability, he would really do something practical while Baiyi was away. If he can't do it, it will only prove that Sarutobi Hiruzen is only a man of this level. In fact, he really is to that extent. Baiyi wasn't at all worried that his status would be affected in any way. Even, whenever third generation dares to do something, he dares to give the other party a big gift. When he leaves Konoha, he will naturally take away all the people he values. Even if Sarutobi wanted to do something small to his people, it was impossible. That's why he had to bring the guard. Konoha's security work, Can't the villagers sleep well without the guards? What does that have to do with him? The self-disciplined captain of the guard will definitely have a good year during his annual leave, and his subordinates will be even more grateful to him. Even the sudden trip of the guards, which is a good thing. Otherwise, some people feel that the existence of the guards is not necessary. Habit is second nature. When the guards ran the village for a year, everyone took it for granted. But once lost, they understand the actual meaning of the guard. In the past 2 years, because of 4th Hokage's death and Konoha's unusual emptiness, the guards could only be on guard during the New Year's Eve. But this year is different. I'm sure anyone has seen the end of provoking the guards. Raikage is an example. Diaresis, okay, do you have anything to add? Then, there is a hero who invited us. Konoha, let Uchiha Baiyi say a few words. The ninja's desire to vomit, Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to give Baiyi a gentle smile, and then made an invitation. Just a pity. It seemed that he was enjoying the trip of the New Year festival, so Baiyi was naturally distracted. Please, the hero of Konoha, Uchiha Baiyi, say a word. Sarutobi's old face twisted, and he shouted again through gritted teeth. One thing to say, he thinks Baiyi is definitely doing it on purpose. Deliberately let him not get off the stage, and deliberately let him emphasize that the other party is the hero of Konoha. As predicted. For the second time, Baiyi still didn't move, leaning on the chair and staring out the window in a daze. The great work of Konoha. Oh, are you G annoying? Baiyi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sober, he followed the voice and cursed directly. His subordinates are basically used to it. As long as your captain is thinking about things, don't bother. Even Tsunade didn't do such a thing to interrupt Baiyi. After all, she was a little bit afraid of Baiyi's powerful fighting power. A bad one would go to heaven. The old man is asking you, do you have anything to say, or do you have any requirements? Sarutobi's face was flushed, and he wanted to go up and force Kabuto hard on the two men. But he dared not. Especially at this time, he must show generosity. Yes. Konoha's great hero, Uchiha Baiyi, who created a precedent for ceding land and indemnity. What's wrong with a man with such meritorious deeds? Whether this is someone else's real thoughts Sarutobi doesn't know. Sarutobi, who can speculate on the mentality of others with the greatest malicious intent, can only plan for the worst. Baiyi sneered. He was very upset that he was interrupted. Since he is unhappy, he definitely can't make others happy. Required. Yes. Or ask the third generation Sama to abdicate. Thank you for subscribing and asking for a ticket. Chapter 69 Force the Palace. Bad news. People who vomit blood and faint are, 1. Huge conference room. When Baiyi asked to speak out, the scene was silent for a moment. People's eyes were filled with astonishment, clearly mixed emotions. They didn't expect that Uchiha Baiyi would choose to launch the attack in advance at the high-level meeting. Even before the start, they didn't get any wind. Yes. This kind of thing is not similar to a coup, but it is a kind of forced palace. At least before starting, choose a few reliable allies for yourself. But Baiyi doesn't seem to have such an idea. But that didn't stop him from speaking, and those who were interested came out to support him. For example, Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sleepy but had to maintain the elegant temperament of the Hyuga family. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. I just said it was better than Baiyi-kun, how could he not choose to rebel? Although this rebellion was somewhat different from the rebellion he knew, it didn't prevent him from standing in line. Baiyi-kun makes sense. With a pat on the table, the spirited Hyuga Hiyashi stood up and nodded in agreement. Master Third Generation is already old, and we all know that after the Third Ninja World War, Master Third Generation has voluntarily ceded Hokage's position. So it can be seen that Hokage-sama is definitely not the kind of person who is greedy for power. Wear a high hat directly. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hiyashi, who often speaks at high-level meetings, understands the importance of such speeches too well. Baiyi doesn't want to be a politician and likes to be straight. Then, as Bai Yi's right-hand man in the future, he will be the filthy politician. We all know that because of the sacrifice of the fourth generation, Lord Third Generation had to drag his aged body to stand up for Konoha and come out again. At that time, Konoha really didn't have a single Hokage candidate. But it's different now. What Hyuga Hiyashi said is justified and well-founded, and after talking freely, it has won the approval of many people. For example, Mr. Bai Yi, his strength is obvious to all, and his ability is to make the guard team make a complete transformation. Besides, he made dazzling contributions for the village, forcing Cloud Shinobi Village to cede land and pay compensation. With such ability, the single-player Hokage is more than enough. Paused. Hyuga Hiyashi looked at Third Generation and smiled. After so many years of confrontation, he already knew what Third Generation wanted to refute. As for seniority and age, Master Fourth Generation was only in his 20s when he came to power. Master Bai Yi was only 1 year younger than Fourth Generation, and after the new year, he was on par with Fourth Generation. I think Lord Third Generation abdicates and makes Lord Bai Yi the fifth Hokage, which is completely in line with the village's philosophy. Some words. As the first person to stand up to support Bai Yi, Hyuga Hiyashi expressed it quite clearly. From ability, sense of responsibility, to resume and credit. All-round explanation of Uchiha Bai Yi, he is qualified to be Hokage. Even if he is from the Uchiha clan. The scene remained quiet. But at this moment, the patriarchs of many ethnic groups have their thoughts. Third Generation is indeed getting old. Konoha needs a rush and a new faith. If they choose to stand up and support Bai Yi at this time, this kind of power from the dragon may allow them to gain more benefits. I also agree to make Bai Yi the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku does his part. He even stood up excitedly. Yes. Bai Yi must be an ambitious man, how could he not be Hokage? He all said that Bai Yi has Hokage. Since the last time Uchiha Bai Yi took off the eyes of the Uchiha elders with his own hands, and then crushed them with his feet. The clan after one clan will become extraordinarily strange every time. Everyone wants to keep bashing Uchiha Bai Yi. But no one wants to go to jail, let alone be the next person to have their eyes locked. No one wants to piss off a lunatic. In the eyes of this group of lunatics from the Uchiha clan, Bai Yi is the real lunatic. Do things by any means, ruthless enough. Such people are obviously not something they can afford. But if they were allowed to swallow their voices, they obviously didn't want to. Therefore, the atmosphere of Uchiha's clan society became extremely delicate. If Bai Yi can succeed Hokage at this juncture, the effect will naturally be different. The clan explained it again, and he could relax a lot. Hyuga, Uchiha. The open voice of the two races. Make the atmosphere in the meeting room mysterious. The patriarchs of all ethnic groups quickly thought about the pros and cons of this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, was livid and wanted to say something to rebut, but didn't know where to start. How to do? Why did Uchiha Bai Yi suddenly attack while taking advantage of the annual summary meeting? Why didn't he get any news at all? Could it be that the undercover Uchiha Itachi became a traitor and surrendered to Uchiha Bai Yi? Otherwise, this kid has done a great job of keeping secrets. What exactly? Sarutobi at this moment is like an ant on a hot pan. He didn't know how to respond. This is the most nerve-wracking. Hyuga Hiyashi's words are too perfect, as if they have been prepared for a long time. From this point, it is not difficult to see that Uchiha Bai Yi was even thinking of his own Hokage throne early in the morning. Obviously, Bai Yi's words made him misunderstand. Even make everyone misunderstood. Hokage. He hadn't thought about it for a while. Just my Tai Sarutobi said that he was asked to abdicate, only because the other party disrupted the scene when he was enjoying the hot spring bath, and the punishment was given. Even Bai Yi himself, he didn't expect Hyuga Hiyashi to stand up so firmly. But Bai Yi was too lazy to explain. He even looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's blushing face with interest. He was eager to see what means Sarutobi would use today to justify himself. This is interesting. A little spice to a peaceful life. Exercise every day, go to work, take a nap, clock in after get off work, go shopping with friends in custom shops, and go shopping with confidants and ride motorcycles Kabuto style. Nothing to tease the monkey again, this kind of life is quite beautiful. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone is waiting for Sarutobi's reply. The two Hokage advisors next to Sarutobi also looked shocked, CJEG. They all knew that they and Uchiha Bai were very different from each other. Even though they were Hokage advisors, the man was still able to put them in a cell. It's hard to imagine how their Hokage consultant would continue if Bai became Hokage. You know, even if he becomes Hokage, I am afraid that kid will still control the guards in his own hands. When the time comes, the guard, plus Anbu. That's all the fighting strength of a village, who dares to resist his rule? The old man does not approve. Finally, Mitokado Homura couldn't take it any longer, and he stood up and protested loudly. Has someone finally spoken up for me? Sarutobi looked at his old partner gratefully. But the next moment, he directly broke the defense. I feel that although the abdication of the third generation is inevitable, the candidate for Hokage can't just be Uchiha Bai. My husband thinks Jiraiya is more suitable for this position. Dude, you're not here to help me the FK. Sarutobi looked at Mitokado Homura with anger. Apparently, he was abandoned. Even Mitokado Homura felt that today's scene, he could not end without stepping down from the position of third Hokage. This moment, Sarutobi's heart was ashes. Also this moment, he misses Danzo very much in prison. Because even if Danzo doesn't deal with him, he will stand up and support himself at this time. Without him, after all, the two of them are with Lake Biwa. No, after all, the two of them are friends who wear the same pair of pants, and they know each other well. With that alone, Danzo will spare no effort to speak for himself. Hey, you guys are discussing, why are you talking about me? Jiraiya spread her hands helplessly. When you mention me, why don't you mention Tsunade? She's more qualified than I am. Isn't that because having Tsunade as Hokage is no different than having Uchiha Bai as Hokage? Utatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura hate. Close your mouth if you can't speak. As long as he's not blind, it's impossible not to see Tsunade and Bai throwing dog food everywhere during this time. What's more, this kid still has the ability to step on two boats in front of Tsunade, and often shows his affection with Yuyan and Yuhihong everywhere. Bai's treatment. There is no man in Konoha who does not envy. But they knew that this was Uchiha Bai's own ability, and they envied but couldn't learn it. And in the face of other people's great exploits, no one is qualified to interfere in private life issues. After all, other women have no opinion, so what are they? What's more, the Konoha Public Security Management regulations do not say that it is illegal to have more girlfriends. The scene fell silent again. And this time, compared to the previous situation, people's gazes towards Uchiha Bai became more intense. Even the representative of the patriarch of the Inoshika-cho clan, Narashikahisa, suddenly opened his mouth and seemed to be about to express his stance. As a staunch supporter of Hokage, if he follows his position, the scene will change instantly. Done. It's all over. The old man's Hokage seat. Sarutobi struggled, and for a moment seemed to have aged quite a bit. But just when Narashikahisa wanted to speak, the office door was suddenly rudely slammed open. When everyone looked at the past angrily, they were really stunned by the scene in front of them. It was a Konoha shinobi with blood all over his body. Even the left arm was chopped off. He was seriously injured, but he still rushed in with complete will. It's you. Sarutobi suddenly froze. He knew this man and was his confidant, Admiral Yamada Taro, the captain of the Arakiba Frontier Defense Team. He had a letter sent to him before, and the content of the letter was to ask Yamada Taro to hand over the captain's position to his son, and let Yamada Taro take care of them more. But how did he come now? And with such serious injuries? Lord Third Generation, your two sons. Yamada Taro let out a groan and screamed with all his strength. Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma, they died. Sarutobi was shocked and went into a state of downtime in an instant. But beside him, there was a sudden sound of blood spurting. People looked over in surprise, and then showed strange eyes. A shocking thing happened. The man who vomited blood and fainted. It's not Sarutobi, it's Mitokado Homura. This moment. Chapter 70 Righteous Words. It's amazing how they died, too. Fire Country. Konoha. The meeting room in the Hokage building. At this moment, the scene was in chaos. Medical ninjas have already rushed over and are treating the unconscious Yamada Taro and Mitokado Homura respectively. As for Tsunade playing in person, do not make jokes. She is a medical team under the guard, and she will not shoot at will without Baiyi's order. And that person was Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant, and she couldn't stay away. Coupled with her hyperphobia, she was lying on her stomach in Baiyi's arms right now. However, Tsunade is not worried. Baiyi said that when she travels for the New Year festival, help her improve her fear of blood. She doesn't know the specific method. Everyone in the conference room looked silently at Yamada Taro, who was covered in blood. Because of his arrival, a forced palace was disrupted. People say that the dead are great. Yamada Taro was originally the captain of the Konoha Frontier Guard, but he was replaced by Sarutobi Shinosuke a few days ago, and now he is just a part of that elite unit. And now, according to his one-sided words, it seems as if he is the only survivor of the entire team. But what he explained was not clear, so he could only be questioned after he regained his senses. But in any case, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen's two sons died, the death of that border guard must be respected and he must be taken seriously. So everyone calmed down and did not continue to force Sarutobi Hiruzen to abdicate. They desperately want to know what happened on the other side of the border. Could it be that some shinobi village suddenly attacked Konoha? If so, how should we fight back? These two words surround everyone's heart. Obviously, even if two of Konoha's Sannin returned to Konoha, even if Captain Baiyi's guard team was extremely strong, Konoha still can't stand a big war. No matter how strong the guards are, they are only in shinobi village. I have never heard of the police force from my village being dispatched to the battlefield. Even if they wanted to do it, they didn't know if Baiyi would agree. The shadow of war hangs over everyone. When the war is coming, it is obviously not a good time to force the palace. This matter was finally put on hold. In the crowd, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was full of grief, and the old tears were waiting. Yamada Taro just explained, saying that the team was wiped out except for him, and after Hokage's two sons were all sacrificed, he fainted very single. Also passing out was Mitokado Homura. Sarutobi's heart is naturally sad at the moment, and he is also struggling. In addition to these, there is even a trace of strange coursing and happiness. It's hard to imagine that I survived this difficult time because of the sacrifice of my two sons. And Sarutobi, whose heart was extremely complicated, looked at Mitokado Homura, who was also treated, and his face gradually distorted. If before, at the time of the public trial, there were only some rumors that his wife had an affair with Mitokado Homura, and then Asuma's words were left. So now I'm afraid that this rumor is about to become a fact. Same beard. Hearing the news of the sacrifice of Asuma and Shinosuke, could he vomit blood and faint in grief? How do you let this old man handle this Hokage? As a father, the old man is not as sad as you. How should he be? The most important thing is that even if he pretended to be distraught, the ninjas in the conference room looked at him very strangely. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen himself felt that a green light would occasionally flash across his head. Really green. Sarutobi gritted his teeth. Even the sun is not his own. He tried hard to recall, and finally recalled a night more than 10 years ago. At that time, Lake Biwa was not pregnant with Asuma. As a small village flower, Lake Biwa is very graceful penultimate. And that day, Mitokado Homura came to his house specially and got himself drunk. He didn't know what happened next. I just vaguely heard what Lake Biwa said, "Where is my husband? My husband is still there. My husband is amazing, and so on. He thought he was dreaming. It doesn't seem to be. Mitokado Homura, Shimura Danzo. The two of them turned out. Gritting his teeth, plus tears in his eyes, plus twisted cheeks and grief-twitching temples. All the expressions came together, and Sarutobi's face was extremely hideous. He glanced angrily at Mitokado Homura, who seemed to flick his fingers, then turned his head and looked at Uchiha Kaharu. Sometimes. The easiest way to avenge yourself for being green is to go back. Danzo is in jail now, and the opportunity is there, so there's no rush. The way to get revenge on Mitokado Homura is on Uchiha Kaharu. Mitokado Homura, who was not injured, woke up. Lord Hokage, the advisor is fine. He is still in good health. Medical ninjas come up with their expertise and medical skills. How can health faint? In the distance, Bai Yi always looked at the fun and didn't think it was a big deal, and asked with a smile. Oh, Lord Bai Yi is like this. The medical ninja is very patient, the so-called parental heart of a medical doctor. He did not hide the situation of Mitokado Homura at all. Lord Mitokado Homura has no other problems besides kidney deficiency. The reason why I fainted is because of the blood attacking the heart, and under the grief, I haven't recovered my anger for a while. Well, in a word, this is only when a relative dies. Da ba. Seeing that the medical ninja, who had learned the truth, was about to say something, Mitokado Homura's expression changed, and he quickly blocked the other's mouth. Oh! People in the conference room exclaimed, and their eyes on Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen changed completely. That's called professionalism. Obviously. The level of this medical ninja is very good. His strength was unanimously recognized by everyone present. Don't talk nonsense. Mitokado Homura's face was ashen, and then he glared at Uchiha Bai Yi. Uchiha Bai Yi, the destruction of the squad and the death of Shinosuke and Asuma, don't you want to say something? Accountability. Or find someone to take the blame. The sudden toughness of Mitokado Homura made many people incomprehensible. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who tried to interrupt Mitokado Homura with a sullen face. But the old guy, like a machine gun, wanted to vent his grief over the loss of a child as a father. Urgently need a breakthrough. If the guards hadn't sentenced Shinosuke and Asuma to the border and let them kill 1,000 hostile ninjas and rebellious ninjas, they wouldn't have died. I see. People knew it in their hearts, but disdain was written on their faces. In a world where strength is paramount, weakness is the original sin, and death because of poor strength is never to blame for others. Although I don't know how Asuma and Shinosuke died. But you look at how many years, except for the war. Konoha's border defense brigade has never suffered such serious losses. Why did this happen when Hokage's two sons went away? And the person in charge of this matter is obviously the captain of Sarutobi Shinosuke. Can this kind of pot be thrown on other people's Uchiha Bai Yi? But everyone understands. If Mitokado Homura, he really Green Hokage, is the real father of the two Hokage sons, it is normal to want to vent his dissatisfaction. But here comes the problem. Bai Yi, is he a person who gets used to other people's bad habits? Obviously not. I just heard the man sitting in the chair leaning back arrogantly, cocking Erlang's legs. Seeing that his man was about to pretend, Tsunade hurriedly offered him a cigarette. Who cares if you ban smoking in the conference room or not? The topic is yours to lead, and your man feels uncomfortable when he pretends to not smoke. Surrounded by smoke, Bai Yi laughed and spoke slowly. Dead scourge. Well, I'm just referring to Sarutobi Asuma and Sarutobi Shinosuke. The dead are great. Big A. Not to mention the mere two sons of Hokage. People who have nothing to do with him die as much as they love. He Bai Yi is not his father, he likes to get used to his stinky problems. When you are strong enough. Death is never the end. Especially for those who have mastered reincarnation, it does not apply to the rhetoric that the deceased is the greatest. It's just a kind of hypocrisy that living people show in order to show guilt. 0. In the Celestial Dynasty, it is to sustain mourning. Here, it's just formalism. Mitokado Homura was furious, shaking his body and trying to rush over to fight Bai Yi desperately. And Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him was even more angry, only feeling that he was green like a Hulk. Am I right? Bai Yi flicked the soot disdainfully. What is the penalty given to Shinosuke by this captain? Use your head to think about it. Who on earth told this captain that Sarutobi Shinosuke and Sarutobi Asuma are one of the few elites in Konoha, and their abilities are extremely good, and they can commit crimes for Konoha? Hey, this captain thought they were really capable, but now it looks like an egg that breaks when touched. I don't really have the ability, and I have to sacrifice the Frontier Defense team together. Isn't this what it should be? With a sneer, Bai Yi stood up, walked step by step to meet Okado Homura, who had stopped struggling, and looked at him condescendingly. Let me see, they are not heroes who sacrificed, maybe they are the sinners who led to the destruction of the team. Take the immature Asuma and the Shinosuke who had cooled off early in the original book. This kind of thing is really possible, it's definitely not Bai Yi's fabrication. And when he finished, Mitokado Homura himself understood. Yes. It was 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who made Shinosuke and Asuma guilty. Sarutobi, you are so cruel. Mitokado Homura came back to his senses, pointed at Sarutobi and said tremblingly. Is the old man's green hat completely solid? Sarutobi's eyes were dull, and he couldn't hold back his anger any longer, and swung his arms round and slapped him fiercely. Snapped. Old man's housework, there is no need for you, an outsider, to point your fingers. The old man's son died. It was sacrificed for Konoha. They died well. It was amazing to die. Sky Barasi. Sarutobi is righteous. I am very proud of this old man. Out of breath, Mitokado Homura fainted again. And at the same time. Then Yamada Taro also woke up slowly. Chapter 71 Hero. That is the sinner, the white tiger of Akatsuki who appeared in Konoha. 3. Konoha. In the huge conference room, everyone fell into silence. A hero who sacrificed for the village. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The embarrassed look on his old face made him feel a little ashamed. Yes. Yamada Taro has just woken up. He recounted the situation with the border guards these days. The elite brigade belonging to Konoha, their duty was originally to guard the border. But when Sarutobi Shinosuke took over and Sarutobi Asuma became their vice captain, the team's responsibilities changed. Accompanying the two sons to find rebellion everywhere, wanting to kill 1,000 as quickly as possible, and wanting to return to the village is understandable. But they turned their minds on Orochimaru and found some clues. After Orochimaru defected, did the ninjas in Konoha really know Orochimaru's trail? Naturally not. But I know, but no one dares to provoke it. Even if Orochimaru appeared at the Konoha village entrance, no one dared to take the initiative to attack, and they all waited for Orochimaru to leave. Leng Kun's prestige has made countless people terrified. The Third Ninja World War, just by looking at the mountains of corpses under Kikyoyama, you can see how ruthless this man is. Even if credit is given, Orochimaru is definitely no less than Konoha's golden shimmer. The Second Ninja World War became 003, and Sannin became famous. The Third Ninja War led the team to defend Kikyoyama, and limited resources were used to the limit to resist the attack of San Shinobi Village. Perhaps if Orochimaru's temperament was not so gloomy, even if the third generation objected to Orochimaru becoming Hokage because Orochimaru was Danzo's subordinate, there would be many people who would support him. After all, Little Sun is far from Orochimaru's opponent in terms of qualifications. This is enough to explain the existence of Orochimaru and what kind of influence it has on Konoha. And these two second-generation ancestors really dared to trouble Orochimaru. Now that the Frontier Brigade has been killed, there may be Orochimaru's calculations behind him. Young. He ruined his own life, and also affected the entire elite border defense brigade. Many people watched third generation's eyes flicker, and their hearts were filled with anger. According to Yamada Taro, even if their team was not an opponent, it would not necessarily become a situation where the entire army was wiped out. The reason was that Shinosuke was so eager to make contributions that he hardly gave them time to rest. Days of rushing, coupled with a sudden attack, will lead to this situation. Look, what did I say? Your 2 sons are pure waste. Bai Yi chuckled and shook his head, too lazy to continue wasting his life here. After the summary meeting has been opened up to now, Konoha is also a wonderful work. As for forcing the palace or something, it's just that he suddenly wanted to say that to make Sarutobi disgusting. Even if Sarutobi abdicates now, he won't be a bullshit Hokage, it's better to let Tsunade in. By the way, the New Year's Day guards will take a month off, and then the village defense Hokage will take care of it. Holding Tsunade in his arms, Bai Yi ignored Sarutobi's angry to surprise eyes, walked to the door of the conference room and waved back to everyone. Participating in any summary meeting is a waste of time for Bai Yi. Here's your chance. Sarutobi, who was still ashamed and angry just now, regained her energy in an instant. As Bai Yi thought, Sarutobi thought of many things at this moment. The guards did a really good job. But this does not mean that the villagers can only rely on the guards. Bai Yi led the guards to rest. This is great news and opportunity. Replacing the guard, in one fell swoop. A month. There is plenty of time. Sarutobi's face flushed, and he thought he was okay again. But this time, he really wanted to have a head-to-head battle with Bai Yi. After all, Sarutobi never thought he was inferior to others. Because the border guards were destroyed, Konoha's high-level meeting became a jerk. But after knowing the real reason, many people were relieved. After all, a mysterious organization suspected of joining Orochimaru, compared with the arrival of war, it is better to accept the previous one. After Bai Yi left with Tsunade, the meeting continued. But this time, the discussion was about what the mysterious organization that Orochimaru belonged to should solve. There are different opinions, and in the end, a charter has not been determined. And while they were having a heated discussion, Rain Country. The continuous rain seemed to indicate that God had abandoned this land. Rain Shinobi Village, inside the base of Akatsuki's organization. A meeting is going on. Is there still a fish that slipped through the net? Pain said expressionlessly. In fact, Pain's essence is a dead man, and naturally he can't make any expressions. It's all Nagato's control. There's no way. That kid has 2 brushes and ran out with injuries. Sasori of Akasha also hid in Fei Liuhu, and controlled the puppet to roll his eyes and explained. The most valuable ones have been slaughtered. Kakuzu is in a good mood. He has 2 new hearts, which makes him feel much younger. There Konoha. Pain looked at Orochimaru, as if he wanted to get some information about Konoha from Orochimaru. Just went out for a living. And this time, only Sasori and Kakuzu were dispatched. Akatsuki's organization did not fall into Konoha's hands, so he was not worried that the organization would be exposed. I personally don't suggest that the leader sends the White Tiger to Konoha. Konoha's guard captain is not easy to mess with. Orochimaru had a hoarse voice and said his own opinion. Unfortunately, he knew that what he said was in vain. After all, after watching this meeting, the White Tiger of Shaoji did not show up, and he knew that the other party had already left. Maybe he had already tracked down the fish that slipped through the net, and he might have reached Konoha. She's professional. Pain looked around after emphasizing a sentence for Konan. The members of the Akatsuki organization have not yet arrived. Kakuzu's predecessor, Loquat Juzo, also teamed up with a dragon set. Kakuzu has not yet discovered that Mizukage is controlled by Obito, and has not joined the Akatsuki organization. Naturally, the undead duo were not fully equipped, and Hidan was not there. And Deidara, who joined it later than Itachi, is not there. The next step is to attract talents and act low-key. It's not far from the time to start. Zukun is waiting patiently. Dismissed. The atmosphere of Akatsuki's organization is as harmonious as ever. It's just a normal MLM organization without Konan playing that weird BGM. As for the question that Orochimaru just mentioned, Konan just went to investigate the news, and won't expose it, but Madara also followed. It shouldn't be a problem. On a tall building, Payne spoke calmly. Didn't find the BCH today. Konoha. Guard door. Bai Yi stretched lazily, looked at a black-mouthed dog who was squatting there and asked. The dog's name is Parker. It's Kakashi's ninja dog. A few days ago, I saw Kakashi playing with the dogs at the training ground. He thought that Kakashi was coming. How can you live a leisurely life without walking your dog? As a self-disciplined captain of the guard, while the guards are fishing, it is also essential to take a walk on the street. Parker shook his head and sighed. My uncle is suffering. The little flower I just licked a few days ago was taken away by the Inuzuka clan as a ninja dog. According to Shalwa, my genes are not worthy of it. People are busy. Dogs are also running for their offspring. Life isn't easy, Parker sighs. Thinking back then, it was frugal and gave Shalwa the delicious food that he only got to please Bai Yi, but he sneered at it. Parker was upset. Even now it has a chance to meet Shalwa. Is licking the dog here? Being a dog, the most important thing is to be happy. Bai Yi held Parker by the back of his neck, and taught him heartily. You do not understand. Parker said to Bai Yi contemptuously. How can you know the joy of licking a dog if you don't lick the dog? Do you think anyone can be actively pursued by the high-quality opposite S*X like you? Forget it, I can't explain it to you. After all, our aesthetics are completely different from one another. This is true. Bai Yi agreed with his face. After all, in his opinion, Shalwa is really ugly, but Shalwa's owner, Inuzuka, is cute. Inuzuka Flower, the older sister of Inuzukaya in the original novel. He is the same age as Uchiha Itachi, and at a young age, he has a feeling of heroism and valor, and is quite capable. If you have to be a little flower, I can bring it over for you. Bai Yi still carried Parker and walked slowly to the street. But one thing to say, your physique doesn't seem to be of the same order of magnitude as others, is it enough? What you mean? Can't reach where? This is not enough, is it serious? Parker's mouth twitched, rolled his eyes, thought about the scene, and then sighed in a decadent manner. Really can't get enough. If you want to cooperate with Shalwa, I am afraid that you have to let Shalwa lie down. But with Shalwa's high cold temperament, it is estimated that she will not give in. You don't understand 4.6. What I yearn for is spiritual love, and I personally don't think a strong melon is sweet. Parker said with emotion. The twisted melon is really not sweet, but it is fragrant. Speak your mind. Bai Yi's eyes turned to the corner of Konoha's bustling street. There, a bright figure was standing in front of the booth, looking at the small accessories. A head of light blue and lavender hair tied on top of his head. Without the iconic paper flower on top of her head, she took off the lip studs on her lips. She is slim and slim like the big sister next door, giving people a feeling of comfort and tranquility. Tight trousers made her legs more slender, and she seemed to have found her own temperament. Did she come to Konoha? With curiosity in his eyes, Bai Yi threw Parker on the ground and walked over step by step. Whispering sound. No question. Glancing at the woman, Parker pouted in contempt, and then went straight to the little BCH who was digging soil on the ground not far away. Bai Yi bubbles Bai Yi's. It licks it. One person and one dog, the division of labor is quite clear. Her name is Conan. Codenamed the White Tiger of Dawn. And now, she came to Konoha. Chapter 72 Bai Yi. I think he disrespects me a little bit. 4. Konoha. The project to receive the extension is still going on. The members of the guard team, along with the arrested criminals, are now doing what they should do. The prisoners included ninjas from Danzo's roots. A member of the former village management brigade, that is, a little elite of the Sarutobi clan. Even the team leader at the root, Shisui, who is well known in the ninja world. Everyone sweated, but no one complained. The so-called labor reform. Labor is not the most important thing, the most important thing is transformation. Those who were in a bad mood and dissatisfied with the actions of the guards had already been forced to give in. And the prosperous received both sides. The store managers of each store have a very good attitude towards the guards. Especially the shopkeeper who sold all kinds of small accessories. When he saw Bai Yi coming over, he greeted him very kindly. Without even being able to say anything, he put a light blue hair accessory into Bai Yi's hand, and then winked at Bai Yi. Bai Yi knew it in his heart. This brother heard about his rumors, and thought he came here to chat with Conan. But obviously, the shop owner is misunderstood. Bai Yi is not the kind of guy who takes the initiative to post a girl when he sees a woman, and is courteous. Even Parker knows this. The main reason for coming over was also to be curious about why the White Tiger of Shaoji appeared in Konoha. Does her presence here mean that Shao organization has any thoughts on the village? Point 50. This is the duty of the captain of the guard. Prevent problems before they happen. It was Akatsuki after all. However, it was inevitable that Konoha would be targeted by the Shao organization. Aiming to collect tailed beasts and use the power of tailed beasts to deter the 5 countries, the 5 ninja villages reached peace. The concept is still very good. 29. After all, even the appearance of some kind of super limited weapon from the Earth Star in the previous life will indeed make people dread. But Akatsuki's method was wrong. And their leader, Nagato, also has a history of mental illness. Always let others understand what pain is before doing it. But to some extent, it still makes sense to let both the perpetrator and the victim understand the meaning of pain, so as to achieve peace. Yes, but it doesn't make much sense. Just like Obito always feels that he has something, but unfortunately not much. Bai Yi chuckled and turned to look somewhere on the street. There, a figure flashed by. Just as on the eve of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Obito started the Nine Tails Rebellion after learning that Nine Tails Jinchuriki was expecting to give birth. Obito likes to get in on Konoha for news. But that was before, and now he's the captain of the guard. He didn't move, and Bai Yi didn't bother to pay attention to him. Don't blame him for sending that kid to jail if it's going to happen, and let him be company with Danzo. Shao organization. Bai Yi sighed slightly, his eyes twinkling. Just like in this sick world, everyone feels that what they are doing is right, and everyone has such difficulties. It's as if there are no bad people in this world. It's not them that is at fault, it's the world that is at fault. There is no doubt that what Otsutsuki Shirin said was true. The world affected by Sage of Six Paths is a wrong world, a twisted world. I haven't seen you in the village. Playing with the light blue paper flower hair accessories, Bai Yi opened his mouth. This is obviously not what the store manager said. It was to Conan next to him, who became vigilant when Bai Yi approached. As Nagato's right-hand man, Conan's strength is definitely not bad. In the original book, even if Obito wanted to kill her, he would have to pay the price of one eye to activate Izanagi. As for the so-called use of Kakuzu's money to buy explosive charms, it's just a stock. The ability to make so many detonating charms is created by Conan's god paper craftsman technique. Maybe you forgot. A moment of silence. Conan smiled and said friendly to Bai Yi. She was not afraid of Bai Yi's inquiry. After all, no one can remember everyone in a village, especially a large ninja village like Konoha. She came to Konoha as a spy, so her words were impeccable. But the situation in this village made her a little shocked. Especially when he saw the sweaty man Obito digging soil and Obito building roads, he was even more shocked and didn't know what to say. Shunshi Shisui, who is famous in the ninja world, is only suitable for such heavy work in Konoha. Akatsuki's information will never go wrong. That person is the existence of Kurigakure Jonin Ching, who forced back Kurigakure Jonin in the Third Ninja World War. And now, the man was wearing a plaid shirt and was working hard with a bunch of prisoners. Incomprehensible. It seems that they have little news about the master of Konoha recently. Girls are really joking. Bai Yi didn't answer, but the shop owner next to him spoke instead. Captain Bai Yi and the others, it's just the basic abilities of Captain Bai Yi. As long as they're people in the village, there's nothing he doesn't know. The store manager said with a smile. Captain Bai Yi said that you are not from Konoha, then you must not be from Konoha. And I see that the girl is also very good looking. What's more, you don't even know Captain Bai Yi, you can't be a villager of Konoha. Is this man so famous? Conan looked up and down Bai Yi curiously, but she didn't panic at all. Konoha does not prohibit villagers from other villages from visiting, and there are many identities she can claim to the outside world. Moreover, as a citizen of the Rain country, he was registered at the entrance of the village. Came upright and bright. Sometimes this is the case, and the more guilty one is, the more problems will arise. I am from the land of Rain. Conan showed a soft smile, and took out a bunch of 1,000 paper cranes from his arms, like decorations, as if they were made at random. She at this time. It has the appearance of a walking merchant who inspects the market, and then displays the goods to the guests. Bai Yi was not polite, took Qian Jihei and looked at it. Then what do you think about the village of Konoha? Leaning next to the store door, Bai Yi looked at the street leisurely. It was noon at this time, the soft sunlight dispelled the chill, and it was time for recovery. People are busy. But there was a happy smile on his face. Although I'm tired, all I do are meaningful things. Conan said sincerely, with a glimmer of envy in his eyes. This is also the reason why she stood here in a daze and didn't ask for information. She really envied such a life. Although busy, every day is very fulfilling. This is something that Rain Shinobi Village doesn't have. Not to mention environmental issues. The gloomy atmosphere, the depressing air, even in my own village, has a strange feeling. And let her keep going. It was the friendship she had grown up that supported her desire to achieve her ideals. Bai Yi also nodded in agreement. Throwing out the filthy darkness of Konoha, this village is really nice. And the filth will use these people as weapons. In essence, they are ignorant and innocent, and they are pure and incomparable existences. So, this is my life. Bai Yi stood up straight, slowly stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers in one direction. A strange force emanated from his fingertips. In the air, the irritable chakra is pulling along the fingertips, giving people a creepy feeling. What is he going to do? Conan is ready. Unfortunately, why are there always bad people trying to disturb my peaceful life? The aura of annihilation erupted. Bai Yi grinned, his fingers turned into grabs, and he grabbed the void in front of him. Boom! The earth trembled. A figure hidden in the corner was instantly caught in front of him. That is Uchiha Madara. When the man with the mask, revealing a scarlet Sharingan, was brought to Bai Yi. Conan's Sakura peach mouth has been shocked into an O shape. Space warping. Obito, who is definitely not slow to respond, has turned on Kamui and wants Hollow to send himself back to safety. But Bai Yi's hand held him tightly as if he could pass through the void. Isolate time and space transmission. The space between the two sides was distorted, and an indescribable pain hit his heart. When Obito reached the Kamui space in an instant, only 2/3 of his body remained. Nearly half of his body was tightly held in another dimension by Bai Yi. The two space barriers almost crushed him abruptly. Half a second slower. If you wait another half a second, you will definitely die. What kind of power is that? 003. Why can his attack hit his body directly through space? Obito was horrified. He ninja in agony, glanced at his twisting Hashirama cells. White Zetsu. He needs White Zetsu now. White Zetsu can add blood. When Kamui was forcibly activated again, his body disappeared in time and space, leaving only blood and wriggling cells on the ground. Hey, the space should be blocked directly. Konoha. It's still the door of the shop. Bai Yi disliked the arm that he had twisted off, and frowned when he looked at the puddle of disgusting objects on the ground. There's no way this thing can be filed. Hey, you saw that too. That's what my life is like. Bai Yi sighed slightly, took out a tissue and wiped his hands. That kid actually wanted to arrest someone in front of me. I really don't know what to think. There's always someone trying to break my peaceful life. You said, are they hateful? Yes. Just now. Before Bai Yi started, Obito had already aimed at a single guard member, and seemed to want to subdue the other party to get information from the other party's mouth. This made him very angry. Know the organization. That thing doesn't matter, just stare at Konoha. Don't do anything. Don't mess with him, he doesn't bother to care. Just inquire about the news. Don't do it in front of him. I think he's a little bit disrespectful to me, the captain of the guard. Bai Yi said so. Conan opened his mouth, as if trying to say something. But all the words were swallowed. The man in front of him is a little too mysterious. I took the 1,000 paper cranes and gave you this as a deal. The village does not prohibit trade with other villages, but be careful not to violate the guard's regulations, that's all. Bai Yi threw the paper flower to Conan, then got up and walked towards the construction team. In the woman's eyes, only the tall and mysterious back was left. And the cloak of justice fluttering in the wind behind him. Chapter 73 The Mysterious Captain, the paper flower on her head, the name of the new art. 5. Ninja World. Rain Country. A place where God is together. Akatsuki's base. In Konoha, Elite Jonin did something wrong and needed reform through labor. As strong as Shunshi Shisui, he can only repair the road for Konoha. The presence of the guard is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. And the captain of the guard, Uchiha Bai Yi, has a very special position in the village. He is not Hokage, but he seems to have more power than Hokage, and is even more respected and loved by the villagers than Hokage. Many villagers think that Uchiha Bai Yi has become Hokage, which is much better than the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha family also seems restless and want to raise Uchiha Bai Yi to the top. But Uchiha Bai Yi seems to be content only with the role of the captain of the guard. In addition to his routine, he goes shopping with different women every day. Speaking of which, Conan snorted involuntarily. Really? Even a man like Uchiha Bai Yi is still affected by the speed of drawing his sword by a woman. It seemed that the back figure had left a deep impression on her. It made Conan instinctively think that such a stalwart man would not be that kind of womanizer. Pity. She was wrong again. Uchiha Bai Yi is that kind of person, and more lustful than the average erotic. The daughter of acting minister Anbu is his real girlfriend, like a childhood sweetheart. And the elite Uyushian in Anbu is also his prospective girlfriend. I heard that he still enjoys the process of falling in love. The most surprising thing is that Tsunade, one of the Sanin, and Tsunade-ji of the Fire Country is also his woman. I heard that he and Tsunade hang out at the guard headquarters all day, showing affection everywhere. In addition, it is rumored that there are as many as 3 bed-warming girls in his home, 2 of which were snatched from Cloud Shinobi Village. Who the hell is this? Conan's mouth twitched as he spoke about Bai Yi's information. According to your information, his reputation should not be very good. Nagato also manipulated pain, cooperating with Conan to twitch the corners of his mouth, and then asked. This is contradictory. A playboy, obviously not worthy of respect. That's just his daily life. If you knew what he did in Konoha and what he won for Konoha, you wouldn't think so. Speaking of which, Conan's expression was a little complicated. According to reliable sources, since Uchiha Bai Yi became the captain of the guard has never allowed a case to affect the village. And he is righteous, never oppresses others with power, and even has a good relationship with the villagers. Not afraid of power, direct public trial Hokage assisted Shimura Danzo to strengthen Jay Hokage's wife, also pressed Danzo into prison, and reformed the ninjas at the root through labor. What happened to Konoha? Pain was silent for a while. Hokage assists the wife of strong Jay Hokage. This is F******************** G unheard of. And this is just one of many cases. In Konoha, you must abide by the relevant regulations of the guard and the Konoha Public Security Management Regulations. Once someone violates it, there will be a heavy price to pay. Last time Orochimaru returned to Konoha, he was just doing business, but he behaved very well. If anyone breaks the rules he made, no matter who they are, they have to go to the interrogation room. That is, Madara's luck is good, and she runs fast, otherwise it will definitely end like this. Conan said with a lingering fear. Rip the space at will, and deal a heavy blow to Madara. This kind of power not even Rinnegan has. At this time, the Madara in their eyes, that is, Uchiha Obito, has been severely injured, and it seems that they are not completely out of danger. Besides Danzo, the son of Hokage was also exiled to the border for breaking the rules and ordered to kill 1,000 hostile ninjas before returning to the village. That's why they will face off against Kakuzu and Sasori of Akshasa. Is the cause here? Nagato remained silent. But it's not the most shocking thing. He is respected by everyone because of another feat. Uchiha Baiyi expressed his anger after Raikage deliberately destroyed Konoha public property and sent someone to attack his residence, and directly asked Raikage to give up the Cloud World Mountain around Cloud Shinobi Village, the Land of Thunder. After the public trial that day, Yunjishin became the private property of the guards. Expanding the territory is a great achievement. Even Conan has a different kind of fluctuation in his eyes now. It's hard to imagine that this kind of existence is not due to fighting on the battlefield. He is just a captain of the guard team. But it can do what First Hokage has never done. This is shocking. And also, he hesitated. Conan took a deep breath. I suspect that the movement of the Kingdom of Thunder a few days ago may have something to do with Uchiha Baiyi. Finally, Pain's emotionless Rinnegan shrank a little. The breath on his body also began to sharpen. It's hard to imagine how Nagato got the corpse to make that look. Ninja world. Sometimes there are no secrets. What's more, Baiyi's behavior was extremely arrogant. He opened up his big and outrageous Susanoo without any cover, and ravaged the scene of the Land of Thunder. After that, countless spies from the entire ninja world went to the Country of Thunder to check the situation. The scene in front of them stirred up the stormy waves in their hearts. Change the terrain. That's a real map cannon. According to rumors, it was just a random blow from the Golden Giant. Nagato also went to check it out, and he was confident that he could do the same with all his strengths. But if it's a casual hit? Absolutely impossible. Even if he wants to do this, he needs to spend a lot of vitality to motivate Rinnegan. He has been looking for who destroyed the terrain on Cloud Shinobi Village, but there is no news coming back. That person is suspected of using time-space ninjutsu as well. Many people in Konoha are also discussing this matter. The reason is that during the public trial of Raikage, Uchiha Baiyi smashed the space with one punch and disappeared with Raikage. And the period of time when he disappeared is very consistent with the period of time when the Country of Thunder changed. That's Conan's conjecture. In addition to the fact that he can hit Uchiha Madara with a single blow, I have reason to believe that he is the one who did it in the Land of Thunder. Conan said solemnly. If it is real, then there is no doubt that when Nine-Tails is arrested in the future, he will meet Uchiha Baiyi. She didn't want that. Because of what Baiyi said to himself when he started. He just wanted to be a good captain of the guard. It's just that some people always want to disrupt his peaceful routine. In Conan's view, he was telling the truth. She is also envious of the peaceful daily life, and the peace that Konoha villagers enjoy every day is also what she yearns for. But her friend's last wish, she also gritted her teeth and completed it together with Nagato. I don't want to oppose Baiyi. But it is not without solutions. Just wait until the time is right and induce Nine-Tails Jinchuriki out of the village. Conan believes. If the Shao organization really dares to do something in the village, it is impossible to estimate who is stronger between Nagato and Uchiha Baiyi. But their battle will definitely lead to great disaster. At that time, Konoha will probably suffer. In Shao organization. After she felt the situation of Konoha, she was a little silent. Is this really the only way to peace? Nagato's philosophy that people feel pain to reach peace. Shaking his head, Conan wasn't thinking. This time, I entered Konoha to inquire about the news, and it can be said that I have gained a lot. With the variable Baiyi, one must be more cautious when dealing with Konoha in the future. No topic. Conan glanced at Pain, who seemed to be disconnecting, and fell silent. After Zhang Xiao's organization changed. This silence is her daily life. She tilted her head, and there was a light blue paper flower on top of her head. This is from the man. For some reason, she ended up wearing it for herself. After reaching out to touch the paper flower, Conan looked into the distance. That is the direction of Konoha. Diaresis. So, you don't want to go on vacation. Konoha. Guard headquarters. Baiyi leaned lazily in Tsunade's arms, looking at Itachi below and asking. Weasel is concise. Taking vacations or something seems like a luxury to him. The New Year's Eve will come soon. The guards are all making schedules and handing over official duties to Kakashi and Anbu. But rather than going on a hot spring trip with Mr. Tree from the guards, he prefers to stay at home with his younger brother. Sasuke will hit the road with his sister-in-law. Baiyi showed a weird smile. Leave Uchiha Itachi alone at home. Sorry, team building or something. This is the guard's ordinance and must be followed unless you resign. This isn't that bad. Itachi hesitated for a while, as if he understood why he always felt a little green on his father's head. Well, you also know that your mother's few friends are my maids. The specific identity Itachi is naturally unclear. He only knew of Uchiha Naraku, but in fact, Uchiha's maid and Makoto have a good relationship. And you've already spoken to your father about this. How could Baiyi give up taking the mother of two Destiny children and go to the natural hot springs in Yunjishin to relax? Bring Itachi and throw Sasuke directly to him when the time comes, and the rest will be disturbed. Just perfect. Is that so? What has been decided? Itachi obviously has no room for resistance, and can only bear it silently. However, Baiyi suddenly came to play with his mind, squinting his eyes and thinking of something. Obito really thought it was over after running. Dare to come to Konoha to pretend to be coercive, to detect the truth of the guards. Do you really think Baiyi will let him go? Baiyi could roughly guess the purpose of Obito's visit. After all, after Itachi graduated, the team was brutally murdered by Obito, and Obito was also very concerned about Itachi's growth and seemed to be planning something. Even Itachi opened his eyes because Obito killed the team. Come and don't come and go is rude. Baiyi left Tsunade's embrace. Tomo turned slightly in his eyes, and his pupils began to release and aim at Itachi's eyes. I'll teach you one technique and 3. Next time you see the masked man, attack him directly with this technique. Remember, you must call out the name of the surgery, and you must shout it loudly. Hey, listen up. The name of the art is called Kilin. Chapter 74 The Guards Travel, The Weak Retreat. A Blind Child. 6. Even after experiencing the chaos of the Third Ninja World War. Country to country, ninja village, there are often frictions. But recently, everyone tacitly chose to stop the action. Without him. New Year's Eve is here. Busy year, whether ordinary people or the ninjas who survived by chance on the battlefield all want to enjoy this hard-won peace. Because for them, I don't even know if I will be able to reunite with my family next year. Ninjas are just that. This is especially true in this world where strength is paramount and the weak eat the strong. Rules can restrain the weak, but the strong do not care at all. Maybe your ally today will be able to stab you in the back for profit tomorrow. The New Year's Eve has not officially arrived yet. But Konoha already has a New Year's atmosphere. Many villagers who were grateful to the guards even came to the guards to express their hearts. Baiyi did not refuse to come here. How could a strong self-discipline reject the kindness of the villagers? Parker thought that if Baiyi would say anything cheap, don't give it away, and only accept expensive ones. But Baiyi didn't do that. In the Neon Second Dimension, people give you a gift to give you a face. Cultural differences mean that these people who know little and do not understand big gifts, to a certain extent, their brain circuits are not very clear. But these are only small gaps. Today. It's the day when the guard team builds up and goes out. Over the past year, the guards have worked diligently and made great efforts for the stability of the village. These villagers are watching. Therefore, when the members of the guard team rode police motorcycles and waited for their captain at the entrance of the village, many villagers showed their reluctance. This is the guard team, it's really majestic. We must let the children study hard and join the guard force to contribute to the village in the future. I don't know if Lord Hokage is okay, but he was asked by the guards to keep the village safe these days. Oh, yes, Lord Hokage, it's really hard to say. Enjoy the eyes of the villagers. Naoki smiled generously and patted Itachi on the shoulder. Good brother, I'll rub your back when we get there. Does it need special emphasis? Itachi glanced at Mr. Tree blankly, then frowned. Since that day, after asking for leave with Captain Baiyi to no avail, he felt a little strange. This strange phenomenon has been used by members of the guard. Did you ride Lin today? Mr. Shu asked a question very cooperatively. It seems that Baiyi's pupil power is too strong, so after performing the illusion on Itachi, his sequelae are quite obvious. As if I was afraid of forgetting one thing, I worked hard every day. So he would take a breath from time to time. The name of the art is called Kilin. Distorted look. Itachi roared furiously at Mr. Tree. At this moment, lightning flashed from his body, and fire spewed from his mouth. Say something. Although a victim of illusion. And when you see Uchiha Obito, you will release a new spell just like triggering a passive skill. But there are also benefits. E.g. the ninjutsu, which had been strengthened by Baiyi dozens of times, was deeply imprinted in Itachi's mind at this moment. He learned a new move for free. According to Baiyi, Itachi has to learn to be grateful. Baiyi couldn't wait to see that Itachi launched his own attack after seeing Obito. It is different from the unicorn of Urzuzi in the original book. Itachi's Kilin, without the power of heaven and earth, can be activated only by triggering the passive effect. It uses Baiyi's power, and it has nothing to do with Itachi. To a certain extent, this is definitely a life-saving magic trick. As for why this illusion was released on Itachi, the reason is simpler. Obito was almost crushed to death by his hand CJEG, so next time he must not dare to approach the guards blatantly and approach himself. But he will definitely find Itachi. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for Itachi to turn on Sharingan. Itachi is a chess piece in Obito's eyes, but unfortunately he was almost attacked by this chess piece in the end. In the spotlight, Baiyi's figure appeared at the entrance of the village. Still the iconic cloak of justice. As a clothes hanger, no matter what he wears, it is difficult to hide his handsomeness, and his cloak is obviously specially made, which is much higher than other team members. He is also used to wearing it. But I have to say that Orochimaru is a genius. Baiyi glanced at his new car with satisfaction. This is a luxury version specially created by Orochimaru, an exclusive car for travel. 2 oversized police motorcycles in front act as power. Then there is a large box, enough to accommodate him and his woman to rest. A strong self-disciplined. If you are traveling, how can you be your own driver? With that kung fu, isn't it fragrant to experience the car shock of the ninja world? A breeze blows. At this moment, the captain is very arrogant and is looking forward to this trip. Standing at the entrance of the village, Baiyi waved to the villagers. Tsunade and the others were already waiting in the box. Compared to Baiyi's thick skin, they were obviously not used to being watched by so many people. As expected of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a glance, Baiyi saw Sarutobi, who was secretly looking here in the distance. It is estimated that when he leaves, the highly respected Hokage will start his own calculations. I don't know what the surprise will be this time. A peaceful life is often full of expectations. Baiyi likes to slap him back to his original shape with a slap when third generation thinks he can do it. In his words, it's called playing monkeys. If he jumps too far, then slap him to death. Turn around. Without any nostalgia, Baiyi got into the carriage. 2 female members of the guard also followed. Because Baiyi, who was bound to experience the first motorcycle shock in the ninja world, was definitely impossible for male creatures to hear the movement. So the dedicated driver is also determined. But Baiyi, who entered the box, came out after a few seconds. He held Sasuke in one hand, beckoned to Itachi with the other, and looked back at Makoto, taking advantage of this. Madam, you don't want your child to have an accident, do you? Makoto's face was flushed, and he didn't dare to say anything shy with his head down. She didn't want people to know that she was in Bai Yi's car. Godfather, what are you doing? Sasuke was lifted up in the air with a bewildered face, and looked at Bai Yi in confusion. You don't seem to be in trouble yourself. He obediently slept inside. It's okay, it's just not pleasing to the eyes of you. Bai Yi said with a kind face. Is this also the reason? Sasuke, people are stupid. And didn't you always want your brother to accompany you more? Look, don't you want to ride a motorcycle with your brother? Bai Yi followed the induction. Brother-in-law, how can you let Sasuke take my place? Naoki pouted and stepped out from behind Itachi. Whispering sound. Originally, the seat in the back seat of Itachi was his. You sit with Shanyang. Bai Yi pointed to the brawny vice captain with a purple face. Shanyang took the lead, and carried Naoki away with love. No way. Mr. Tree has a poor sense of balance. Therefore, the technology of riding a motorcycle needs to be studied. His police motorcycle was only used for 2 days and crashed. Naturally, Tsunade, who was worried about his younger brother, didn't dare to let him ride by himself, so he mixed up with Itachi as he should have. Take over your brother. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard for him to imagine what it would be like if Mr. Shu was sitting behind him, twisting and turning behind him along the way. In short, it was very frustrating. If it were his own brother, it would be perfect. The chores are done. Bai Yi got into the box again. Itachi, on the other hand, glanced at the direction of the carriage worriedly, as if he was very worried about the mother inside. There are all the captain's women in there. What's the matter with your mother in there? But his father has no objection, how could he object? Hope, Captain. Shaking his head, Itachi sighed and quickly left with Sasuke in his arms. Boom. When approaching, the members of the 100th Guard start their motorcycles at the same time. Everyone's scalp tingled with the soaring buzz of fame. But it didn't affect Bai Yi at all. When he first came in, he was mentally prepared, and the movement came and went quickly. This time, before leaving, Bai Yi had already told his subordinates. Pack. Pretend to die. It doesn't matter if the entire ninja world is shocked. He just wanted to make a high profile and tell the ninja world. The guards go out, the weak retreat. After working for a year, even ordinary people will feel pressure in this situation, not to mention a group of Uchiha people who are used to pretend. This time, I came out to vent my stress. The chakra battery is ready, and it doesn't matter if the car is open. Bai Yi's rules are like this. Play, you are open to play. Work, we must take it seriously and go all out. When the hundreds of Uchihas of the guards tightened the accelerator and rushed to the country of fire. The whole ninja world is boiling. Many shinobi villages thought that Konoha had made a big move, but after inquiring, they found out that it was a team building. Still a very high-profile team building. The team moved fast. Uchiha's clansmen started racing. Having already known their final destination, they are not afraid of getting lost and losing their way. Everyone is very relaxed. The road is not far or near. Time flies by inadvertently. Bai Yi's luxurious car followed far behind the team. At this time, the 2 female drivers who were riding the bicycles were pinching their bodies and their faces were flushed. They finally know why the captain asked them to come over as drivers. Captain is so strong. The widow Uchiha, whose husband died on the battlefield, said with a solemn expression. On the other hand, Uchiha Izumi, who was not in trouble next to him, opened his mouth and wanted to ask his seniors what happened in the box. But in the end he didn't have the guts to speak. What time is it? When the night fell and the moonlight enveloped the earth, the 2 drivers took a rest to replenish water and exchanged energy for the motorcycle by the way. Bai Yi sorted out his shirt and stuck his head out from inside. From the several small strawberries on his chest, it can be seen that the enemy in this war is quite terrifying. But it was obvious that Bai Yi who came out of it was the only winner. Look around. The resting place seems to be the entrance to an abandoned mine. At first Bai Yi didn't care. But he can't wait for his answer. A voice came from the entrance of the cave, and at the same time, 2 figures came out. Hey, Pariah over there. Do you know where Konoha is? And speaking. Chapter 75 How terrifying is Bai Yi's all-out attack? I'm afraid only the moon knows. 7. Ninja World. Fire Country. That hidden abandoned hole. At this moment. Whether it was the women who popped their heads out of the box, or the two drivers of Bai Yi. With the call of the unfortunate child, all fell into silence. The two drivers twitched silently. And the original blushing, wooden golem sneered. Samui shook his head noncommittally. Makoto was already tired and fell asleep. Kushina blinked and bit her red lips. The young Yuhi Kane and Azuki Yuyan were full of anger. Tsunade's eyes flashed, and he clenched his fists. Pariah. Who gave this unfortunate child the courage to speak to his man like this? This is their common idea. But in fact, among these women, only a few knew Bai Yi's true strength. Have you seen Bai Yi get angry? Suddenly. Kushina said. The girls around were a little puzzled. I don't know why Kushina suddenly asked that. If you're serious, you shouldn't. I don't know what to think of Yuhi's red cheeks and powdery cheeks, but I have seen this man's appearance in a serious and angry manner at some point. The cost is serious. She couldn't move that day, and had to rely on Bai Yi to support her to do other things. That's different. Kushina sighed slightly. Nine Tails have seen. There's nothing that can't be said. Since they were all stuffed into a box by Bai Yi, everyone was their own. Besides, she's so close to Tsunade and Uchiha Makoto, it's obvious whoever should discover her identity has already discovered it. At that time, Nine Tails showed their teeth and claws and barked their teeth at Bai Yi. It seems that it just came out, and I didn't have time to clean up my personal hygiene, which caused some bad breath. That time Bai Yi was angry. Recalling the past scene, Kushina's face is full of remembrance. It was also on that day that he was rescued by Bai Yi, and the huge vitality instantly replenished her impact from the separation of the tailed beast. Even a lot younger, a lot tighter. That day, Bai Yi, who had no breath, was regarded as an ordinary passing ninja. And 3 years ago, no, it was already 4 years ago. The strength of Bai Yi 4 years ago was not as strong as it is now. But that's not something Nine Tails can match. So Bai Yi, who was passing by, was hooked by the tone of Nine Tails. Certainly. Whether it is Kushina or Bai Yi, they all know that the tailed beast is a mass of energy. There is no such thing as bad breath. Bai Yi, who understood this, was even more angry. Because he knew that Nine Tails did it on purpose, and made a stench and grinned at him. Then Nine Tails was beaten and turned into Erha on the spot. Obediently following the seal, he hurried back to Naruto's body, and he didn't do anything until Minato sacrificed. Ridiculous. Third generation thought that the Lost Mountain was destroyed by Nine Tails. Only Kushina knew that it was smashed with a fist by an angry man. And now, such a subtle atmosphere makes Kushina feel a little familiar. She felt that the man seemed to be angry again. Bai Yi rarely loses his temper. Be nice to your own woman. So these people have never seen him get angry. Even in Konoha, everyone felt that the captain of the guard was very amiable and easy to talk in his daily life. Only when the law is enforced fairly will it be serious. But seriously, it doesn't mean he's angry. And this man is actually very understanding. When very relaxed, if someone spoils his good mood, he will be as unhappy as a child. It was as if Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted his train of thought at a high-level meeting that day, and at that time he got angry and made third generation almost step down from Hokage's position with a direct sentence. If his unfortunate son hadn't died at the right time, third generation would have lost his place in Hokage by then. Yes. Who is Hokage? He doesn't care at all. He will only do things according to his own purpose and his own rules. Just like now. When the Untouchables attacked, and after seeing the big and small, the people wearing the Otsutsuki costumes appeared. His smile was gone. Who said the strong have a calm mentality? This is not immaturity. And Bai Yi knew a long time ago that he was the kind of person who was bitten by a dog and would turn around and beat the dog to death. He is not an immortal, and he cannot smile when he sees happy things. It is also impossible for someone to provoke and not fight back. He lives like a normal person. Just like normal people, go to the game world, appreciate this world, and integrate into this world. Just like this team building. He doesn't believe that there is any traverser with explosive strength who will enjoy life like him. It is estimated that he is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger and preparing to slap his face when he is obviously powerful. He's not that kind of person. On the contrary, I am strong, I am someone you can't afford to offend, don't mess with me, I just want to enjoy life no matter how cool it is. Today, he was in a good mood. Bai Yi, who takes her confidants to play in the mountains and rivers, treats them as her own family, and wants to have a wonderful new year with them. He will never tolerate someone disrupting his plans, let alone this unfortunate child to continue to ruin his mood. Untouchables, I'm asking you. The Otsutsuki tree man held his son, and he keenly sensed a hint of danger. Today, he was planning to bring his son to Earth to show him his future bride. On the moon, the war between the branch house and the clan has ended. There are only 2 of them left now. And according to the prophecy, his son will gain new power in the future, which is enough to destroy this wrong world. To this, Bai Yi, who is familiar with the original work, naturally knows. Shirin met Hinata when he was a child. Using the special method of the Otsutsuki clan, although he is blind, he can see things. It is estimated that their purpose at this time is to sneak a glance at Hinata and let Otsutsuki know his future wife. If everything is according to the original. When the 4th Ninja War is over, Shirin will get Hanabi's eyes, kidnap Hinata and send her to the reincarnation, and then urge the power of Tensagen to hit the earth and destroy the ninja world. Then this person who is more lustful than him actually tried to give birth to a new ninja world with Hinata. Are your kidneys okay? Bai Yi really wanted to ask this question. But now, Bai Yi didn't want to hear one more word from these 2 people. Your mightiness. When the energy in the body soars into the sky, Bai Yi didn't even know how oppressive he was at the moment. Only the women behind him looked at Bai Yi as if they were looking at an immortal. At this moment, there is only shock in their eyes. Have you ever seen the surrounding space distorted by the mere aura? Zhe, your uncle, Zhe. One bite of a pariah's celestial dragons, go back to the moon for Lao Su. A grim smile. Bai Yi's figure has disappeared. The next moment, his fist has come to Otsutsuki Shirin's face. Weird energy fluctuations ripped apart the space. Countless spatial turbulence mixed with violent chakras swept over Shirin's body. In just a moment, Otsutsuki Shirin's body collapsed because he couldn't bear it, and he couldn't die any longer. But the powerful and terrifying fist style did not stop, and even became more violent, and by the way, the Otsutsuki tree man who was shocked and angry beside him was involved in the turbulent flow. The trend of turbulence continues unabated. Under Bai Yi's fist, his body slammed into the passage connecting to the moon. Bai Yi didn't know what this channel was made of. It could even be the backhand left behind by Otsutsuki Hamura, the golden wheel that connected the Tensagen, or the energy of this thing would be transmitted directly to the moon itself. He doesn't care at all. What if Sharon died? Plot. What does that thing have to do with him? The terrifying fist wind swept the entire passage. And in front of Bai Yi, the trees around the cave also flew upside down because of this punch. 0-0. With this punch, even Bai Yi didn't know how big the coverage was. But just one punch could not make him feel better. After Otsutsuki Shirin and Otsutsuki Shirin were killed in seconds, he raised his fists again, aimed at the passage and started a stormy attack. One punch, another punch. All the surrounding trees were uprooted, and the soil mixed with gravel formed a storm tornado that swept forward at an extremely fast speed. Heaven and earth conscience. Bai Yi didn't use any moves. It's just a venting of the energy in the body. The thing of power, in the end, is a return to its originality. When your strength is strong enough, any move resistance is futile. Behind. Whether it's Bai Yi's confidants, or the 2 drivers of the guard. They are completely stupid now. The first time For the first time, they saw the irascible Bai Yi. Is this what angering Bai Yi will end up being? That's horrible. Fortunately, this guy is very good to his woman, but he doesn't have to worry about domestic violence. The captain is really strong. The widow of the guard was excited. On the other hand, Uchiha Kwan opened his mouth wide, apparently still in shock and did not regain his senses. Look at the moon. An exclamation came. Azuki Shion stretched out her finger and pointed to the air. The night is full of moon. This is a full moon. What's shocking is that at this moment, the moon started to tremble violently along with Bai Yi's vigorous moves with punch after punch. The surface of the moon that is actually connected in this channel. The terrified girls trembled all over, as if they were being pushed into the car by Bai Yi. Even Samui and Wooden Golem were shocked and didn't know what to say. That is the moon. The land of thunder split by Susanoo is not a concept. Open your mouth wide. When they sluggishly discovered that the moon had changed again under the ordinary attack of punch after punch, they became a little numb. Because they know. Starting today. I'm afraid it will never be round again in the future. This moment. Everyone in the ninja world raised their heads to look at the sky, and all exclaimed in their hearts. The moon was bitten by a dog.